Chapter 34. As the main ramp lowered, Duke saw his trio of steel tusks meet up with the limping mech. All four dismounted and embraced each other. They were quickly joined by another pair of orcs from the fortress. Duke decided to give them some space and started to sort through the rubble and fallen mechs. He lifted what pieces of rubble he could and used his earth ability to break the unwieldy portions up. Eventually, he was joined by the four steel tusks whose mechs were able to move. They helped move the actual mechs that Duke unburied. What no one had noticed was that Duke had collected the bodies of the deceased mech pilots from their mechs and placed them in his inventory. He also went through the summary of his combat notifications. Your participation in this battle has earned you 12,450 experience. He had also had some gains in his abilities, but as he looked at his character sheet, he realized that he still had the 234 characteristic points from his last 13-level gain. He thought about placement for a good second, before pouring them all into agility. I need to be faster. A lot faster if I'm going to be able to fight things like that demon. When they had cleared the mechs from the rubble, Duke went around, pulling each of the mechs into his inventory. He even was able to fit the Titan mech in, although things were starting to get tight again. With well over 1 million cubic meters of space, his inventory was vast, but so was the volume of things he was starting to pack in there. When the Titan mech disappeared, everyone took notice, and someone who appeared to be a leader of the infantry came jogging up to Duke. As he approached, Duke realized that, once again, he was encountering someone he would have to look up to. The creature that approached was somewhat reptilian in appearance, with the oversized, slitted eyes of a snake surrounded by fine scales that grew larger as they traveled down his body. That, however, was not the most striking part of his appearance. He stood 4 meters tall and had 4 muscular arms. His entire body was also covered by a rune-scripted exoskeleton.
You must be the Duke.
His voice was so deep it actually vibrated Duke's chest. I am Duke, yes?
I am Commander Zarkon Thresh of the Thorned Rose Mercenaries. My men tell me that you are responsible for our relief here. I offer you our deepest thanks.
With his lower right hand, he offered a handshake while his upper one slammed into his chest in a salute. Duke shook Zarkon's hand, finding the grip to be strong but not overpowering, showing confidence and respect. Duke found himself liking the commander immediately. He wasn't sure why, but his xenoglossia was giving him a positive vibe from the reptilian commander. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander. You are welcome for the relief, but it is the steel tusks that are truly responsible for us coming here to your aid. Had their clanmates not been here, I would not have even known about the existence of this planet, let alone come here to help you out.
I see. But we are still grateful for your intervention nonetheless.
They were interrupted as the only 4 remaining operable mechs made their way to the pair. Operable was barely apt for 3 of the 4, Turfald's mech being the exception and only showing minor damage. When they arrived, all 4 mech pilots exited their mechs with broad grins. 2 more orcs that had apparently been riding on top of the most heavily damaged mech also jumped down.
Duke, my friend, allow me to introduce some more of my clanmates. This is Urgoth, the leader of this Steel Tusk triad. These 2 are Morka and Murgon. Yes, they are brother and sister. Yes, they are twins, and no, you should not remark on it, ever.
The last comment brought grins to the pair of orc siblings. All 3 came forward to thank Duke for the rescue, with Urgoth speaking.
Your rescue could not have been more timely. The gods of war have favored us with your meeting of Gronok's triad. We are in your debt, and it now seems we have a common enemy in the Syndicate.
Duke smiled in response. So it would seem. What are all of you doing in this desolate place anyway? Sure, you have a bit of a fortress here, but what the hell is here that is worth defending? All I see is sand and rock. Urgoth glanced at Gronok, and he spoke.
Duke is a friend of a clan. He has revealed many of his own secrets at great personal risk just to get us here. You can speak as if in the hall.
Urgoth looked at Duke with a deeper respect before continuing.
What do you know about this planet and its history?
Not much, to be honest. I know that a lot of fighting takes place here, but I have no idea why.
Well, that much is true. This planet has been the subject of countless wars and conflicts since its discovery. Many come here seeking its secrets, most only find their own deaths.
Secrets?
Yes, this planet was once the capital of a civilization so ancient that there are entities who rose long after their fall. There are secrets buried in the rock and sand. Just discovering one could instantly propel you to great wealth and power.
I see the attraction. But if people have been fighting over it and searching it for so long, haven't all the secrets been found? Zarkon added his voice to the conversation.
Perhaps, but perhaps not. That is one of the greatest lures. The first great discovery found here was the star drive, and that changed everything. Even the runes script library is rumored to have come from discoveries here. There was no telling what else could be found here.
So you all just decided to take over a spot and do some researching?
Not exactly, Duke,
Gronok corrected.
The clan was hired to come here and protect this spot until the researchers could come and investigate it. The contract has been in place for 10 years now. The researchers have yet to show.
10 years? I might have started asking questions by now. I don't think your researchers are coming.
It is becoming a more likely possibility every day,
Gronok said.
But now that we have access to a reliable ship, we can contact the guild and find out for sure. The steel tusks and the thorned rose do not fail or abandon contracts. Still, 10 years far exceeds the stated duration of the contract.
Why don't we all head back into the fortress and see what is what?
Zarkon suggested. With nods of agreement, the orcs mounted back up on their mechs and headed into the fortress. Duke followed behind with Zarkon. So, you are allies with the Steel Tusks?
More than allies. Our clans are all but joined. If not for the racial differences, we would be a single clan. Our orc brothers and sisters pilot their mechs, while we Sagrak stay more mobile as the infantry. We complement each other extremely well. What is your story? I rarely see humans working with orcs. The prejudices and stereotypes are just too strong.
Duke laughed. I have no prejudices, and I don't care about stereotypes. You are who you prove yourself to be.
That is a good way to look at the world. I may adopt your phrase. It speaks of wisdom.
Looks like we are here. Care to show me around your fortress?
It would be an honor, my new friend.
The next few hours were spent exploring the fortress with Zarkon. After the first few minutes, Duke switched on his sensing abilities and studied the fortress as they toured their way through. What he found was interesting. The tour ended in the core chamber that Duke had surreptitiously visited in the second phase of their battle plan. It was there that his senses told him something striking. There was a second core chamber hidden far underneath this one. Do you mind if I stay here and study this chamber? The magitech from the core that powers the shield looks different from what I have seen before.
Study all you wish, but please don't disturb the core. It barely survived the last attack, and we do not know how it recharges itself.
Fair enough. I won't disturb the core. When Duke was alone, he teleported into the lower chamber and started to really study things. He used a combination of his sense magic, dungeon sense, and xenoglossia to locate, study, and read the magic deck runes. These runes were written completely differently than the ones used on the ship or in the mechs. The rune script was elegant and more detailed. Duke set to memorizing it as he tried to understand what it actually did. It was not long before he realized that the rune script went far down into the ground below the fortress. He followed the scripting with his senses as he formed a new core in his hands. Son of a bitch, this isn't a fortress. It's a supply depot. The question is, should I fire it up and see what's stored down here, or discuss it with the others first? Duke sighed and finished charging up the newly made massive core with its 100 million mana capacity. He waited for his mana to regen before putting the core in his inventory and teleporting back to the shield core room. 40 minutes later, he was in a conference room with Zarkon, Gronok, Urgoth, and Myra. I still feel it odd not to have everyone else here, but here is what I have found. Duke activated the view screen. The meeting would have been over in 5 minutes, but it had taken him more than 30 to figure out how to get the images to display on the screen. He could have asked someone, but that would have been too easy. Fucking magical mental interfaces. Duke pulled up the first image, which was the fortress as everyone knew it. It was an exterior view and unremarkable. This is the fortress as seen from the outside. Substantial with one hell of a shield, right? Agreement rumbled through the room. Duke changed the view to show the rune script running through the walls, ceilings, and floors of the fortress. This is what is underlying the whole place. It is rune scripting unlike anything I have ever seen before. It carries more detail and description than anything I have seen in a mech or a ship. Does anyone recognize it? Heads shook as their interest suddenly snapped into focus. Duke nodded and expanded the view. This is the rune scripting that runs beneath the fortress as you know it. It goes deep, and it is very regular. I have been able to sort of translate some of the script. My best guess is that each of those nodes you see is likely an extra-dimensional storage space. This is not a fortress. It is a storage depot. The stunned looks around the room slowly broke into looks of greed.
The riches that could be hidden in those rooms could be unending,
Gronok announced.
I call dibs on any ship parts.
Myra's bright voice rang throughout the room.
Do we dare open them? They could be prison cells, holding whatever it was that destroyed the civilization.
Way to dampen the mood, Zarkon.
Urgoth, you charged forward without thought or consideration. It is brave in battle, but we are not in the battle right now. Let us consider this carefully.
Duke had been waiting for a consensus before offering up his suggestion, but it didn't look like one was coming. I can just power up the system, and we can see if there is anything like an inventory system to tell us what is in the rooms. Myra laughed.
Ha! Yeah, do that.
The others agreed, and Duke teleported them to the hidden core room.
What? What was that?
Urgoth asked.
That's just Duke doing Duke things. Don't worry, you're fine.
Duke ignored the commentary and produced the new core. Everyone, hang on to your hats. Time to power this thing up. With no ceremony or additional discussion, Duke slotted the core into place, and the room lit up with power. Chapter 35. One by one, things lit up in the chamber, each bringing a new sense of wonder. As the room became illuminated, the wall opposite the core came to life with a display of all the chambers below. There were annotations and short descriptions for each. Myra approached the wall and touched one of the indicated chambers, causing it to swell on the display and provide more data. She stared at it for several seconds before sighing and stepping back.
It might be an inventory system, but it's not in any language I've ever seen.
Me neither. Nope, not a clue.
Duke looked at it and shrugged. That chamber is a food cache. I have no idea what the actual food items are, but it's definitely a food cache. This one, however, is a bit more interesting. Duke closed the menu on the food cache and opened another item. This is the armory.
Now that is far beyond interesting. How do we get into the chamber? I don't see stairs or an elevator in this room. Anyone else?
Myra asked. Duke continued to tap on the controls in an attempt to fumble his way to an answer. In doing so, he came across a number of other interesting cache descriptions, including orbital control system, pico-technology storage, cosmic foam containment, and genetic engineering. He read the names out as he went. The anticipation and excitement in the room continued to build as he continued to read the names off in the tense silence. They all jumped when Myra's communications crystal buzzed. She fumbled with it.
What? What the hell? Why are you calling me?
Sorry to disturb you, Your Majesty, but we have over a dozen syndicate dropships inbound, and I thought you might want to know about it.
Liga's voice held an entirely different type of tension. Duke didn't hesitate. Get everyone to the ship. I will lock this place down so that they cannot access anything if they can even find this room.
You can do that?
Zarkon asked.
You'd be amazed at some of the things this trouble magnet can do,
Myra remarked.
Back to where we can organize everyone, please, Duke.
On it. I'll catch up to everyone on the ship. Prepare everyone to depart.
Sorry, twins. Guess your mechs will have to stay.
Urgoth muttered. What was that? Duke asked.
Their mechs are too damaged to move. We'll have to leave them behind. Mine is barely functional as it is.
Duke had a clear picture of where the mechs were from his tour and was able to target a trio of remotely cast restores. Collect your mechs. They should be functional. Don't waste time asking questions. There's a lot to be done before the Syndicate gets here. With a thought, the room was emptied of everyone save for himself. He kept his dungeon sense running at full force so that he would know when the Syndicate ships got close enough to be a problem. His current range of 300 kilometers was not nearly enough to reach the standard ship's orbit for this massive planet. He did figure it would give him enough of a warning before the ship came into range to be able to attack the fortress. Duke could see the mad scramble of the infantry picking up everything they could carry and hustling it to the ship. He put that view on hold and split his focus between watching for the descending ship and locating the cache he was looking for. It took a little over 30 seconds to locate it, and even less to secure entry. A portal opening in front of him, which he stepped through without hesitation. The last thing his dungeon sense picked up before entering was the first Syndicate ship breaking into the 300-kilometer range. Immediately, he lost sense of anything outside of the cache, confirming to his mind that this was an extra-dimensional space, likely a pocket dimension. He took stock of the room and noted that it was far vaster than he had anticipated. The chamber went on for kilometers in nearly all directions, and it was full of equipment and storage containers. Fuck! There's no way I can take all of this, and I don't have the time to sort through it and still set the place up for lockdown. Okay, take what I can, and then I have to go lock it all down again. Duke pulled dozens of storage containers and stacks of equipment at random into his inventory and retreated back through the portal. He set to securing the system lockdown, having read the emergency lockdown procedure that had been flashing on the screen when he accessed it the first time. He didn't know why it was the first thing to appear, but he guessed it might have been a situation like this when it was shut down previously. He completed the last 2 steps, tying the lockdown to his own life signature and removing the core he had made for the facility. The Syndicate ships had closed to 100 kilometers, and Duke teleported to the floor above, replacing the standard core with the special one he had created. That will hold you bastards off for long enough for you to bring out the big guns and level this place. No matter what, you're not getting to the floors below, so fuck you. He teleported to the bridge of the Iron Reaver. Urgoth stumbled when he appeared in the fortress's mech bay. His and his 2 partners' mechs stood ready to go, their black paint unblemished. The mechs themselves looked like they were new. He stared at it all incredulously. Morka looked to him.
What is happening? Why is the evacuation alarm shouting?
It means we have to evacuate, you poor excuse for a task shaper. Now mount up and let's get out of here before we are up to our bristles in Syndicate mechs.
He did not wait for a response as he scrambled up into his mech and frantically fired the emergency startup controls. He felt the rush of power as Ebon Firestorm connected to his mind, and he could feel the expansion of his consciousness into the magic tech flowing through the mech. The rush of power still thrilled him as much now as it did on the day he emerged triumphant from his trial and was accepted into the ranks of the Steel Tusk's mech pilots. The connection and power flowed through his body, through his consciousness. When he was piloting Ebon Firestorm, he was just more. Nothing compared to that feeling, and no one who was not an Ebon pilot of the Steel Tusks could understand it. With a smoothness that belied the size of his mech, Urgoth slammed his mech's fist on the door control, opening the mech bay to the outside. He strode out, ready to defend his allies and family while they ran for the ship. Morka and Murgon took station on his wings, and the 3 strode out onto the field of battle with the confidence of veteran warriors. He would kill or die this day for the clan. Myra appeared on the bridge of her ship just as Duke had intended.
Bless that man's ability to put things where they need to be, but fuck! 12 Syndicate dropships. I could handle 2, possibly as many as 4 with the upgrades to our power systems, but there's no fucking way I can handle 12.
She scrambled to get the ship ready for launching and combat, her fingers flying across controls as the engine sprang to life in a full emergency start burst.
Duke's going to have to fix those 2 if we make it out of here.
Aurelia paced around the bridge, unsure of what to do again. Myra was frantically doing something, and Laia was also doing something with another set of controls, but, once again, she could not understand what anyone was saying. She began to don her armor, able to only sense that a fight was coming, and there was enough tension that it was not going to be an easy one. Laia worked both the communications and navigational consoles, trying to find the closest jump point they could get to while running from the Syndicate ships. It was not looking good. The ships had set up in a wide ring formation that would collapse on the Iron Reaver like the weight of the ocean crushing an egg. She looked back to get Aurelia to help out, but quickly realized that the woman could not understand her, and that she really wouldn't be any help, even if she even could understand.
Fucking useless, but not her fault. Damn it. Where is the escape vector?
Gronok led his triad down the ramp to take up defensive positions around the Iron Reaver. He spoke on the proximity channel.
Let them come, and let them be crushed under our might. For the clan!
Tuka and Turfald echoed his chant, and soon Urgoth's triad joined them. The 6 mechs adjusting their position to allow the last of the infantry to scramble up the ramp and into the ship. They trained their weapons on the most extreme vertical angle their mechs would allow. It wasn't true vertical, perhaps 75% at best, but it was all they could manage at the moment. The general communication channel sparked to life with a message from the Syndicate. Attention, Iron Reaver. This is Commander Malor Vestu of the Syndicate Dropship Battle Group Nova Vanguard. We have no wish to destroy your ship. We only have interest in one of your passengers. If you turn over the King Duke to us, I offer you a true oath that you will be allowed to leave intact and unharmed. Furthermore, you will be allowed to operate freely and independently henceforth with the full blessing of the Syndicate." The broadcast had run through the ship, the mechs, and even across the personal communications crystals of everyone below. They all received the system notice confirming the oath as well. Duke read the notification and shrugged. He opened up his communications channel to Myra. "That sounds like a pretty good deal for you. Maybe you should take it."
"Oh, fuck off, Duke. You know I'm not taking the deal. The steel tusks would cut me to pieces and feed me to their children if I pulled something like that."
She is right, Duke. We stand with you for this fight and for all the ones to come. Let them spend their blood on our blades.
"I'm coming back to the ship. Everyone else is aboard, so get those mechs loaded," Duke announced as he activated the fortress's shield and teleported to the bridge. Myra smirked at him.
"It is a tempting offer, but I like having my instant repairman on board too much. Any thoughts on how you want to handle this?"
"Two, actually. We can go full scorched earth and destroy their ships, or we can rabbit the hell out of here."
"I can't outrun them or even outmaneuver that many ships. They have us trapped between a rock and a lot of firepower."
"Then we rabbit." He could see from his dungeon sense that the Syndicate ships were only 25 kilometers away and descending quickly. He could also see that all 6 mechs were aboard and secured. "Close up the ship. We are about to get out of here." The Syndicate ship slowed to a hover a mere kilometer above the Iron Reaver. Myra knew they were well within the optimal firing range of the Syndicate's weapons, and her time was essentially up. Her engines were fired up, but they were still on the ground, and they were so heavily outgunned that their options were running out. She was relying on Duke's abilities to, once again, get them out of another jam. It made her skin crawl with helplessness. She did not like the feeling. No, she abhorred the feeling. "Captain Myra Calder, you will respond. Your ship is grounded, surrounded, and outgunned. Make the smart choice here." The call over the communication systems was calm and sounded eminently reasonable.
"Duke?"
The Iron Reaver vanished from the planet, appearing a dozen light-years away in empty space. "Sorry," Duke responded while looking up from the navigation console. "I had to find a safe place to put us. Is everyone okay?" Chapter 36. It did not take long to determine that everyone was all right. Myra had each group check in with her, and when she turned to let Duke know that everything was all good, he was gone. She looked around the bridge trying to figure out where he went. Laia flagged her down.
"You looking for Duke?" "I am. Did you see where he went?" "He left with Aurelia, I would guess to their room." Myra nodded. "I think we can give them some time alone after all that." "Yeah, I think we had better." Duke entered his stateroom with Aurelia, ready for a celebration of the best kind.
He turned around, offering her a smile, but his xenoglossia started to scream at him that something was wrong. She stared him in the eyes and seemed to steel her spine.
Duke, I need to go home. I don't fit in here. I never know what anyone is talking about, even when you remember to give me one of your potions. And you rarely have enough time to think about that at all. You are constantly running from one fight to another, adventure after adventure. That is you. That is who you are.
She shook her head.
But it's not me. It's not who I am. I am the Legion commander. My place is with the Legion, and I have been too far away from it for too long. I need to go back.
Duke's mouth went dry, and his stomach twisted into a knotted mess.
I've done it again.
How do I stop this from happening again?
He opened up his mouth to respond, but Aurelia placed her finger on his lips.
I know this is a shock to you, Duke. You probably didn't see this coming, but I've been at this point for a long time now. It's not that I don't love you, because I still do. Gods, I do. I just can't stay with you on this adventure. And no, I absolutely will not ask nor accept you staying behind with me. Your place is here out in the stars, fighting with the forces that shape the universe. That has always been your destiny. Mine lies elsewhere with the Legion, on the ground.
She stepped forward and pulled the stunned man into a tight hug.
It's all right, Duke. It's all right.
He simply hugged her back, still stunned as she continued.
I still love you. I probably always will. Remember that. But it's not enough. I have a purpose for my life, and it is with the Legion.
She held him silently as she fought back the tears that pounded against her will. She would not let them loose now. That was for later, when she was alone. For now, she would hold him and love him like it was their last night together. For it might be. It was late into the night for Myra. On a ship in deep space, night was a relative term, as there was no sun rising or falling with the rotation of a planet. Instead, the cosmic time code that ran through everyone's system interface kept the relative time. In her travels, she had been to hundreds, if not thousands, of planets, many with their own rotational period which set up longer or shorter days than the cosmic time code, but many more than coincidence would dictate matched right up with the cosmic time code. No one had ever been able to explain why it was set to this 24-hour period, or even what had been the determination for the length of an hour, minute, or second, and yet too many life-bearing planets were so close to it. Regardless, she was on her 20th hour of wakefulness and needed rest. She set her timer for 8 hours and switched the ship's systems to wake her up if any of the thousands of conditions she had programmed in over the years came to fruition. As Myra moved to her captain's quarters, she took a short detour towards Duke's cabin and immediately left. The sounds coming from his cabin told her more than enough. At least someone was getting some on this ship. Owning the ship wasn't supposed to be a lonely life. She had planned on getting another mate in every station. Hell, she had planned on having an entire crew. But they had drifted to other ships over time, and it was harder and harder to replace crew as the Syndicate tightened its monopoly. And yet, here she was walking back to her quarters alone. Again. She shook her head, dismissing the thought.
We have one hell of a fight ahead of us. Just surviving the next few months will be something in and of itself. How the hell are we going to fight the entire Syndicate? With a single dropship and 6 mechs? Yeah, we're screwed.
She made her way to bed and collapsed, exhausted. When Duke awoke, he was alone as Aurelia had left at some point during the night. He had been so exhausted mentally, emotionally, and physically that he slept through the night. His first instinct was to go find her and convince her to stay, but after their extended conversations last night, he knew it would be a futile effort. Frustration underpinned his mood as he stepped on the bridge. Laya's joke about him sleeping too much died on her lips when she saw him. He couldn't help but pick up on her reaction with his xenoglossia, which was currently his most hated ability. It had shown him the desperate sincerity of Aurelia's words last night, and was what truly cemented the fact she was leaving in his heart. "Good morning, everyone. Did everyone get settled in after our escape?" Myra pulled up a ship status screen on the main view screen for all to see. She explained it rather than having them read their way through.
We have 6 mechs fully secured in the mech bay. There are 64 infantry housed in the lower staterooms, and the rest of us are all fine. We have room for another 26 mechs and 236 infantry if we are looking for a full loadout. We only have provisioning for a total of 6 weeks right now. We can stretch that if we start rationing. 1 core has been depleted, but the other 23 are full. In all, we are in good shape for now.
Duke smiled appreciatively. "That's a solid report. Thank you. I have a further question for you, Commander Zarkon."
Ask away.
"Can any of your infantry pilot a mech?" Zarkon scoffed.
To pilot a mech is the dream of virtually all infantry, but sadly, the ability to operate a mech is a rare class ability that requires special conditioning and training to achieve.
Our mech pilots are chosen before they take their first class,"
Gronok added.
"They must undergo a grueling test of resolve and capability to qualify. Very few actually qualify. More than a few do not survive the trials."
I was completely unaware of that. Thanks for clarifying it, and that sounds barbaric to me, but I understand that I was raised in a different culture, so I'll just back off that right now. My follow-up question is this. How many mech pilots does your clan have?
The last I checked, the clan had a total of 40 trained and capable mech pilots, but, sadly, we only had 18 functioning mechs at last count, including the 6 below in the mech bay.
Well, that makes this next part more interesting. How many are in your clan? The reason I ask is this. The Syndicate knows that the Steel Tusks are involved with me by now. I expect they are going to make a move on your clan as a way to put pressure on you to turn me over to them. I would rather get your clanmates on board this ship where it's safer than a fixed location. Urgoth spoke.
Our clan is small, but not that small. Even with the crafters and children excluded, the fighters alone would more than fill the empty rooms on this ship several times over.
Okay, that gives me something more to work on. There may be a way to fit them all on the ship comfortably. Do you think the rest of the clan would leave their home if we showed up?
We are a proud people, but not a foolish one. We well know about the Syndicate and their tactics. It would take some convincing, but I think they would join us, knowing what the Syndicate would likely do to them if they were found.
Gronok, Urgoth, please join me in the conference room. We have much to discuss. Duke did not wait for an answer before heading into the room. He was fully seated when the pair of orcs joined him. They sat down with neutral expressions on their faces. Duke jumped right in. The first question I have for you is whether you really want to commit to coming along with me on this journey. I will not be offended in the slightest if you decide this is a suicide mission and separate yourselves from my path. This is my path, but it does not have to be yours. The orcs looked at each other before turning back to Duke and laughing.
You think we would abandon an ally just because things get difficult or dangerous? This is when it gets fun. We seek a glorious life and do not turn from a glorious death.
Okay, then I am going to share some things that very few know about. Can you show me any recordings of your home?
Recordings of our home? What would you need that?
I will tell you, but you have to keep it a secret until it is time to reveal it to everyone. Agreed?
Very well, agreed,
Urgoth answered. Duke pulled a dungeon core from his inventory and palmed it in his hand. Please, Suit up. We are going to be leaving the ship's atmosphere for a while. The pair activated their extra atmospheric modes of their mech pilot suits, exchanging confused looks before Duke teleported the three of them to the closest barren planet. As they stumbled, regaining their equilibrium, Duke tossed the dungeon core down to plant itself. The pair followed the glowing core as it landed some 20 meters away and began to grow.
What is that thing?
Urgoth asked. That, my friends, is a newly forming dungeon. Give it a minute to finish, and I'll show you why I asked for the recordings of your home. They waited patiently as the dust of the planet's surface formed into a 5-meter-tall hill with what appeared to be a cave opening facing them. Duke peered at the cave for a moment before heading over. Come on in. He stepped inside and to the side of the entrance so that the pair of orcs could see the full effect when they entered.
What in the name of the lost tribes is this?
Gronok asked in wonder as he stepped onto the bridge of the Iron Reaver.
I don't know, brother, but it looks like the bridge of a ship. But where is everyone?
It does look like the ship, but this is, in fact, a dungeon that I created. Duke caused them both to start and flinch in his direction. It is an exact replica of the ship, except it's not a ship at all.
It's an illusion?
Not at all. Everything is real, though. I did not design it to be functional, though. That is a bit beyond me at this point, but someday perhaps I can do that. Duke trailed off in thought before being pulled back.
This is unreal,
Gronok announced as he sat down in a chair.
It feels exactly the same.
Duke smiled. I want to create a copy of your home for your clan on the ship. It would be as real as this place feels. With even more information, I can make it even more real, like with the right air, seasons, vegetation, anything. And it will be a safe space. Nothing I have encountered can harm a dungeon from the outside. So, even if the ship gets blown up, the dungeon inside will survive. There might be something powerful enough to hurt it out here in the cosmos, but I haven't found it yet.
This is nothing like I have ever heard of before. A wonder that defies logic. My blood boils with the thought of what this would mean for the clan.
Let's get back to the actual ship and talk about those recordings. Duke teleported them back to the ship. There was much to plan and much to discuss. Chapter 37. The three stepped out of the conference room sometime later with continued meaningful glances. Duke immediately went to his room to work on the new dungeon core. He had numerous recordings to compare against and was doing his best to make it as accurate as he could. He knew that he could make changes afterward with his dungeon manipulation ability, but he also knew that ability was really only useful for fine work and not the larger aspects. At least, not with it still only at initiate rank. He spent hours working on the core in his room, getting up and walking around the ship from time to time. More than once, he found himself in front of Aurelia's door but did not knock. Instead, he wound up walking away, emotions roiling. And then the notification came. Attention! The dungeon designated as Emergency Shelter has been destroyed. As you continue to maintain a total higher than 1,000 dungeons, no penalty will be assessed at this time. Duke immediately made for the bridge. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he felt that he had to do something. Myra was the only one on the bridge when he arrived, and he just opened up. Remember the heavy cruiser?
Yeah, we should go pick that up at some point.
I think the Syndicate already has.
What do you mean?
The dungeon where I stashed the crew has been destroyed. Someone has to have gotten in there and gotten to the core. Who else could it have been?
Damn. So, no heavy cruiser for us, then?
We didn't exactly have a crew for it, did we?
I'm sure we could have scared up someone. The Syndicate has put a lot of private ships out of business. Not sure what their crews are doing right now. Maybe hauling freight and trying to smuggle mechs. Probably what I would have done.
Instead, you were on the run just waiting to fight a battle against stupid odds against an oppressive corporation.
Good summary. We've been sitting in this one place for a while now. Do we have a destination? I have a few suggestions if you can't come up with one.
I have two, actually, but I only know where one of them is.
Do tell.
One is a return to Teldon. I have to check in there and drop Aurelia off. The other is the clan's home, but we're not ready for that just yet. Or maybe we are. Hard to tell, really.
You have to drop your girlfriend off at home? Did her daddy call and say she is out past curfew?
Duke's hurt puppy expression stopped Myra cold, and her intuition kicked in.
Oh, shit, Duke. I had no idea that you broke up. From the sounds of last night, I wouldn't have guessed that. What happened? Did you have a fight this morning?
No, nothing like that. Her place is on Teldon, and mine doesn't seem to be anymore. I am growing in a different direction than she is, and it's putting a wedge in our relationship. Nobody's done anything wrong, it's just how it is.
That sounds mature and reasoned. Where the hell is the real Duke?
Looking for something to kill. So let's go pick up the clan and head for Teldon. I have a bit of a surprise for the clan.
A good surprise, I hope?
Gronok asked as he entered the bridge.
Sorry, didn't mean to overhear your conversation, but I was headed here and walked in on Duke mentioning wanting to kill something. You sure you're not an orc?
Maybe at heart, my friend. Are you ready to head for the clan home?
The question really is, are you ready, Duke?
The core is as ready as I can make it for the initial reveal. Once it is planted, you six can help me refine things.
You can change it after it's made?
Of course. It's kind of my thing, even if I don't do it nearly enough. I should be putting these things out by the 1,000, really.
By the 1,000? Who would want 1,000 of the same place?
Oh, no, they would all be different. What I've made for the clan is a very specific aspect of my ability. Most are just random. Myra's face grew sterner.
Duke, what are you planning?
Oh, right. I probably should talk to you about this. I want to plant a dungeon on the ship.
Oh, fuck no. Not a chance. No, no, no.
Just hear me out. She glared at him.
You had better be real fucking convincing.
I am creating, well, have created a copy of the clan's home in a dungeon. If we plant the dungeon here on the ship, it will take up a single room, but we'll have room for the whole clan, and even have room for the clan to expand.
What happens to a dungeon when it's dragged into exospace?
Duke stopped at Myra's question. I actually don't know. I don't know if it's ever been tried. Excuse me for a few minutes. Duke teleported to the planet he had taken the orcs to and stepped into the dungeon. The Overmind's avatar was waiting for him in the captain's chair.
Hello, Duke. Predictable much?
Hopefully not that much, at least for everyone else.
Okay, I'll give you that for now, but if you aren't smart,
You will become predictable, which means you would become manipulable. And that would be a problem. Yes, I do believe it would. But that's not why you came here to summon me, is it, Duke? No, not at all. There are two things. The exospace question and the destroyed dungeon. Duke hung his head. Predictable, huh? Don't feel too bad. They are good questions. I'll start with the dungeon one. Yes, the core of the dungeon was located and destroyed. I can't say who did it, but I'd wager you could guess. The question I have for you is this. What does that mean for any other dungeons you have on that planet, and how might that affect you? They might be able to locate the other dungeons and destroy them too. That is a problem. I need to plant more and make them stronger. I agree with both those things and maybe hide them a bit better. If you are simply planting them for quantity, which is fine for now, maybe hide them underground? Yeah, good idea. I thought so. The Overmind chuckled. Now, about the exospace question. It will have no effect on a core or on a grown dungeon. The dungeon portal is merely an anchor to its dimension. If exospace is disrupted, such anchors, every magical storage device on the ship would fail. If the portal is just a dimensional anchor, is that why the exterior structure of the dungeons seem to be immune to damage? That is a good leap to take, Duke. Yes, the external structure is outside the dimensions of normal space, so nothing in normal space can affect it. Be wary of dimension-breaching weapons, though. Those can be real bad news. Had no idea that such things existed. Thanks for that new nightmare fuel. Happy to help. Now, with that all taken care of, have you put any more thought into the contest? I still want to arrive on the late side. There's still too much of an opportunity to build up my power out here with the brimming conflict with the Syndicate and the ongoing bounty. Very well. I will let you know when the time is close. For now, lean into your little war. Stop holding back and take it to your enemy. I don't want you to walk into the contest as my hidden trump card. I want you to walk in as the most feared force on the field. Right. You want me to go full-on murder hobo. I want you to kill your enemies. I am the overmind of all dungeons. As a whole, Dungeon's #1 drive is to kill those that enter and feed upon their energies. Even despite your few recent unique versions, the purpose hasn't changed. You are my contestant. Call yourself my chosen, or champion if it fits your mindset better, but as such, you need to up your aggression. Stop running from your enemies and make them fear you like your primitive ancestors feared stepping away from the campfire at night. That's one hell of a bloodthirsty commission you just handed me. They just killed one of your creations, one of our dungeons. Make them pay for that transgression. Make them fear your very name. There was something else to the tone of the Overmind statement that Duke could not pierce, but it left him with the impression that there was more to the death of a single dungeon in that statement. Duke found himself outside the dungeon. He did not recall leaving, but he for sure recalled the Overmind's words. The passionate anger still flowed through his veins. It felt like he finally had permission to cut loose. I know I've said that I'm going to cut loose before, but now I feel like I really can. That it's okay to leave my hesitation behind, to leave the weakness of humanity behind, for I am no longer human. I am no longer limited, and I must yet grow stronger. And that must come at the cost of my enemies. Chapter 38. Duke spent the next several hours scattering dungeons in the numerous voids he found under the surface of the planet. In all, he planted more than 5,000 new dungeons under the planet's surface, even going so far as to use his Earth ability to sink the entrance to the one he had made on the surface. I wonder what it will be like when these new dungeons mature enough to start putting out cores of their own and sending dungeon monsters out to spread them. I expect it would compound over time with the dungeons spreading over the entire planet eventually. With that thought, Duke headed back to the ship to find a bit of a crowd waiting for him. All the orcs came out of the conference room when he appeared. Laia and Myra were also waiting for him with Aurelia. Looks like the gang is all here. All we are missing is Zarkon. An enormous forearm rested on Duke's head in response.
Oh no, I'm here too. They told me you would be right back, but that was hours ago. Where have you been, my friend?
Gathering information and making sure theories worked in practicality. What have you all been up to?
Waiting for you mostly,
Myra replied.
We didn't want to take off and leave you behind somewhere. Figured that might be a bit rude.
Yeah, just a bit. So, any discussions on the next destination while I was out, or are we still heading to clan space?
You confirmed that your plan will work? Absolutely sure? I'm not putting my ship in unnecessary danger. Necessary danger, sure, all the time, but not if it's something that we should have known better than to try.
It's confirmed. At least as safe as your own storage items, probably even more secure. Zarkon stepped around Duke.
What are you talking about? What does this have to do with storage items?
Gronok answered after a moment's pause, where numerous glances were exchanged to Zarkon's irritation.
Duke has a way to bring the entire clan along with us.
Has the clan gotten so small that they could fit in the remaining spaces?
No, the clan is actually bigger than it was the last time you were on Capnock.
Laia cut in.
Capnock? That's your home world, Gronok?
Yes, Capnock is the home of the clan. Do not make me regret sharing that with you.
Duke made his way over to the navigation console and was able to locate the planet rather easily. He pulled up the data and quickly perused it. It's about 100 light-years away from here.
10 weeks,
Myra lamented. 1 hour, maybe less, Duke countered, and all eyes shifted in his direction.
You have another ship up your sleeve, Duke? One that is faster than anything I have ever heard of?
Urgoth's question was just what Duke was looking for. No, we'll use this ship, but here's the deal. I've decided to go at our enemies full force. I'm not going to hold back anymore. I'm taking the fight to them. In order to do so, I need to make sure my allies are secure, so anything that delays that task is no longer acceptable. Relying on Star Drive to carry us across that distance over the course of 10 weeks is one of those delays. I can get us there in about 10 hops, like the one that got us here, actually. I'm not concealing secrets anymore if they hinder my progress. The Syndicate has agents everywhere, so my secrets will be known quickly anyway. All our secrets, for that matter. So there's no point for anyone to hold back, is there?
I suppose there is not,
Myra responded.
But outright telling them what we can do is not on the list, right?
Oh, fuck no. That's not on the list of things to do. But I am going to expect them to know what we can do and to have counters ready. We just have to be better than their counters. Which means we all need to gain experience and level up, or even tier up if possible. Do you know what was piloting the Titan mech?
What? Not who?
Gronok asked. It was a Tier 8 demon. His name was Carlisle, but I don't think that matters much. What matters is that in a lot of the fights coming up, we are going to be outgunned, outleveled, and out-tiered.
Then we fight dirty, like Papa Gratuk taught us,
Urgoth said.
Never fight a fair fight, he said. If you can win by fighting fair, then you should have talked your opponent into giving up. If you can't win fair, you fight dirty and learn from the experience.
Not exactly what I was thinking, but it works. We have to make it so expensive for them to pursue us that it's a bad business decision to continue. Get them to cut their losses and run.
And just how do you propose we do that, Duke?
Laya asked. Destroy their fleets to start. Right now, they don't really know how precise I can be when teleporting the ship, but if I can see the target in some way, I can place us millimeters from the target. Imagine arriving at a space station where they have a fleet docked and just blasting the ships in the dock to hell and then disappearing, only to appear at another space station half the galaxy away and do the same thing in an hour. How are they going to be able to stop us from doing that if they have no idea where we are going to hit them next?
They will find a way to stop you from teleporting the ship,
Myra said. Perhaps, but it won't be easy, and in all that time, we are all getting stronger while their forces get more and more strung out.
The biggest problem I see is that this ship's not blowing anything much larger than us up anytime soon. At least, not with the weaponry it currently has,
Laya said. What's the biggest limiting factor to the weaponry you can use on your ship, Myra?
Power. It takes a lot to power up weapons.
And if you had, say, 10 times the power, would that change the weapons you could use?
Oh, shit. You're right. The new cores.
Exactly. I want to see if we can figure out how to set up an entirely new set of cores just for weapons. And with that, we can upgrade all the weapons and be able to punch way above our weight class.
Breed them, burn them, kill them all!
The steel tusks took up a bloodthirsty shout that reverberated across the bridge. Myra gave Duke a serious look.
Even though I love the idea of having more firepower at my disposal, this ship is a mech and infantry transport. It's designed to get in fast, provide cover while unloading, and get back out just as fast. It is not a capital ship. I don't care how many weapons we glue to the hull, it will never stand up to even a single heavy cruiser in a fight. Find another plan.
Okay, we'll come up with another plan. But I still think the seemingly random strikes would be effective.
I'm not arguing against that concept. I'm just not going to bring this ship, loaded with people, repeatedly into a fight where we are heavily outnumbered and outclassed in weaponry, armor, and shielding. That's an invitation to disaster. Find another way.
Right. We'll find another way. But for now, let's head to Capnock and at least check in on the clan. It will be up to them to decide whether they want to come with us.
The council will decide,
Gronok growled.
And we will persuade them.
Duke nodded. I think that's good. Whatever the case, meet me in the mech bay in 10 minutes with all your clanmates. I have something to show you all. Then we will be heading straight for Capnock. Duke teleported down to the mech bay and began to pull mechs from his inventory, placing them in their individual slots. Most mech slots seemed to be of a standard size, but there were 3 that were much larger. Duke guessed the 3 were for exactly what he was putting in one, the Titan mech. He performed a cleanse and restore on each of the mechs and replaced the cores in the ones he had removed them from, finishing up with the Titan. He had even taken the 2 clan mechs that had been nearly destroyed to place next to the other steel tusk mechs. He had barely finished up when the orcs entered the mech bay. He met them at the entrance with a shit-eating grin. Hello, everyone. I picked up a few more mechs for the clan. You might want to change their color schemes, but I think you're going to like them.
By homage infected tusk, that's the Titan mech. And the Yabin dancer, she lives again. But how? How is this possible?
Myra stepped into the mech bay smiling.
That's Duke's doing. He has a crazy ability that fixes things like new.
Just like that?
Urgoth asked. Just like that, Duke responded. Like I said before, I'm done hiding. I'm going to use all my abilities, including this one, for our benefit. If it helps us steal mechs from the Syndicate that they think were lost or destroyed, I'm going to do just that. If I can use my abilities to destroy their ships, I'll do that too. You are in this for as far as you want to go, but I'm going to take this to the end. They chose us as enemies, now they will have to deal with the consequences of that choice.
Yes, you sound more and more like one of us, Duke,
Grodok said.
We 6 steel tusks stand with you at the minimum. When the clan sees what you have done for us, I am sure they will also join. Especially since the Syndicate will have cut them off from mech transport,
Urgoth said.
Yes, brother, that is true. Let's make haste to Capnock and gather the clan.
Duke listened to the continuing conversation with only part of his attention. The rest of his mind was dedicated to the first teleportation waypoint on their journey to Capnock. When he felt sure of the destination, he moved the ship across the first 10,000 light-year jump. The only indication in the mech bay was that Duke sagged slightly as he had used nearly his entire mana pool to make the jump. After a few seconds of regen, he teleported back to the bridge, leaving the orcs and Myra in an animated discussion of deployment tactics with a full mech bay and how the Titan mech would fit into those plans. Duke took over the navigation station again. It was becoming so common for him to be there that it was now an unwritten rule that anyone sitting there simply moved when he came on the bridge. He didn't mind. He was used to being in charge, but not used to being the final level of leadership. He knew that he had all but abdicated his role as the King of Stormstride with his continual absences. There was underlying guilt there, even though he had set the kingdom up for success on both economic and military fronts. It wasn't the entirety of the reason that he wanted to head back to Teldin, but it was one of them. Duke's mana had refilled, so he set the second waypoint in his mind and teleported the ship along. This continued for the next several jumps before Myra and the orcs rejoined him on the bridge. He waved at them as they entered.
Duke, where are we?
Myra asked, her tone rising with concern. One stop from our destination. Everyone ready?
Ready for what?
Morka asked.
This!
Duke activated his final teleportation to get them to the Capnock system. They arrived close enough to the planet that it was recognizable on the view screen with some magnification. What they saw around the planet set off alarms.
Syndicate ships!
It was hard to say who said it first, but the realization hit them all at essentially the same time. Myra landed in the captain's chair so fast that no one was sure they even saw her move. She had the ship's shields on at full before anyone else could even take a step. The weapons were deployed and fully energized by the time the Steel Tusks had decided to head for the mech bay. For them, the fight had come to their home, and they were going to defend the clan with everything they had. Chapter 39. Myra quickly had the Syndicate ships up on the screen. She let out a sigh of relief and relayed what she saw.
It's 6 transports, 12 freighters, and 4 escort ships. This could have been a whole lot worse.
She used the ship-wide broadcast so that everyone could participate in the conversation. "What's in the transports?" Duke asked.
Can't tell. Sensors aren't that good.
They could have thousands of troops with mechs and who knows what else on those transports. We should destroy them before they can deploy to the planet.
Murgon declared.
What if they have clan prisoners on those transports?
Morka countered. That caused everyone to stop and consider the matter. "I need to get closer," Duke announced. "If I can get within a few hundred kilometers, I can see what or who is on the transport ships."
They've seen us by now,
Myra said.
"We're not going to take them by surprise at this point, and they will be contacting us with demands shortly, I expect."
"If they have taken hostages, they all die," Duke declared.
Weren't we going to kill them all anyway?
Gronok asked. "Good point. Anything you can see down on the planet's surface?" Myra changed the main screen's focus and pulled up what information she could.
"I am seeing explosions and evidence of fighting surrounding a massive black castle of some kind."
The clan hold! They assault the clan! Get us down there!
Duke studied the fighting for a long moment before calling for action. "Steel Tusks, prepare for rapid deployment into a hot landing zone. I'm going to place you behind where I think their command and control mechs are. Hit them with everything you can bring to bear while Myra takes on the escort ships." Myra glared at Duke.
"Didn't I just tell you that this ship can't take on capital ships?"
"Those are transport escorts, not capital ships. You can take them, and I'll make sure we stay in one piece while you do. Once the escorts are taken care of, I'll join the fight on the surface while you provide cover, Myra."
"Negative, Duke. The transports and freighters are armed as well. I'm going to have to stay up here just to keep them in check."
"Okay, then let's get the Steel Tusks deployed."
And the Thorned Rose? We will not sit out this fight when our brothers and sisters in arms defend their home.
"Shit. Okay, gather your troops in the mech bay too. I'll place you all in behind the mechs."
Very well. We'll be in position in 30 seconds.
30 seconds, roger. That will give me time to recharge the ship's mana. Duke didn't waste time and teleported to the engineering section to refill the ship's 2 mana cores that needed it. One was empty, and the other was down by about a quarter. It took nearly the full 30 seconds to fill them up, but it kept him distracted from worrying about the coming battle.
"The escorts have broken away and are burning for us at full thrust."
"Good. That means they've noticed us and want this fight. Probably trying to prevent us from getting to the planet and deploying. Let's give them a fight they won't live to remember. Everyone set in the mech bay?"
Come see for yourself.
Duke teleported himself down to the mech bay and saw the Thorned Rose mercenaries formed up in an 8x8 square, weapons pointed in all directions around them. The 6 Steel Tusk mechs were arranged in 2 triangular formations next to each other. They were similarly poised with weapons ready for action. "Damn! Glad you were all on our side. That's fucking intimidating. Go give them hell. I'll join you when we're done up here. Transit in 3, 2, 1, now!" Duke sent them to the planet and then returned to the bridge to check in on Myra.
"Glad you could make it, Duke. You had better keep my ship in one piece or I'm gonna be pissed."
"Don't worry, we've got this," Laia shouted from her console.
"Missiles inbound. 10,000 kilometers in closing. Countermeasures engaged. The anti-missile lasers should be able to get them."
"How far away do the lasers engage the missiles?" Duke asked thoughtfully.
"They will start at about 100 kilometers, but usually are not effective until inside 50 kilometers. Why do you ask? You have an idea?"
"Oh, I have an idea, all right." Duke grinned with malice as he tried something he had never thought of before, and attempted to combine his combat sense and dungeon sense abilities to track the missiles and be able to react to their approach as he planned. After several seconds, he realized that it wasn't going to work as he hoped. The 2 abilities had significantly different range scales and were not compatible for the situation.
5,000 kilometers for the missiles. They have reached their maximum acceleration. 9 seconds until we can engage."
"Got it," Duke acknowledged. I hope these missiles are not set up with any IFF capabilities,
What the fuck is IFF?
Myra asked.
1,000 kilometers.
Identify friend or foe. It keeps your own team's missiles from hitting you.
That's cool, but not something I'm concerned with right now. 500 kilometers!
Duke concentrated on his dungeon sense, waiting for the missiles to enter his 300-kilometer range. Once they did, he teleported the missiles in front of where the sensors told him the enemy ships were, taking care to reverse their orientation. Quickly, the missiles disappeared and reappeared on the screen right in front of the enemy ships. While the missiles lost all momentum as part of the teleportation, their engines were still active and firing. They streaked towards the enemy ships, accelerating from their static start. The response from the ships was immediate as their own missile countermeasure systems activated. Lasers pierced space, firing rapid pulses at the missiles that were just too close. Of the 40 missiles that had been launched, 30 were destroyed. 6 missed the ships, but 4 impacted the lead ship. The explosions of mana from the impacting missiles concealed the approaching ships from the Iron Reaver's sensors for a few seconds. When things cleared up, there were only 3 ships coming. The 4th was spinning uncontrollably away, venting air from its forward sections. 1 down, 3 to go, Duke announced.
Got any more tricks like that? If you can take another one out of the fight, I'm confident that I can handle the other 2.
Teleportation is the only ability that I have that I can use at these ranges. If we get inside 15 kilometers, I can use a few more. I really need to amp remote casting up a bunch.
Enough commentary. Get to doing something.
As the ships were still well out of his dungeon sense range of 300 kilometers, he couldn't target the crews and pull the trick he pulled on the heavy cruiser and teleport them away. He tried for the next best thing, teleporting the ships themselves. Knowing that the mech shields somehow resisted his ability, he expected that the ships would have a similar resistance. He overchanneled the ability, using nearly half his mana to teleport one ship into the path of another. Duke felt the strain as his ability fought to penetrate the ship's shielding and grab hold of it. After a full 10 seconds of concentration, his ability latched on, and the ship appeared immediately in front of the other. The collision was not exactly everything he had hoped for. The shielding for both ships flared with massive expenditures of mana, and the ships deflected off each other. Both ships were sent well off course and, at least for now, somewhat out of control with their shields flickering. Best I can do for a bit. That used up most of my reserves.
That's good enough. Those 2 won't get here until I am well done with the single. You had better find some more reserves because we're going to need repairs before this fight's done.
Working on it. When will we be in weapons range? Duke's question was answered as the approaching ship opened fire, beams of focused mana and elemental energy nearly instantly closing the distance to their ship. The impact to the Iron Reaver's shields seemed minimal to Duke as they returned fire. Myra's fingers flew across her controls as she expertly manipulated the ship's angle, acceleration, and weaponry to get the best positioning for both offense and defense. Duke had never seen her move like this before, and he suddenly felt a deep-seated longing for the cockpit again. He missed the melding of man and machine and the sense of power he got while sitting in his fighter.
Get to the cause!
Myra ground out each word as she was now fighting all 3 ships. Duke didn't hesitate to teleport to the engineering section. There, he found that 2 cores were already drained, and the constant hits on their shields were quickly draining a 3rd. He immediately set to refilling the 2 drained cores as fast as he dared. Despite his efforts, he had only slowed the draining of cores. There was only so fast he could safely fill them. He continued as the ship shuddered from a hit that must have gotten past the shields. Duke reflexively restored the ship and went back to tending the cores. The 2 he was working on were now filled, but 2 more were completely drained. He switched cores and hoped Myra was at least damaging the other ships. Duke was on his 4th set of refilling cores when he started to gain ground. God, I hope that means that she finally put one of them out of the fight. He had restored the ship 8 more times during this frantic core maintenance period.
They are breaking off and running!
Myra's call echoed through Duke's comms, and he finished topping off the cores as he was working on before returning to the bridge.
Don't let them flee!
Laya shouted.
Doing my best, but like I keep saying, this ship is not made for this!
Duke reached out and tried to grab onto the only remaining ship he could see. Its shields were barely flickering, and he could feel his power latching on.
Fuck! They are activating their star drive and I can't reach them with any of our weapons!
Duke focused his teleportation ability on the fleeing ship and remembered what happened when he used it on a ship in exospace using their star drive. He kept that feeling locked in his mind and activated his ability the instant the ship used its star drive to enter exospace. He lost his ability lock on the ship, which, at this range, he hoped that it meant the ship was destroyed.
They got away! Shit!
Myra shouted. Maybe not. I might have been able to detonate their star drive as they jumped into exospace. I'm not 100% sure, but it is a strong possibility that it worked.
Well, that's possibly good news, and thanks for keeping the ship together. There's no way we would have made it on 3-on-1 like that if you hadn't. Now, let's see what everyone else is up to.
Chapter 40. Myra turned the ship towards the freighters and transports, only to see them burning away from the planet at maximum acceleration. Her hands danced across the ship's controls before she looked up with resignation in her eyes.
There's no way I can catch up to those ships with the head start they have on us.
I could teleport us to them.
Then we would have to fight them and likely destroy them to prevent them from escaping if we could handle them all at once.
We can't just let them go. They could have hostages on those ships.
I'm open to suggestions.
Duke growled and weighed his options. Again, he had to face the fact that he really only had one long-distance option. He steeled himself. Wish me luck. And then he was gone, having teleported into the path of the fleeing ships. His dungeon sense frantically worked to identify everyone on the ships while his flight ability desperately struggled to keep up with the accelerating ships. He started with the lead ship. It was a freighter, so Duke hoped it would have fewer people on it, and he could dismiss it and move on to the next. As he expected, he only found syndicate crew on the ship and moved on to the next. He knew his time was running out as he was pushing his flight to its limits, but the ships were starting to accelerate away from him at such a rate that he had to teleport back to the ships, all but nullifying his flight's ability to keep up. One by one, he scanned the ships for members of the clan but found none. He was down to the last transport when he noticed two things at the same time. First, there were clan members on the ship with a group of syndicate troops surrounding them. Second, all the ships were starting to spin up their star drives to make their escape jump. There was no more time. Duke poured all his will and every drop of mana into penetrating the transport shields for one desperate teleport. Pain lanced through his brain as he pushed past his limits and ripped the mana cores out of the ship. Everything went black as Duke passed out from overstrain yet again. The star drive and all other propulsion for the ship fell silent. Its acceleration ceased, but its velocity, of course, did not. Its sister ships all made their escape jumps, leaving the stricken vessel behind. A dull thud was heard reverberating through the hull as something hit and bounced off. Panic flashed through the crew as emergency lighting flickered on, and the normal sounds of the ship's operation fell silent. For the clan members, this was their opportunity. They pounced on their captors, capitalizing on their confusion and hesitation to get close enough that the mana rifles were too awkward to use. Even though the clan prisoners were not of the warrior caste, they were still proud members of the Steel Tusks clan. They had been raised fighting daily, toning their bodies and hoping they would have what it took to join the elite warriors of the clan. Those fighting for their lives on the ship had not passed the warrior trials and had been relegated to support roles for the clan, but today they were fighting for their lives. The fighting was brutal and without mercy. The Syndicate soldiers were all highly trained and had well-enchanted gear. Their initial pause had given the clan members the advantage. That advantage faded once the soldiers broke out enchanted blades, and orc blood began to spill in earnest as the fighting turned truly desperate. Duke awoke, spinning in space, disoriented and confused. Seconds later, the fog began to lift as his health and mana returned. He could see the barest glow of reflected sunlight fading into the distance, and hoped it was the ship. He teleported as close to it as he could figure, and was able to get in range of his dungeon sense to scan it. What he saw was a horribly bloody fight that he couldn't identify friend from foe as they melded together in his vision. In an instant, he was on the ship. There was no resistance as the shielding had faded with the disappearance of the mana cores. He was suspended over the hold where the clan members were struggling for their lives. They had initially outnumbered the soldiers, but reinforcements had arrived at some point. Duke quickly noted the orc bodies on the floor mixed with the Syndicate soldiers. He unleashed an arcing bolt of lightning that struck every Syndicate soldier, stunning them. There were also a number of orcs caught in the blast. He hoped they would be okay, but he didn't have time to spare on finding out. Before the flash had even cleared from stunned eyes, Duke set upon the Syndicate soldiers with his tonfa. He bashed heads with his full strength, killing most with a single blow as they lay helpless. He did not consider holding back or showing any mercy. This was a war, and an enemy that took non-combatants as hostages did not deserve any kindness or mercy. More soldiers poured through the doors into the chamber, and Duke met them with a blast of force that slammed them into the sides of the corridor, denting the metal with their bodies. Pulped and bloody corpses slid down the walls, oozing with expelled bodily fluids to puddle on the floor. Duke spun around to see why the sounds of fighting had ceased behind him. He was met with grim-faced orcs wielding stolen blades and whatever else they could find as weapons. One was holding what looked like the lid to a garbage can. They were ready to fight anyone who came along despite the obvious wounds. Duke spoke before any misunderstandings could lead to further tragedy. "My name is Duke. Gronok and Urgoth sent me to rescue you while they and their triads fight the Syndicate down on the planet. You have wounded. Take and use these." Duke pulled out the various healing potions he had stashed in his inventory and started to hand them over to confused orcs.
"You are the entire rescue party?"
Was anyone else truly needed? Duke's response was short and to the point. He had effectively eliminated the entire remaining Syndicate force. He could tell that there were a dozen left on the ship, and they had all locked themselves in the bridge, desperately trying to figure out a way to call for help in a ship that had absolutely no power from its cores.
"I suppose not. What did you do to those Syndicate soldiers?"
Duke glanced over to where the apparent leader of the orcs was pointing and realized that she was indicating the reinforcements that were caught in the hallway. He sighed. "This is not my first run-in with the Syndicate, and since they won't stop coming for me, I have stopped being nice and leaving their troops alive when I am done with them. That was some force magic applied with little restraint."
"I think they're going to need a mop to clean that up,"
another orc remarked.
It's going to smell really bad in here in a short while.
Right, good call. Duke smiled as he activated his cleanse ability over the area, cleaning up the mess and leaving behind only the smushed bodies.
Who are you, really?
The name's Duke. I am a new friend to the clan and have come to kick the shit out of the Syndicate wherever I find them, which, admittedly, is practically everywhere I seem to go. We ran into them on Altus Marin 6, which is where we rescued Urgoth and his triad. But first we ran into them on Turin Station, which is where I met Gronok's triad. The Syndicate was trying to take our ship, and the Steel Tusks helped us kick the Syndicate forces to the curb. There is more to it, but that is the highlights.
I am Droga. Thank you for coming to our aid. I don't know what to make of your story, but the names and locations align with what I knew from the council meetings. Now it seems that taking the bridge is our next move, so we can take this ship and go back to Capnock.
Duke finally had a moment to actually look at the orc who had stepped up as the apparent spokesperson, or leader of this group of captured clan members. She was shorter than any of the orcs Duke had met to this point. What she lacked in height, she made up in muscular bulk. Her hair was short and sparse, sticking up like clumps of trimmed beach grass. Her tusks were yellowed with age and capped with carved brass. Her wrinkled skin showed her age, but there was a deep fire in her green eyes that encouraged Duke. I guess the question I have for you first is whether you want this ship to use after this, or whether you just wanted it for the trip back planetside.
This is a poor excuse for a transport ship, but it would be enough to get us back home. I'm sure it has some value for sale or scrap. The clan has no interest in keeping a ship such as this. Were it an actual warship, we might have need of it, seeing as the Syndicate has placed themselves in opposition to us.
They have for sure, and I'm going to help you all kick their asses. But since you don't want this ship, that makes it easier. When you are ready, I will teleport you to the Iron Reaver, our dropship. It is a far better ship than this piece of Syndicate trash. They will take you back down to the surface while I finish this ship and its crew off. She looked at Duke for a long moment before turning back to the rest of the group.
Gather the dead and wounded. We will be going home soon. But before then, raid this ship. Reclaim everything that is ours and steal anything that is not.
Duke's smile grew at Droga's call to action. If you'll excuse me, there's a bridge crew that needs a swift introduction to the cold vacuum of space.
Oh, yes. Let them feel the panic as their blood freezes.
Duke focused his dungeon sense yet again to make sure no one had moved. What he found was that they had armed themselves and were all facing the entryway. Focusing on trying new things in the few minutes he had while the ship was being eluded, he experimented with his abilities. First, he tried to identify the members of the bridge crew through his dungeon sense. He got the sense that it was possible, but not at his current rank of ability. Next, he tried to use Identify in conjunction with remote casting. That worked like a charm, and he was able to discover that the only crew member that was above a Tier 2 was the captain, who was a low Tier 3. Duke considered popping onto the bridge and intimidating them all before he decided it just wasn't worth it. He decided to try one more thing. He focused on his teleportation ability and tried to just teleport their bodies into space, leaving everything else behind. To his surprise and delight, it worked. He followed up by appearing on the bridge and collecting all that was left behind into his inventory before heading back to the hold to wait for the steel tusks to be ready. It took no more than 10 minutes for them to be back in the hold, rearmed and armored in their own gear, plus carrying all sorts of other things that they had taken from the ship. Duke looked them over and offered a salute. My sorrows for your losses, but my heart swells with pride that they fought and died in battle with our enemies. Duke was not sure of the phrasing, but his xenoglossia conveyed the sentiment into their language, and he got the reaction he was hoping for.
To die in battle is to live in glory.
The refrain was universal and shook the walls with volume and enthusiasm. The bloodthirsty grin that spread across the tusked clan members set Duke into the right mood for what was to come once he dropped them all off. Prepare yourselves. It is time to go, and I will be leaving you once I deliver you to the Iron Reaver. There is much still to be done, and I am sure the fighting on the surface has not ended yet. One orc raised a hand to forestall Duke, but he paid it no heed as he teleported them all, including the dead, to the largest common area on the residential decks. A startled Laya greeted them. Duke didn't stick around and instead headed up to the bridge to check in with Myra. Myra, I'm back. I was able to rescue a bunch of the Steel Tusk hostages. Some died in the battle before I could get to them. They are in good spirits for now and are in the common room on the residential deck. Any word from Planet Side on how things are going?
It's rough down there. Even with the reinforcements we brought, they are being pushed back. There are just too many Syndicate mechs for them to handle.
Do you have any way of contacting them in the infantry? For that matter, is there a way to broadcast to everyone down there all at once?
Yes to both. What do you have in mind?
Good. Put me on our channel first, please.
You're on now.
Attention, Steel Tusks and Thorned Rose. This is Duke. I need you to pull back immediately. You do not want to be in range of what is about to happen to the Syndicate forces. Gronok, let me know when you are all clear.
Duke, we're fucking neck deep in the Syndicate forces. There's no way to withdraw and there's just too many of them.
Understood. Prepare to be forcibly pulled out of the fight for your own safety then. Duke cut the channel. Is there any way for me to feed the call everybody through my comms crystal?
Sure. What the hell are you doing, Duke?
Showing our enemies what happens when you mess with my friends and allies. You may as well start towards the planet. The Syndicate forces are about to die horribly. Set up the link.
You're connected.
Duke gave her a nod and teleported over the fighting, maintaining his height with his flight. Using his dungeon sense, he located every allied troop, mech, civilian, and essentially everyone not Syndicate. He immediately could see what Gronok had meant. There were no battle lines. Things had turned into a bloody slugfest with forces mixed and fighting each other tooth and nail. Without further consideration, he teleported all but the Syndicate forces a kilometer away. The Syndicate forces broke into temporary confusion as the fighting suddenly ceased and their opponents vanished. Instead, they saw a single figure glowing in the sky above, obscured by smoke and the dust kicked up by fighting. Before they could act, a voice cut into their comm systems. Syndicate forces, you have attacked my allies without provocation or reason. You have been judged and found guilty of this crime of war. Now, I take your very souls as recompense. Duke activated Umbral Reaper, overchanneled with over 40 million mana, focused entirely on the Syndicate forces. A few shots came his way before the ability took effect, but they were not particularly accurate at this range and angle. He ignored them as his ability started despite one shot clipping his leg. Dark forms rose from the ground, sucking the light and life from the area. Nightmare creatures of all shapes and sizes clawed up Mech's legs, passing through the ineffective shields. They grabbed Syndicate infantry and tore through them without leaving a trace save for the looks of absolute horror and terror left on their frozen faces. Mechs ran and tried to dodge the horrors but fared no better than the infantry. Over the course of a full 5 minutes, the creatures of darkness reigned over the battlefield, their cries and shrieks freezing most every onlooker in place. In the end, the creatures faded back into the ground, and all that was left on the battlefield were the dead. Duke called over the comms again. The field is clear of the Syndicate forces, and now I must rest. He did not go down to meet the Steel Tusks, but instead landed some distance away to recover. All his abilities had a cost, but most were simply mana. This one, however, had a cost on his sanity. He knew he would recover, but watching your every nightmare come forward and wreak havoc was physically taxing. It was one of the reasons Duke continually pumped up his psyche in the hopes it would help him compensate. He thought it was helping, but he could not be sure as he pushed the ability further and further every time. It could just be giving the ability more fuel to work with. The thought caused a chilling shudder to crawl down his spine. Chapter 41. To distract himself from the after effects of his ability, Duke went through his notifications. There were a lot, so he skimmed most, but some were more poignant than others. For contributing to the slaying of 2,016 foes of Tier 3 or lower, you receive 122,400 experience. For directly slaying 62 Tier 4 foes of similar level to you, you receive 992,000 experience. You are now level 145 and have 144 characteristic points to spend. Your abilities have seen growth. Your teleportation has increased to Grandmaster 81. Your regeneration has increased to Master 9. Your overchannel has increased to Adept 106. Your mental fortitude has increased to Adept 45. Your force has increased to Initiate 49. Your Umbral Reaper has increased to Adept 81. Your cleanse has increased to Practiced 44. Your restore has increased to Master 79. Your identify has increased to Practiced 22. Your remote casting has increased to Initiate 16. Your inventory has increased to Practiced 52. Your armor skin has increased to Adept 73. Your flight has increased to Practiced 79. Your dungeon sense has increased to Master 39. Your dungeon core creation has increased to Adept 31. Your diplomacy skill has increased to Practiced 14. You have single-handedly defeated a superior force again through the application of horrific abilities. This has been witnessed by the entire Steel Tusk clan while you acted in their defense. This action, combined with your inspired words to their foes, has had a significant effect on their collective attitude towards you. There are some among the clan who regard you as a potentially divine being. Be wary of the unwitting steps towards godhood, as you may find the end result more restrictive than expected. Duke found the last notification more than sufficient distraction. I don't know what I am becoming or what I ultimately will be in this world, but no fucking way am I going to be a god. I'll take a bit of hero worship because I am that awesome, but that's as far as that needs to go. I'm just getting by and doing the best I can with an increasingly shitty hand. Settling his thoughts, Duke headed back to the battlefield to find the steel tusks congregating around the fallen foes. He saw more than one body being kicked out of the way. Clearly, they had no regard for their syndicate foes. As he approached the point where he saw them congregating, he noticed Gronok's mech in the center and picked up his pace.
And here he is now,
Gronok announced.
Everyone, please allow me to introduce you to Duke. Duke is our staunchest ally in this new struggle against the Syndicate. As you can tell by the fallen foes around us, he is a terrifying force on the battlefield. You could say that again. I damn near pissed myself watching whatever in the hell's that was.
Duke did not see who had said that, but the laughter that followed refreshed his heart. He smiled. Yeah, that ability takes a bit of nightmare fuel. Is everyone okay? I know it was a pitched battle when I got here, so I hope I arrived in time. A wizened orc elder stepped right up to Duke, sizing him up with her roomy red eyes. Despite her bent-over posture, her eyes were still right in line with Duke's. She squinted.
You don't look like any god I've ever heard of.
Duke stared the orc straight in the eye. That's probably because I am no god.
Then why does the system label you as a chosen champion of a true elder?
Is that what it really says? Duke asked, shocked.
Indeed, youngling. That is what the system says. Care to explain that?
Another voice cut in.
Grandmother, please. The Duke came hundreds of light years to come here and save us from the Syndicate attack. Don't offend him.
Sure, I'm not offending him. I'm asking him a question. Learn the difference, child. Now, if you would answer my question...
Grandmother? Duke hesitantly started before receiving a nod from her to continue. I am indeed the chosen champion of an entity, but that in no way, shape, or form makes me a god. I may no longer be human, and I may have abilities far beyond most. I am still not a god, nor do I ever want to be treated as such. Ever. She smiled, showing her few remaining teeth beyond her pair of cracked and yellowed tusks.
This one passes. He may enter the hall.
That's not your call, crone.
An equally old and hunched orc hobbled up, supported by a cane.
That is my call to make.
Very well, make your decision already, you feeble, crotchety old orc,
She replied impatiently.
I have decided that this one is allowed into the hall.
He did not wait for a response before turning and hobbling back towards the castle. The orcs surrounding them all smiled warmly with suppressed chuckles. Duke felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Gronok standing next to him. He whispered to Duke,
Now that you have met the two eldest on the council, they are a married couple that were old when I was a child. Somehow they still carry on annoying each other to no end. Come on, I'll show you the clan hold.
The walk back to the clan hold was interesting, as more and more orcs seemed to forget what they were doing and formed a crowd around the two of them. Gronok preempted Duke's question.
They are interested in who this strange human is that summons the terrors of nightmares to slay our enemies inside their own mechs.
Duke's typical response would have been self-effacing in the past. Now, he had the Overmind's words nearly constantly echoing through his mind. Good that they are interested in me, for I am the death of the Syndicate. They have made an enemy of me, and I will teach them that their only chance at survival is to come groveling at my feet, begging forgiveness and mercy.
That's downright bloodthirsty. This is good, very good. Now enter the citadel and be welcome in our hall.
The entrance was large enough to accommodate the Titan mech. Duke observed the carvings with all his senses, seeing beyond the blackened stone to the structures underneath. There were depictions of heroes in great battles that gave the entrance a greater weight than even the thick stone provided. As they proceeded through the gates and into the inner courtyard, the walls were lined with dead mechs. They were of many styles and types, and all bore grievous wounds that likely would have killed their pilots. Duke could see where many were propped up by reinforcements built into the very walls. The crowd dispersed around and ahead of them, heading into the clan hall. Duke presumed to get a good seat to watch.
These are the mechs of fallen champions of the clan. Whenever possible, we recover the mech of the fallen and bring it back here so that they can be honored for their sacrifice. No, and it's not the time to discuss such things.
Right. Sorry, continue with the tour. Gronach pointed out a large mech that was missing both arms and part of a leg. It was pitted with hundreds of holes that spoke to weapon impacts.
That mech was my father's. He sacrificed himself so that a dozen others could ambush a far greater force. He was the sole casualty from the clan, but no enemy walked away that day. It was a glorious death. I hope, when my time comes, I can be as brave and glorious.
When your time comes, you will go down, drowning in a river of your enemy's blood while you tear the last of their kind's throat out with your tusks. Gronach nearly stumbled.
You speak so much like a clansman. I almost forgot you were not one.
I understand the honor of battle, and how much better it is to burn out than fade away. It's been a phrase amongst my people for many generations.
It is a good phrase, one worthy of a warrior. Now, we enter the second gate and into the hall proper. I am sure I don't have to tell you that many here will not trust you, so do not give them a reason to not trust you.
Yeah, I get it. I'll let you do most of the talking until it is time for me to speak. I've been through enough D&C and command briefings to know when politics come into play. That includes when to shut the hell up and when to speak the hell up.
This will be the first one for a bit. Let the clan argue with each other.
A bit hard for me to make my case to evacuate the clan while not saying anything.
Let me talk. You are a powerful ally, but you are not clan. Your words will have little sway amongst the council.
So, I just stand there and look menacing?
Something like that. Do the eye thing if you need to.
They had been traveling down a wide hallway decorated with scenes of battles past. The scenes depicted had become increasingly primitive as they traveled. They had progressed from mech and ship-to-ship battles all the way down to clubs and spears. This only served to reinforce the clan's focus on martial tradition. Duke studied the scenes, committing them to memory as he casually spent his characteristic points, putting 44 into psyche and 100 into agility. Finally, they came to the Grand Hall of the Elders. The entrance was a grand arching hallway with each of the arches connected along a central spine. It gave Duke the feeling of entering through a gigantic beast's rib cage, with each rib curving into the wall, disappearing and reappearing, curving out just above the base of the wall. For all he knew, it actually was the ribcage of some ancient kaiju slain by the clan. Duke committed everything he saw to memory and adjusted the dungeon core for the clan accordingly. His dungeon sense was able to pick up on countless details he wasn't able to see from his current vantage point. But colors did not translate as well through the ability. As the precisely fitting, enormous doors opened up towards the pair, they were greeted with the grandeur of the hall itself. Duke was, in a word, underwhelmed. The chamber was a circle, no more than 20 meters across, that resembled a cavern more than construction. Each of the elders sat upon a pile of furs rather than any chair. The The piles of furs were resting on a raised ring along the outer edge of the chamber. He strode to a stop as Gronach silently indicated. He could feel the gazes of the elder orcs of the clan staring down upon him. He did not meet their gazes, rather standing at full attention. Gronach spoke first.
Elders of the Steel Tusk clan, this servant of the clan has returned with a new friend and ally to the clan. May I introduce him to the clan?
Tell us of his deeds that make him an ally, nay, a friend of the clan.
The one to speak was withered to the point that Duke wondered if she could even move from the furs she sat upon without help. She was seated in the center of the elders and was in direct alignment with the direction Duke was facing. Gronach related the tales of their exploits, starting from before he even met Duke, and describing the Syndicate's actions in taking over the mech transportation business. The story was detailed and unembellished. When he was done, the elder who had spoken earlier continued.
It would seem that this friend of yours has embroiled the clan in a fight against one of the largest organizations in all the cosmos. We are a strong and proud people, but even the Steel Tusk clan in its entirety does not have the resources to fight such an enemy. Perhaps it would have been better for you to allow the Syndicate to take over the transportation business and not bring this down upon our heads.
Duke opened his mouth but was silenced by Gronach's hand upon his shoulder.
Elder Mohawk, while I agree that we would be safer had we not opposed the Syndicate, I say that we would be instead slaves to their whims. Without being able to control our own transport, we cannot choose what contracts we wish to take and which we do not.
This started a fierce argument among the elders that got more and more heated. After a full 5 minutes of listening to the elders argue, Gronach escorted Duke back out. Gronach, isn't it a mistake to leave like this?
Nah, let them argue for the next few hours. They will tire and grow hungry. The real talking decisions are done over a meal. We have time.
He led Duke back out into the outer clan hold and towards the kitchens. Chapter 42. Hours later, they were gathered in the feasting hall, sitting along long stone tables. The ship's crew and, from what Duke guessed, the rest of the clan were in attendance. There was music being supplied by a boisterous group on an elevated stage. The music was primarily percussion-based, with drums made of monster hide, steel, and bone, all shaped masterfully to provide a beat that resonated throughout the hall and through the stone of the tables. Duke found himself unconsciously nodding his head along to the music as the savage beat appealed to him. Gronach sat on Duke's left, but the seat to his right was empty. He had saved it for Aurelia, but she had chosen to stay on the ship. Duke glanced at the empty chair. Darker and darker thoughts roiling through his head. Why am I even sitting here? I should be out doing things, not sitting here waiting for the geriatric crew to come to a decision. Does it really matter if the clan comes with the ship or not? Hell, all I really need the ship for is its navigation system. I can get myself wherever I want to go. I could plant the clan dungeon on the ship and leave everyone behind here. I have to get back to Teldon to check in, but beyond that, I have syndicate ships, bases, planets, whatever to destroy. The contest grows closer day by day, and I'm not getting any stronger sitting on my ass.
You seem troubled, my friend. Drink this, and it will ease your troubles,
Gronach said as he placed an earthen mug in front of Duke. Without a second thought, Duke took a long pull on the mug, the drink burning his throat all the way down and giving a pleasant surge of warmth in his belly. Thanks. I needed that. But I am not going to stick around and wait for a decision. I'm going to be leaving in about 6 hours. I have things I have to do, and my time to get them done is running out. I'll set up the clan dungeon on the ship before I leave. I don't know if I'll be taking the ship with me or not. That hasn't been decided yet, but I am leaving. I'm sure you know that the Syndicate is going to come here and attack in force, but from what I saw, the clan is not ready for that. I hate to be like this, but that is what I saw.
You are not responsible for the clan. I call you friend. I call you brother. But the clan must take care of the clan. It is not up to you to take care of the clan. Please do not leave without at least sharing one more departing drink.
That I can wholeheartedly agree to. Duke stood from his chair and downed the rest of his drink before heading down the table and tapping Myra on the shoulder. When she looked up, she saw the look on his face.
What is it, Duke?
I'm heading out in a few hours. I have too many things I need to do, and sitting around here is not going to get them accomplished. I will equip the ship to handle the clan and will come back to the ship when I can. That reminds me, is there some way I can find out where the ship is at any given time?
That's a lot to unpack, Duke. First, what the fuck? You're leaving just like that?
I need to go to Teldon and check in there, and then I'm taking the fight to the Syndicate. The longer I give them, the more they will know about me and the more ready for me they will be. I can't let that happen.
Then the Iron Reaver is coming with you.
What about taking the clan with us?
That's their call. But I'm not waiting around here and losing touch with you just because they can't see the writing on the wall. And no, there's no way for you to track the ship. That is purely by design. We're supposed to be able to infiltrate and drop off mechs undetected. Being able to be tracked really makes that impossible.
Damn, good point. I didn't think of that. Okay, I gave Gronach a 6-hour time limit. After that, we'll be heading out. I appreciate you wanting to stick with me. It hasn't been a smooth ride for sure.
I'm just waiting to see what the next upgrade for my ship you pull out of your ass will be.
If you put it that way, air filtration, that's the next upgrade.
I have to go get the ship prepped and let Lion know because she is going to want to come too. See you in a few hours.
When Duke caught back up to Gronach, the orc was surrounded by a group of young teens listening to his stories of battle and valor. Duke quietly took up a spot on the outside of the group and listened. He was outside of Gronach's line of sight, so the orc didn't see the look on his face as he related the tale of his heroic intervention on Turin Station.
Young one, know this. The Syndicate is making moves to take control of all mech transport. My triad was on Turin Station looking for transport since our previously contracted ship was no longer usable after an encounter with pirates. I had spoken with the crew of another ship and thought they might help us when their alarms went off. The Syndicate was attacking their ship in the hangar.
The oohs and ahs continued as Gronach related the tale. What surprised Duke was that there was absolutely no embellishment in the tale, just like with the elders. He described every action that he had seen, including Duke's fighting the troops without a weapon. The story was, however, focused on the mech activity, and he went into great detail of every hit that his triad both gave and received. After he was finished, he asked the group to offer up suggestions on what he could have done better and what they learned from his experience. The responses were enthusiastic and occasionally insightful. Duke stepped further into the group to some confused and somewhat hostile looks from the teens. Gronach intervened immediately.
Everyone, this is Duke. What I described of his barehanded fighting is the smallest of his capabilities. He is directly responsible for saving Urgoth and his triad on Altus Merin 6, and is a friend of the clan. Show him the proper respect.
In response, one of the older teens hauled off and swung a full-force haymaker at Duke's chin. In the split seconds Duke had to react, he decided to simply weather the blow. It was one hell of an unpowered punch, and would have likely flattened Duke had this been before he came to this universe. Now, the combination of Duke's characteristics and armor skin gave him the capability to withstand the blow as easily as an oak tree against a gentle breeze. He moved his head slightly to keep the teen from breaking bones, but otherwise didn't react. The teen stumbled back, clutching his hand and staring up at Duke. The rest of the teens cheered the show as Gronach guided the wounded teen away.
Go find yourself a healer, idiot. Everyone else, go and get to your practicing. Don't mind Kevin, he's a bit of a bully.
Kevin?
Yes, a most unfortunate name, which is probably why he became a bully now that I think of it. He thought if he could take you down, he could cement his place in the Warriors.
Didn't quite work out for him, did it?
Nope. Thanks for not making a big deal out of it.
Funnier this way. But I do have something to talk to you about.
Your departure?
Yes. It seems the Iron Reaver is leaving with me, so the clan has some big decisions to make and not a lot of time to make them. Sorry about that.
This changes things a great deal. I was hoping that I would have time to discuss it with the council.
If you want to discuss it, you have better get on with it. I have preparations to make of my own. Duke left the clan hold, heading for the ship. Once inside, he headed to the room that Myra had agreed to for him to plant the dungeon. It was a matter of a few seconds to plant the dungeon, and he left to let it grow into the space. His next stop was a teleport to a spot he had seen from orbit. It was an open area surrounded by rocky cliffs. Duke surmised that it was a river canyon at some point in the past, but it was dry now. Duke pulled one of the restored Syndicate mechs out of his inventory and spent nearly an hour going over it, learning its rune script and layout. As there was no instruction manual, he was reduced to guesswork. If I just trace this power transfer rune script, it should lead from the cores to the weapons, right? 3 hours later, Duke felt confident enough to get into the mech's cockpit and to try to pilot the thing. After 5 minutes of frustration, he discovered that the on-off switch was hidden under a protective covering. Sure, it makes sense to put it somewhere you couldn't accidentally turn the thing off in the middle of a fight. But this is fucking ridiculous! Okay, it's on. Time to get this thing moving. With great confidence, Duke started to walk the mech down the canyon. At least that was his plan. Instead of walking, it stumbled, and he managed to fire off the left arm weapon as he struggled to rebalance the thing. He failed at that too. Another 15 minutes of struggling with the most non-intuitive controls he had ever run into, he managed to get the mech back on its feet. After yet another hour of fiddling around with the controls, he discovered the most helpful switch in the entire mech. It, like every other control in the thing, was unlabeled. This switch reconfigured all the controls to fit his body configuration. Suddenly things became much more intuitive. Moving his left leg no longer moved the right arm and instead moved the left leg. What the fuck kind of creature was piloting this thing? I'm sure I have a body or two sitting in my inventory that might explain it, but that was completely frustrating. Duke spent the next half hour moving in the mech, finding that it was far more intuitive than he had expected. There even was a control pad for each hand that controlled the weapons. It finally was starting to feel natural when two things happened. First, he received a system message. As he went to open it up, his communications crystal fired up with Myra's voice.
Duke, can you hear me?
Sure, Myra, what's up?
The clan is rapidly evacuating to the ship. Is that dungeon ready for them?
I hope so. I really didn't think they would actually leave. I'll be there in a while. I have a few more things to work on before I head over.
Make it fast. We need to bug out of here soon.
What aren't you telling me?
A Syndicate dreadnought and supporting fleet has just entered the system. We have, at most, 2 hours to get clear before we have to deal with them.
I'll be right there. Duke teleported out of the mech and put it back into his inventory. He then read his notification before teleporting to the ship himself. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Mech Pilot at Untrained 1. This skill allows you to pilot the most common forms of mechs. At your skill level, you should avoid combat in a mech if at all possible. Additional practice is highly recommended. Duke arrived on the bridge of the Iron Reaver to find Myra and Laya frantically talking about the incoming ships with the crowd. The unique qualities of his teleportation ability would not allow him to arrive in an occupied space, so he found himself standing in front of the main view screen. He stepped back, looking up at the screen. Dominating the screen was a single ship that was bristling with weapons. It reminded Duke of a cross between an old U.S. battleship and a tic-tac. The ovoid shape had dozens of tremendous tubular weapons sticking out from the hull, with countless smaller shapes that Duke assumed were other weapons. Surrounding the ship was a cloud of smaller ships that he took for shuttles and small tenders.
Duke, you're here. Good. We can get things going. You see the fleet coming? We have to get out of here soon.
Yeah, I see one big ship and a bunch of shuttles. Not what I would call a fleet.
Those aren't shuttles, Duke. Those are heavy cruisers and smaller battleships.
Well, fuck. That puts the size of that thing in perspective. Let me go check on the dungeon while you get the ship ready to leave. Chapter 43. Duke ran down to where the dungeon entrance should be, dodging all sorts of clan members and others who seemed panicked and confused. He ignored them in his haste, counting on his agility to avoid colliding. After the third near collision, he opted to fly down over their heads since the Iron Reaver's corridors were especially tall. Duke guessed that was the case to handle different races, but the thought fled as quickly as it came. He arrived in front of where the dungeon entrance should have been. He was staring at an ordinary ship's door. What the hell is that? Duke placed his hand on the access panel to the room and was greeted with a system notification. Authority recognized and accepted. Dungeon, the Clanhold, requests a meeting with the Dungeon Emperor. Accept, yes or no. Duke accepted and was pulled into the dungeon. He found himself standing in the open area before the Clanhold where the mech battle had been upon his arrival on the planet. Standing before him was a single orc. She was, like most every member of her race, muscular and imposing. She stood nearly a full head taller than Duke and gazed down at him with fire in her green eyes.
"Why have you made me so?"
On the surface, it was a simple question with a simple answer, but Duke suspected there was more to it than that. Explain what you mean, and we can talk about it. I have very specific reasons, but I want to hear what grieves you first.
You made me capable of growing as an inner world, but have placed such onerous restrictions on me. I cannot grow seeds without your permission. I cannot even send explorers outside of my entrance. Why? Why have you done this to me?
You were made to house and grow the Steel Tusk clan. They will have need of dungeons within your inner world, but not right away. Your purpose is to sustain and grow the clan. They will be your wards, and it is up to you to keep them relatively safe. They are a clan built for combat, so providing them with challenges will keep you well occupied. Finally, you are planted on a ship, so you are confined here. That is just how it is.
I understand and will comply, Emperor.
The change in demeanor was sudden and jarring. Don't get all maudlin on me. I could have planted you on a barren world with no chance of anyone visiting you for centuries or longer. Would you have liked that?
No, Emperor. I do not wish to be so feral.
That's because I made you better and stronger than any feral dungeon. Fulfill your purpose.
As you say, Emperor.
There was a hint of pride in the dungeon's voice. Duke looked around and immediately realized he needed to make some changes. He flexed his dungeon manipulation ability and began to create some additional buildings outside the Clanhold itself. First, he created an enormous mech hangar with multiple workshop spaces and literally tons of raw materials. Fuck! That's not going to work! He removed the raw materials as they would not be allowed to actually leave the dungeon. That could have caused some serious problems. He created a set of doors large enough to accommodate the Titan mech that led to a blank wall. Not ready to set it up yet, but that will make for a good portal anchor. I'll have to find a good point on the outside of the ship to make the other anchor. Yeah, more to do. Duke extended the blank wall further into the small mountain he had raised for the hangar. After adding another set of doors, he was satisfied that he had an effective airlock. Similarly, he created another airlock at a small building that encompassed the dungeon entrance. He had no idea whether the airlocks were necessary, but since this was all attached to a ship, he wanted airlocks. Finally, he exited the dungeon to find the Council of Elders waiting for him in the hallway. Just what I fucking need. Old bastards coming to demand shit from me that they don't deserve.
Friend Duke, a word, if we may.
Duke locked his expression down with a force of will. Of course. Let's go to one of the briefing rooms and speak. He did not wait for a response. Duke maintained his calm demeanor as he entered the briefing room and sat down on the desk at the front of the room. He barely gave them time to sit down before he started. Enemies approach. The longer this takes, the less time I have to engage them before they arrive. You asked for this talk, so go ahead. The clan elders collectively leaned back away from Duke as he spoke, eyes hardening. Finally, the elder who had addressed him outside the clanhold spoke up.
You still have the arrogance of youth, but in this case it serves you well.
Duke made a get-on-with-it gesture with his hand. She continued with a slight smile.
I have been told that you have made a place for the clan on this ship. We need to know if it truly is safe and is large enough to hold the whole clan.
Is that it? Well, why are we wasting time? Yes, it's safe, and yes, it will house the whole clan and then some. Follow me right back to where we were. Duke paused and changed his mind. On second thought, he teleported himself and the group of elders into the dungeon. As they climbed back to their feet, Duke continued to speak. This may look like the clan hold, but it is a recreation of it. Things will not be precise, and if there is anything major that needs to be changed, I can make the changes for you. Duke pointed to the mech hangar. That is a hangar for mechs with space for workshops, and I don't know what else you might need, but we can get to it later. And this, Duke pointed to the smaller building behind him, is the door to the ship. It will work for you now. Feel free to use it as you wish. The ship itself is leaving in less than 2 hours. If you were on board or in here, great. If not, prepare to fight off the Syndicate fleet and whatever else they are bringing with them. I have to go now. He did not wait for a response, leaving them with stunned looks on their faces as he teleported back to the bridge. Myra, I've given the clan 2 hours to load up or stay. Does that give you enough window to get clear of the planet and run if needed?
What do you mean, if needed? I sure as hell am not fighting off a fucking dreadnought with a dropship.
No, but I'm going to go fight a dreadnought from the inside if I can manage it.
You'll never get past their shields. It's not worth you dying.
Don't worry about me. I have a plan.
Oh, I feel so much better now. Care to share that plan with me?
And the 30 other randos wandering around the bridge? No thanks. You really need to take hold of your ship and kick them off the bridge. He just barely ducked her swing, chuckling as he moved to the navigation console. She fumed at him for a moment before turning around and shouting,
If you do not have a specific function or reason for being on my bridge, get the hell off it now!
Duke suppressed a chuckle as he delved into the screens, and most everyone else scrambled to leave. He brought up the scans of the approaching ships and started to go into them heavily. He knew the scanners worked on some sort of divination magic. What he did not know was whether he could use his clairvoyance ability through them. He really needed precise details for what he was planning, and the scans just weren't detailed enough. Duke concentrated on his ability, trying to focus it through whatever magical means the scanners worked. At first, there was no reaction. Neither his ability nor the scanners reacted to his attempts to combine them. After several minutes of frustration, he decided to try another tack. He engaged his dungeon sense to delve into the rune scripting and see how it functioned. He stepped away from that path as well. I could eventually figure it out, but I don't have hours to try. Time for the dumbass approach. Duke engaged his stealth skill, aura concealment, and lasting disguise to make himself as unremarkable and difficult to spot as he could, and teleported into the path of the approaching dreadnought. He had his dungeon sense focused on the approaching ship, using as much of his more than 300,000-kilometer range as he could. With only seconds to act, he used his flight to give him an extra second of analysis before he put his plan into action. But even his remarkable flight speed was no match for the velocity of the ship. As the ship caught up to him, he teleported to the only other dimension that he knew overlapped spatially and immediately teleported back, hoping his timing was on point. His analysis had told him that Myra was right about the ship's shields being strong enough to prevent him from penetrating them with his ability used normally. He hoped that this would be an exotic enough approach that nobody had ever tried anything like it before. Duke caught a flash of an image in the alternate dimension before slipping back into this one. The image was fleeting, but left an impression. It was a vision of absolute darkness, beyond the light of any star. He had flashed into the outer edge of the universe where the paradox of the infinite and finite intertwined. He was stunned by the sight and was not at all ready when his ability ripped him back. He arrived, flat on his back, in what his addled mind took to be a storeroom. Everything hurt, but the pain began to fade as his regeneration took over and his mind cleared. Duke sat up and took stock of his surroundings. He was indeed in a storage area, but not a janitorial closet. This was an armory filled with all sorts of weapons. There were racks upon racks of swords, maces, and axes. There were also shields and a few suits of armor, all bearing the insignia of the Syndicate. There were also enchanted sidearms and rifles in racks. He smiled and pulled the entire contents of this armory into his inventory, thankful that he had removed so many of the mechs that were taking up space. I really have to let the clan know that the mechs in the mech bay are all theirs. Focus, damn it! Duke spread his dungeon sense out to survey the ship he was on and make sure it was, in fact, the Dreadnought. It only took a minute to realize that he was on a battleship and not the Dreadnought as he had expected. Do I have the time to steal a shuttle and make my way over to the Dreadnought? Would that even work? Probably not. Time for Plan C. Duke could sense someone walking down the hall nearby and teleported them into the armory. They were dead before they could react to the change in scenery. It was a simple matter to assume their appearance through his lasting disguise ability. Time to cause chaos. Duke set out for the bridge of the ship. Chapter 44. Apparently, the person whose identity Duke had stolen was innocuous because no one stopped him or really seemed to notice him on his way to the bridge. Duke kept his aura concealment ability on as well, which he thought might be contributing. It was only a 10-minute walk to get to the bridge. He stepped onto the bridge and saw the Dreadnought dominating the view screen next to the ship and again paused at the scale of it all. He stepped to the side of the entrance and saw the dozens of consoles laid out in semicircle terraces radiating from the captain's chair, set nearly at the rear of the bridge. The captain's chair was raised up, allowing the captain to look down upon all the bridge crew. Duke was unsure if that was from the practicality of being able to see everything happening around, or if it was from arrogance of the position. I still don't know enough about how the Syndicate operates to come to any conclusions. Communication from Sector Headquarters coming in on the Fleet Crystal, Captain. Open video protocol. Put it on the main screen. I expect the Commander wants all of us to see this. Record it for ship-wide transmission if this is what I think it is. The main view screen lit up with the image of the Sector Commander. The ship's captain tightened his grip on his command chair as he listened. Punishment Fleet Quasar, you are authorized to engage the Steel Tusk clan on planet Capnock. They have refused to conduct business with the Syndicate after all our good faith efforts. Make an example of them. If any do survive, bring them to me. Operation Mech Rise is nearly complete, and you will be pleased to hear that your sister fleet is on their way to some backwater planet called Telden to root out that annoyance from Altus Marin 6. Be thankful that it wasn't you who was selected to escort the hounds. A vicious smile spread across the commander's features before he finished his speech. "For glory and profit." The entire bridge rang with the response. "For the Syndicate!" At the same time, Duke's stomach fell. He was an unknown distance away from Teldon, fighting someone else's battle while his adopted home was about to be invaded. Rage rose within him, and he prepared to act. He was interrupted by his communication crystal.
Duke, where are you?
The sound rang out like a cell phone in church. In that moment, his innocuous cover evaporated as multiple sets of eyes turned towards him. He acted instinctively, activating his most potent ability and teleporting the entire bridge crew out of the ship and into the path of the dreadnought. "Fuck's sake, Myra! I'm on the bridge of the goddamned battleship!"
"Oh, so what's your plan then?"
"I think I'm up to Plan E at this point. I couldn't get through the dreadnought shields and my clever trick kinda missed, so I wound up here."
"Then take out the shields with the battleship."
"I doubt even this ship has the firepower to get through those shields."
"Probably not. But if you ram it in the right spot, you can probably take the shields down at least temporarily."
"About those piloting lessons we talked about? Yeah, we're a bit overdue. I'm not exactly rated on flying a battleship."
"I'll walk you through it, okay?"
"Better make it quick. The bridge crew I just launched into space is still alive. I got no system messages of their death."
"Shit. Okay, get to the captain's chair. First you'll—"
It turned out that the basic task of flying a battleship was not that hard, and Duke had it down in less than a minute. The ship was not designed for rapid maneuvers, but Duke managed to get it pointed at the dreadnought and aimed it at the aft section where the engineering section was. He watched as the battleship's engines pushed at full emergency power, closing the distance towards the dreadnought. He completely ignored the sound of pounding on the door to the bridge. It only took a few seconds for the pounding to increase to a panicked level intermixed with the sound of weapons fire. Duke smiled as the locked bulkhead to the bridge held firm, glad to have had something working in his favor. And then the dreadnought opened fire. The first shot made the entire battleship shudder as the shields bled the energy across the entire surface area. Duke responded by firing everything he could control from the captain's chair at the dreadnought. It did make for some slight fluctuations in the shielding, but wasn't potent enough to do much else. The follow-up full salvo from the dreadnought caused Duke to instinctively teleport away, appearing 1,000 kilometers above the dreadnought. He watched as the battleship's shielding failed and the dreadnought's weapons quickly gutted the ship. But the great thing about the use of energetic magical weapons rather than kinetic energy weapons was that they did not alter the course of the wreckage of the battleship, which still slammed into the dreadnought shields at nearly the full velocity Duke had set into its controls. Duke saw the flare and flicker of the dreadnought shields as they absorbed the impact, and he acted. He poured over 40 million mana into his teleportation and pushed with all his will. Instead of standing on the bridge, he found himself standing on the shielding of the dreadnought. He was directly over the bridge, 500 meters away from the hull of the ship, but still outside of it. Even his Grandmaster-ranked ability could not penetrate the shields despite how much they were strained. What truly surprised him is that standing on the shield moved him along with the ship.
"Duke, holy shit! Are you okay? Did you make it off the battleship?"
Myra's frantic calls came to Duke, but he could not respond, having no atmosphere to carry his words. Duke's mana regenerated as he stood on the shield, his stealth and related abilities apparently enough to escape notice for now. As he stood there contemplating his next move, Myra continued to call out to him.
"I don't know if you can hear me, but I am taking off. We will head for the first rendezvous point and wait there for 1 day.
Duke shrugged in response. There was little he could do without returning to the ship, but he had a final plan to try. Plan G now, I think. Just need my mana to finish refilling, This is either going to work spectacularly or not. Making sure I save enough mana to get back to the ship, and then it's go time. Again. Duke's mana topped off, and he prepared himself for his next step. He gathered his focus and prepared his ability, setting his feet and steeling his mind. His focus deepened, and he prepared to unleash. Suddenly he was blinded as the dreadnought's main weapon fired. Even though the weapon was on the belly of the ship, the flash ripped across his vision as a seemingly impossible amount of mana was released, which left him reeling from the up-close sight. It would take a few seconds for his regeneration to fix his burned retinas, but Duke didn't wait. He unleashed his ability. Duke had never used this ability with any significant range, even though he knew that it would work at a distance. Still, he unleashed Umbral Reaper with as much mana as he dared, leaving himself with only a few 100,000 left to get him back to the dropship. The ability reached into the cavernous depths of Duke's psyche and released all his inner demons into the world. Every frustration, insult, and disappointment came flowing out. But the ability reached deeper, latching onto the deeper pains in his psyche, the things he had hidden even from himself. It dragged the pain and loss, the horror of scenes that lurked beneath the depths of his mind. It pulled the fiery scenes of death and destruction his consciousness had learned to repress. All his failed hopes and dreams boiled to the surface and ripped out of him, seeking a place to rage, flesh to tear, and minds to consume. Duke screamed silently into space, his own enormous psyche strained to its limits as blood leaked from his eyes to freeze into streamers trailing off into the void. Umbral Reaper ignored the shielding of the ship and expanded inside the ship, spreading outward from Duke's target, the bridge. His expectation was that the ability would expand in a sphere and that much of its effect would be lost as it spilled out into space, but he knew he had to make sure the bridge crew was affected. Instead, it expanded inside the ship, starting at the bridge and filling the corridors, bypassing doors and tearing into victims. Inside the ship, creatures of psychic death and darkness raged. Most victims never understood what it was that attacked them before their own psyches and flesh were torn asunder. Some saw the creatures coming and attempted to flee or fight the horror. The creatures moved at the speed of thought when they attacked their victims. Escape was not possible, as the madness passed through walls as easily as air. There were some, however, who had their own strength of will, resisting when the creatures came for them. Even those able to resist were not left unaffected. Madness reigned supreme amongst the majority of the scattered survivors, as their own psyches had been forced to release their own inner demons into near physical form. Despite all that, there were still a small number that weathered the terrible storm, surviving intact. The system notifications immediately started flooding Duke's vision, and he decided that it was time to leave. He teleported to where the Iron Reaver was last, only to find destruction. The area around the Clanhold was blackened ash, filling a massive crater that surrounded the Clanhold shield for at least a kilometer around. The ship was just gone. Everything around the Clanhold was gone. Duke hoped that Myra had left before the blast struck as he stared at the scale of destruction around himself. Without warning, Duke was engulfed in darkness as every single one of his internal demons came home, slamming into his mind and burying themselves deep once again. This time, however, they brought new horrors with them, dragged from the crew of the dreadnought to fester deep in Duke's subconscious. He collapsed to the ground, curled in a fetal position as it all raged through his soul. Pain was an old friend of Duke's, and this time it came home with company. Chapter 45. Sometime later, Duke rose to his feet and took stock of his situation. First, I'm way too close to the clan hold if anyone attacks it with another weapon like the dreadnoughts. That was absolutely insane. Second, I need to find out if the ship got out of here. Duke teleported to the area he had used for his own mech training, hoping it was out of range of anything hitting the clan hold. He sighed as he realized that, once again, he didn't have the time needed to do what he wanted to do. With a sense of dread, he activated his communications crystal. Iron Reaver, this is Duke. Come in, please. It did not occur to him until after he spoke that he had reverted to his military radio discipline. Am I that anxious? Damn. He waited a few minutes and repeated the call. After an hour of repeating the call, he resigned himself to the situation. The ship was gone, and he was alone again. What did strike him as interesting is that there was no sign of the Syndicate fleet in the sky above. Maybe I really took the dreadnought out. That would be something. I guess I should check my notifications and see what they tell me. Then I must move on to Plan... Oh, fuck it. I'll call it Plan Z at this point. He just had too many notifications. Most were experience notifications. This was a problem he had run into before and managed to get the system to combine similar ones together and summarize. For defeating 87,196 foes of varying levels and tiers, ranging from 1 to 4, you receive 24,661,209 experience. You have gained 105 levels to reach level 250. You have tiered up to Tier 6. Your experience overflow gains you an additional 86 levels. You are now level 87. You have 3,717 characteristic points to spend. You have options for your Tier 6 advancement. Number 1. Create a new ability. Restrictions apply. Number 2. Gain an additional class ability. Tier-based restrictions apply. Number 3. Merge existing abilities to create a new ability. Number 4. Gain 600 bonus characteristic points. Number 5. Gain 100 levels in any skill or ability. Number 6. Increase the rank of any one class ability. You have improved several of your skills and abilities. Your stealth skill has ranked up to Practiced 3. Your aerial maneuvering skill has increased to Practiced 51. Your teleportation ability has increased to Grandmaster 106. Your regeneration ability has increased to Master 14. Your dungeon manipulation ability has ranked up to Practiced 14. Your aura concealment ability has increased to Initiate 27. Your lasting disguise ability has increased to Initiate 25. Your overchannel ability has increased to Adept 112. Your mental fortitude ability has increased to Adept 65. Your Umbral Reaper ability has increased to Adept 105. Your Cleanse ability has increased to Practiced 48. Your Restore ability has increased to Master 84. Your Inventory ability has increased to Practiced 58. Your Flight ability has ranked up to Adept 3. Your Clairvoyance ability has ranked up to Practiced 2. Your Dungeon Sense ability has increased to Master 48. You have gained a new skill. Starship Piloting has been gained at Untrained 1. Duke blew out a breath. Tier 6. 3,700 points to spend. Wow, that was more than I expected. Then again, I didn't walk into this expecting to kill almost 90,000 Syndicate troops. I should feel some way about that, but strangely, I don't. I have to deal with other harsh realities right now. The Iron Reaver is missing, and the whole clan with them. That blast would have been enough to destroy the ship for sure. Damn it! Time to see if the rest of the Syndicate ships are still around. Well, that and figure out what I'm taking for my Tier 6 ability. And allocate points. Have to do that too. Duke decided to allocate points first. He poured enough points into his agility to bring it up to 2,500, then brought his intuition up to 2,000. He then brought his base for strength, endurance, and reason up to 1,500. The remaining 176 points went into psyche, bringing it up to over 39,000 with his title enhancement. He suffered through the changes, but it was a pain he almost didn't notice anymore. The turmoil in his mind that he didn't even realize had been there settled back down with the psyche increase. With a shake of his head, he delved into the class abilities available to him. When he opened up the menu, he saw that he had 3 abilities available at his tier: Dungeon Monster Creation, Dungeon Engineering, and Dungeon Transportation. Duke delved into each in order. Now these look interesting. Dungeon Monster Creation. This ability allows you to create dungeon monsters outside of a dungeon. These monsters are wholly under your control and can be given commands or even piloted remotely. Given sufficient mana investment and ability rank, these creations could be intelligent and able to operate independently. Over time, these creations have the potential to earn experience and grow like any other lifeform. Dungeon Engineering. This ability is an evolution of and takes dungeon manipulation to a whole new level. It allows you to rapidly make dramatic changes in a dungeon's design and layout. A dungeon's entire theme, cast, and layout can be changed in a matter of minutes. It also significantly increases the value of items that can be removed from dungeons. Dungeon Transportation. This ability allows for instantaneous transportation from any dungeon to another dungeon that you have either planted or whose core you have visited. This transportation is limited to you, but can cover any distance across the cosmos and all associated dimensions. Duke spent some time pondering these choices, as they all seemed to have significant benefits to him. I don't need dungeon transportation since I have my teleportation that can get me anywhere I need to be. But then again, removing any distance restriction would be amazing. No, I'm going to skip this one for now. With my ability and stat increases, my maximum range on teleportation is now around 17,000 light years. I can get to where I need to be pretty quickly. Dungeon Engineering was another one that Duke discounted immediately, but that last line intrigued him. Just how significant is the increase in the value of things I can take out of a dungeon? Could I pop into a dungeon, create a custom-designed weapon to exploit an enemy's weakness, and pop out to hit them with it? Could I create an entire ship and fly it out? So many unknowns, but I'm certain I could at least do the weapon thing. That could be a game changer if I have any prep time. Or I could just create a bunch of weapons and have them sitting in my inventory. Finally, dungeon monster creation seems very interesting. I have no idea what the mana costs or restrictions are on it. It doesn't list a cap on how many I can create, so I could possibly make an entire army of rune-scripted dinosaurs to run rampant on my enemies. It might be a high mana cost, but my mana pool is tremendous right now, and it will only increase. I wonder how intelligent I could make a dungeon monster. Duke considered the choices before him and finally decided. He chose Dungeon Monster Creation and instantly was flooded with deeper knowledge about how the ability worked and what it cost to use. He imagined it would be very expensive to create powerful monsters, but since it was all a mana cost, he grinned as he knew his mana was way beyond what anyone at his tier should have. As he set about to create his first monster, he was interrupted by his comms crystal.
Duke, I don't know if you can hear me, but I could really use some help. This is Myra, and we are at the rendezvous point, but the Syndicate is in pursuit. I don't know how they followed us here, but there are 3 heavy cruisers chasing me, taking pot shots at long range. I can outrun them for quite a while, but they might be calling in some fast attack ships. That would be a bigger problem."
"I'm on my way," Duke responded, dismissing the screens for dungeon monster creation and pouring 10 million mana into a teleport to get him to the rendezvous point and another teleport to the bridge of the Iron Reaver, grinning like an idiot at not having lost everyone. Despite the 3 heavy cruisers in pursuit, Duke's mood had elevated instantly upon hearing that the ship made it out. The bridge was a vision of tension. The entire Elder Council of the clan were taking up stations assisting Myra and Laya, whose hands flashed over controls, keeping the ship ahead of their pursuers. The elders held on with white knuckles as they tried their best to assist. No one seemed to notice Duke as he arrived at the rear of the bridge, behind everyone.
"Don't let them open the airlock. Mechs aren't going to do shit against a trio of heavy cruisers."
The ship shook from another attenuated strike on their shields as Myra flipped a control to lock the mech airlock.
"Captain, I really don't think they care. They are going to go screaming into space and fight our enemies. That is the way of the clan."
Duke stepped forward. "Perhaps I can give the heavy cruisers something else to worry about."
"Holy fuck, Duke! I'm damned glad to see you. I don't know what you did to the dreadnought, but it got them pissed like I've never seen. They left the transports behind to pursue us, and the goddamn idiots in the mech bay think they can take them on."
"Let them know that I have it handled. Just keep your distance and out of weapons range," Duke responded coldly. He calmly walked over to the navigational console, Laya nearly leaping out of his way like prey fleeing the sudden appearance of a predator. Without a thought to her reaction, he pulled up a visual of the pursuing ships, only to discover that they were a design he did not recognize. He chuckled to himself as he realized that he had only seen one other design of a heavy cruiser, so his opinion of what was unusual was pretty weak. The ships were all the same design, which looked to Duke like giant metallic mantises. There was a roughly triangular forward section that Duke assumed contained the bridge that extended at an angle out of a neck which extended from the main body. It gave the impression that the head of the craft was looking down slightly from the body. There were a pair of wings on each side of the ship that seemed to hold the majority of the ship's weapons. Finally, there were legs extending under the ship which Duke assumed were for landing, or maybe they had some form of grappling capability. He just didn't know, or care. Duke looked up from the display of the 2 ships to meet eyes with Myra. "Fear not, I will squash these insects." He cringed inwardly at how he sounded to himself. He didn't want to think about how everyone else took it.
"Those insects have enough firepower individually to tear this ship to pieces with a single volley. And they have some sort of way of tracking us even after we jumped here, so that is more than a small problem. And what the fuck is up with your eyes?"
"My eyes?"
"Yes, your eyes."
Myra produced a small mirror and handed it to Duke. "Wow, that's new," Duke responded as he saw his eyes in the mirror's reflection. His pupils looked like a pair of burning coals surrounded by swirling black smoke. "No wonder everyone's so freaked out looking at me. Let me see if I can fix that." He pulled on his lasting disguise ability to bring his eyes back to their original appearance.
"Yeah, that's tons better. You don't look nearly as freaky. Now, you said something about having a plan to take care of our pursuers?"
"You bet. I'm going to go over there and kill all of them. Simple plan."
"Just like that?"
"Just like that."
"What about their shields?"
"Just watch." Duke teleported to the upper neck section of the leftmost ship. As expected, he was not able to penetrate the ship's shielding, but that was fine with Duke. None of the ship's weapons could reach him in this position, with them all being mounted below the wings of the ship. "Yep, this is the spot. Even if they send some poor soul out an airlock, I can handle them." Duke smiled as he placed his left hand on the translucent shielding below him and engaged his mana drain ability. Instantly, his mana pool was topped off, and the excess mana went somewhere he did not know, but he had some ideas on how to use it. He reached down with his other hand and engaged a second instance of mana drain. Mana from the shields rushed into and through him, but it did exactly what he was hoping for. It made a hole in the shielding that he could cast through as he moved his hands apart and kept the drain going. Pushing his symbol-casting ability, Duke used his clairvoyance to see into the ship. He saw a corridor with a few crew members moving about. With a grin, Duke employed his newest ability and began to create dungeon creatures in the hallway. He began with something simple, something he had only fought once but became very familiar with their capabilities. Duke started creating Twilight Stalkers inside the corridor with one simple instruction: kill everything they came upon. Creating them at a Tier 2, level 50 was easy and only cost a bit over 100,000 mana each. Duke chuckled at the cost as his mana regen had leapt up to over 800,000 a second. He could create the Twilight Stalkers with just his mana regen. Not that he needed to. The mana drain on the shields was supplying him with more than enough mana for his creations. Once he had created 50 of them, he paused to watch them propagate through the ship with his clairvoyance because it gave more detail than his dungeon sense for something like this. He liked what he saw. Chapter 46. Duke watched as his Twilight Stalkers spread out in groups of 3. Seems like a common thing, this triad. The orcs and the Twilight Stalkers all used them. Even these ships are in a triad. I wonder why that is, and if there is some system advantage to it. Doesn't matter right now. Back to the show. He watched as the Twilight Stalkers encountered random crew members in the corridors. There was no hesitation in them at all. They pounced, claws slicing through flesh easily. The first attack was a slash across the throat that left the crew member gurgling before the next one slashed open his gut and reached under his ribs. It came back with the man's still beating heart, carved out of his chest and quickly eaten. Their hisses of satisfaction filled the corridor as they moved on in pursuit of more prey. Duke created another 50 of the creatures and received a rather annoying system message. You have reached the limit of dungeon monsters for your current ability level. Increase your ability's rank and level to be able to maintain more monsters. The message was clear and to the point. Duke had to level up the ability. Maybe I should have gone for a higher quality instead. Make them a higher tier next time? I'll have to see what happens when they make it to the bridge, which they are about to do now. The Stalkers had encountered little resistance as the first groups approached the bridge. The second group had headed in the opposite direction down the corridor to wreak havoc throughout the rest of the ship. The first group approached the open door to the bridge, which Duke took for piss-poor security and was thankful for. The Twilight Stalkers rushed in, claws flashing and fangs tearing. The first members of the bridge crew went down, but the rest reacted quickly. Defenses were activated and weapons were snap-drawn. 2 more members of the bridge crew went down before the Twilight Stalkers were eliminated. Duke was underwhelmed. Did I overestimate my creatures, or did I underestimate the Syndicate crew? Whatever the case, I now have room to make more. Time to see if I can make Tier 5 monsters. Duke focused his ability and changed a number of selections. He upped their tier to 5, added special abilities, made them self-sustaining, and made them intelligent. Finally, he upped their mana pool to 10,000 and their health pools to 100,000, all for the cost of 1.1 million mana apiece. He grinned as he continued to use the draining shield's mana to fuel his creations. He found that the creation process took far longer for these creatures. It took him a full minute to make one, and the security alarms were ringing all over the ship. Security forces were spreading out and quickly eliminating the remaining stalkers from his second batch. The new creation, a Twilight Stalker champion, took form in the hallway just after a security guard walked by. It quickly pounced, and the results were just what Duke was looking for. The stalker tore through the guard's armor like butter. The guard struggled for a full 5 seconds, but the end result was never in question. It was quite possible that the stalker was playing with its victim. Duke's smile deepened as the stalker's wounds healed as he watched. He had instructed this stalker to stay and wait for the rest of its triad. A bit more than 2 minutes later, the 3 stalkers silently made their way to the bridge. Duke made another trio of stalker champions before the mana from the shields finally failed. He left that ship and appeared in the same spot on the neck of the next ship. Once he started draining mana from its shields, things went into overdrive. A score of Syndicate troops in armored suits burst out of an airlock, charging towards him with their flight capabilities. He briefly saw the third ship turning itself towards him as it also disgorged soldiers. Okay, looks like they have identified the threat. Time to make things really interesting. Duke spread his hands that were mana draining the second ship's shield wider and wider as the soldiers opened fire. Despite the distance, their fire was accurate with several shots hitting him. Pain flared through his body, but he set it aside as he dropped through the opening in the shield and landed on the ship's hull. The hole in the shield zapped closed as the armored soldiers approached. Duke waved as he disappeared, finding himself inside the ship. Duke began to fill the corridor with lightning. His aura expanded to fill the corridor, sparking against everything it touched. Although he wasn't precisely sure where he was in the ship yet, Duke charged down the corridor. Anyone he encountered received a full-on blast of lightning. None had gotten back up so far. It was a matter of minutes before Duke stood before a sealed bulkhead that closed off the neatly labeled engineering section. Duke placed his hand on the bulkhead and teleported it to the bridge of the first ship. Because fuck you, that's why. He was greeted by panicked weapons fire and a scattering of abilities mixed in. He responded with a bolt of lightning overchanneled with 10 million mana. The bolt forked throughout the entire section, arcing across and shattering equipment and bodies with equal vigor. Duke must have hit something vital, because the explosion that followed slammed Duke back through the open doorway and down the hall, bouncing off several bulkheads and support struts along the way. He landed on his back, his clothing shredded and smoking. With a casual thought, his clothing was restored and his regeneration was hard at work repairing the damage his body had received even through his armor skin. His ability healing him quickly, he got back to his feet and started to head back to the engineering section in near total darkness. 3 steps in, he was pulled from his feet as the wind howled past him. Duke grabbed a hold of one of the bent support struts and held on as air quickly evacuated through what Duke could now see was a massive hole in the ship where the engineering section had once been. He had no idea what he had hit, but it sure as hell crippled the ship. On a whim, he released his grip and rode the blast of air out the whole breach. Outside, he saw the armored soldiers in full-on panic mode as the ship below him spewed gases and people into the vacuum of space. As Duke played dead, he saw that the ship floated through space as a dark husk. His smile grew as he could see that the first ship was also having its share of problems. He turned his mind to the third ship and teleported to the far side, outside the line of sight of the armored troops. Duke began draining the shields as he had done previously to the other two ships. This time, he decided to see what happened if he overchanneled the ability. As he expected, mana ripped out of the shields at an insane rate, filling Duke's pool and spilling over into the universe. As the mana flowed into and through Duke, he increased the overchannel on the ability in proportion, constantly ramping it up, until he had the barrel of a weapon pressed up against his head. The sound reverberated through the weapon and into Duke's head. It was muffled, but Duke heard the words well enough. "Surrender or die." Duke turned to the soldier and smiled as the barrel slid to his forehead. "Take your best shot." The soldier did. The shot rocked Duke's head back with the impact of the mana-infused blast. He gaped as Duke looked back at him, the wound closing on his forehead. Duke waggled his finger at the soldier and reached for the soldier's armored form. Before he reached the man, the soldier disappeared in a cloud of blood and magical energy. Duke's head snapped up and saw a mech land on the shield next to him. The steel tusk emblem was clearly emblazoned on the mech's chest. The mech's head slowly shook from side to side in admonishment, moments before the shield failed entirely. With a wave, the mech was past Duke and pounding away at the hull of the ship with its weapons. And it was not alone. Duke counted more than 24 mechs that he could see pounding away at the ship's hull. Duke flew back along the spine of the ship to where he now knew the engineering section to be. Once there, he employed his overwhelming strength to tear his way through the ship's hull, firing up his lightning aura once again. The hull turned out to be much thicker than Duke had anticipated. He tore his way through a full 4 meters of hull before he broke out into the engineering section, his lightning arcing through equipment and crew alike. Duke had to teleport to the side to get out of the explosive decompression he had caused. As the crew panicked, holding on to whatever they could to keep from being sucked through the man-sized hole in the hull, Duke flew through the gale, teleporting random pieces of equipment and consoles onto the bridge of the first ship. If there happened to be someone holding onto that console when he teleported it, he wasn't particularly concerned. Eventually, Duke got to something critical as the lights went out, right about the time that the atmosphere finished evacuating and the wind stopped. Duke was greeted by the hole he had made expanding greatly, and a mech poked its head through. He shrugged at the mech and continued to ransack the engineering area. Eventually, the mech's head pulled back out, and Duke made his way towards the bridge following the helpful signs. He got about halfway there before he paused with an idea. Focusing his dungeon sense, he was able to see where the neck of the ship connected to the main body. He was right in the area for what he was thinking. With precision directed by his dungeon sense, Duke removed section after section, holding the neck onto the body. It took a minute, but the reverberations as the sections separated gave him the sense of victory he was looking for. He floated out into space. What he saw was not what he expected. There was a ship-to-ship battle taking place. Well, not exactly a ship-to-ship battle. The Iron Reaver was tearing the Syndicate ships to pieces. There was no return fire. Duke teleported back to the Iron Reaver's bridge. "Well, hello there. Welcome to the fight. I don't think the ships are in any shape to fight back."
"Good,"
Myra replied, malice dripping from her voice.
"I have some dumbass crazy mech pilots to pick up, and I'd rather not do it under the guns of these heavies."
"I'll just sit down over here and wait then." Duke sauntered over to his favorite navigation station and started planning his route to Teldin. It took nearly an hour to clean things up and get the mechs back on the ship. The discussion on the next steps was very short. When Myra brought up the topic, Duke cut right in. I'm heading to Teldon. No further delays or detours. There is a syndicate fleet headed that way, and I mean to get there before they do. I have plotted a course that will get me there in 14 jumps. That should take no more than 2 hours. I can bring the ship and everyone along, or drop you off somewhere along the way. That's up to you. But I am leaving in 1 hour. With that, Duke left the bridge, heading for his room to get a quick rest. He did not see the bewildered looks that followed as he left the bridge.
Does he always make declarations like that?
One of the elders asked.
When he means it, yes,
Aurelia answered from the other side of the bridge, where she had all but secreted herself with the pile of empty tongues potions Duke had left her. Chapter 47. Duke took his downtime to review his notifications. He expected that this would be a big jump for him, since he was only a level 87 in this tier, and was looking forward to it. He was especially grateful that he hadn't had to use Umbral Reaper this time around. The emotional and spiritual pain of activating it, and its resultant feedback was hard on his sanity. He honestly wondered how many more times he could use it without his own psyche folding under the awful pressure. Setting that thought aside with a shudder, he delved right in. Congratulations! You defeated 1,331 enemies of various levels between Tier 1 and Tier 3. You gain 1,093,300 experience and are now level 99. You have 216 characteristic points to spend. You have increased a number of abilities as well. Your teleportation has increased to Grandmaster 108. Your regeneration has increased to Master 16. Your aura concealment has increased to Initiate 34. Your lasting disguise has increased to Initiate 31. Your lightning has increased to Adept 29. Your overchannel has increased to Adept 115. Your simulcasting has increased to Practiced 29. Your cleanse has increased to Practiced 51. Your restore has increased to Master 85. Your remote casting has increased to Initiate 18. Your armor skin has increased to Adept 76. Your mana drain has increased to Initiate 21. Your clairvoyance has increased to Practiced 7. Your dungeon master creation has increased to Novice 12. Duke took in all the gains with a smile. He allocated his new characteristic points right to his psyche and immediately felt a slight lessening of the pressure on his mind. With my psyche enhancement from the dungeon title, I'm over 41,000 in psyche, and that's still not enough to fully contain what Umbral Reaper has brought home with it. That's something I'm going to have to figure out. But I have other more pressing things to worry about right now. He left his room and headed down to the mech bay to check in on things there. All the mech bays were filled, and the various clan pilots were checking over their mechs after the space battle. Gronok noticed Duke right away and headed over to him.
So, fighting in space without a spacesuit? How did you manage that?
Duke eyed him with a wry grin. I'm tougher than I look. And it's just a cold vacuum. It's not like it's all that hard to deal with. Several sets of eyes turned Duke's way, and he smiled in response. With a glance around, he addressed the entire mech bay. You all charged through space to take on a trio of heavy cruisers in mechs. That takes balls of steel, and maybe a head as dense. The laughter and affirmative comments that followed into a call and refrain.
Who's the toughest on the field? Steel tusks. Who strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies? Steel tusks. Who are we? Steel tusks.
They devolved into grunting and cheering with aggressive backslaps.
Don't you stop brawling, tusks. There's plenty more we have to do.
Gronok seemed to catch them just in time as a pair had squared off to fight. Instead, they just smiled at each other and clasped forearms. Need any repairs? Duke casually asked.
A few of us got banged up a bit, but we're still operational.
So you don't want me to?
I didn't say that. Work your magic.
Duke chuckled and activated a restore to cover the whole ship. As the mechs rapidly repaired themselves, the clan mech pilots gaped in wonder.
That, my tusks, is Duke. He's the reason most of you even have mech pilots and a ship to transport them in.
New looks of appreciation spread through the mech bay, and more than one female orc gave him an appraising glance from head to toe. Should I be concerned about that? Duke quietly asked Gronok.
Only if you and Aurelia aren't really broken up. Otherwise, just ride the wave. And if they ever found out you heal so quickly, yeah, ride that wave. Ain't nothing like an orc woman when it comes to passion.
Duke took his leave shortly after that, stopping off at the ship's engineering section to refill the mana cores. He found that they were only down half of one core, so it wasn't a matter of a bit more than a minute to fill it up carefully. Soon he was back on the bridge. Myra picked up his entrance immediately. She smiled at him.
So, you ready to get going?
Have you decided that you are coming along?
Of course. Even the clan wants to come along.
You all know we're heading to another conflict with the Syndicate, right?
Yes, we all know it. But you handled the last one just fine. Maybe this time we can set up an ambush for them.
Ambush? What do you mean?
Laya has been reaching out to friends to see if they might be interested in a piece of the Syndicate. You'd be surprised how many enemies they have made.
Or friends who are only going along until they can betray us for the paycheck.
I don't think that's the case. She said she was careful.
Let's take this aside for a minute. Duke directed her to the conference room off the bridge, and she followed. Once there, he closed the door and continued. It's very simple. There's very few I trust in this world. You are one of them, Aurelia is another, and probably Gronok. Laya is not on the list just yet. I'm not completely sure of her motivations. Anyone she brings in is sure as fuck not on the trust list. I'm heading to a confrontation with the Syndicate where they are bringing something called the Hounds, capital H, with them. There are a lot of people counting on me to keep them safe on Teldon, but they are not ready for this level of combat. They don't know what a mech is. They haven't seen a dropship. Why do you think I put the "come and get me" sign in the middle of a fucking desert? I don't need even more variables brought into this fight. Myra stared at him as he paced around the conference table. Finally, she gathered her thoughts enough to respond.
Would it be better for you if we all stayed away?
Duke stopped his pacing. Is that what you got out of all that? No, I really would like for you to be there, but there's no way that this ship is taking on a capital ship. You've said it before, and you're still right. I just don't want people that I have no clue who they are just showing up to lend us a hand before they stab us in the back. Not now, not on Teldon.
You seem to care an awful lot about that planet.
I have a kingdom on that planet, and a number of important people, places, and things that I will protect, even if it costs me greatly.
And what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Duke shook her off. Don't worry about it. It's a me problem. Nothing anyone else has to worry about. But do you understand why I'm putting the stop to any more external players than we already have?
Yeah, I'll talk to her. How long are you going to need to get ready for the trip there?
I'm ready when you are. I have waypoints already selected. It's a bit more conservative route than it could have been, but I want to hit each of the waypoints with mana in the tank.
Okay, then.
Myra opened the door to the conference room and strode out onto the bridge in full captain form. She sat in the captain's chair and pulled up the ship-wide intercom.
Attention, everyone! We are about to depart for Teldon. When we arrive, we expect to rapidly engage in combat with the Syndicate. Mechs be ready to deploy. Infantry likewise. I know you have been keeping a low profile and staying in your own circle, but now is the time to step out and support each other. We are expecting a fleet similar to what we encountered at Capdock, so this ship will be making its way right to the planet's surface. Duke has volunteered to engage the capital ships like he did last time. Whatever final preparations you need to make need to be made now.
Duke stepped out onto the bridge and took his place at the navigational console. It took him a matter of seconds to bring up his previously created flight plan and double-check it. He saw that he could easily modify it and reduce the number of jumps, but that would only speed up the journey by a matter of minutes. He dismissed the revisions and decided to stick to the original plan. He looked over to Myra, who gave him a nod. Duke teleported the ship to the first waypoint. The scanners swept the area around the ship in an ever-expanding arc. As Duke had expected, the scanners didn't pick anything up. He waited for his mana to refill and checked his next location. The silence on the bridge permeated everything to the point that the act of tapping on the display for the next destination carried to everyone's ears. Duke didn't wait for confirmation before teleporting them to the second waypoint. In short order, the waypoints fell away without incident, and they were on the verge of the final jump. Duke looked over to Myra. Make the announcement. We may be going in hot, but I'm going to place the ship on the planet's surface. That way you can deploy the mechs quickly if needed, and it will give us a minute or two to assess the situation before we engage any further. Sound like a plan? This is a short jump for me, so I'll have about half my mana left over, just in case.
If it means we aren't going to jump into a pitched battle with a bunch of capital ships, I'm fully on board with that.
She took a moment to clear her head before continuing over the ship-wide intercom.
Attention, everyone! We are about to make the final jump to Teldon. Prepare for possible rapid deployment of mechs and infantry.
Duke gave them all a minute or two to get ready before calling down on his own comms to Gronok. Are you ready in the mech bay?
Ready as we'll ever be. Please don't jump us too deep in it if you can help it.
No promises. I have no idea what we're going to see when we get there. Strap in and get ready to fight. Duke paused a bit longer and, with a nod to Myra, teleported them outside of the lakefront inn. Chapter 48. The ship arrived in what had once been a military mustering field, but now stood empty. Everyone sat still around the bridge, waiting for word from Myra on what the ship's sensors were picking up. The silence and tension grew as she scanned the system and beyond. Finally, after 3 agonizing minutes, she spoke.
System is clear of the Syndicate fleet, but there are dozens of mercenary and hunter vessels in orbit, and there is definitely a war going on the surface.
Duke stepped up to the captain's chair. Show me the war. Myra glanced over at him and nodded before bringing up the visual of the battle. What he saw was not anything like what he expected. The land of and around the battlefield was devastated with shattered trees, smoking holes in the ground, and even some pools of bubbling and steaming green substance. What was most striking was the forces set against each other. On one side, there was a mix of mercenary forces in what looked like a hodgepodge of mismatched pieces of powered armor, with the occasional substandard mech thrown in. On the other side was a cohesive group of soldiers wearing matching breastplates and helms with greaves. They mostly carried large shields and swords, but there were a number that wielded bows, firing arrows over the heads of their allies. There also was a group of mages maintaining some sort of shielding construct that was protecting their soldiers from the heaviest of blows from the opposing force. The front line pushed and strained at the mercenary forces and was holding its ground for now despite being heavily outnumbered. As they watched, a dropship descended behind the mercenaries, more mechs marching down the ramps before they were even completely lowered.
The First Legion! You have to get me there!
Aurelia had been largely absent as of late, but had come out for their arrival on Teldin. Her voice was loud and strong as her command voice filled the bridge. Myra had again launched the ship before her conscious mind acknowledged what Aurelia had said. The trip to the battlefield took less than a minute, but, in that time, Aurelia had taken over the intercom.
Steel Tusks, we are landing in the middle of a battlefield. Take out the mechs and mercenaries, and don't you dare hurt my legion.
There was no time for a response as she charged down to the mech bay, fully intending to lead the mechs out the door. No one questioned her orders, instead simply acting. Gone was the timidity and hesitation, the inability to communicate and act. In its place was a military leader taking action in a time of war with confidence and certainty. The Steel Tusks were aboard their mechs and powering up even as she made her way into the mech bay. Aurelia jumped from the landing above the mech bay, flipping twice in the air before landing with her warhorse beneath her, which promptly reared and kicked its hooves at the air. The echoing of the horse's hooves landing was drowned out by the sound of the ship landing and the ramps lowering. She charged ahead of the mechs, releasing from their in-flight restraints, and took position before the lowering ramp. Behind her, the floor shook as mech after mech formed up behind her. The ramp lowered quickly, but not quick enough for Aurelia. She spurred her warhorse on, and they launched up the descending ramp in a flash, arcing into the air as the ramp hit its halfway point and landing before the shield wall that had thinned to cover the new arrivals at the rear of the Legion's formation.
First Legion, reinforcements have arrived!
Aurelia announced as she activated her inspiration and cast her commander's might. The entire Legion seemed to take a breath before strength flowed through their limbs as their spirits were bolstered by her very presence. When the mechs charged down the ramp behind her, flowing to either side of her and the nearly encircled Legion, the Legionnaires all cheered and pushed back harder, taking offensive action for the first time since they had to turtle up. The reaction from the mercenaries was altogether different. At first, they wondered what new mercenary company had joined the fight and whether it would cut into their own paychecks. When the new mech force bypassed the trapped locals and charged into their ranks, weapons blazing, everything changed. The past year had been a tough one for the Steel Tusks. Their contracts had dried up with their lack of transportation. In the past, they had dozens of ships they had contracted with to get their mechs to their contracts. One by one, they had either been absorbed by the Syndicate or mysteriously disappeared. Then the Syndicate stopped playing, They came for the clan outright. Dozens of clan members had been killed with their mechs in targeted hits. False contracts, double-crossed by shady transports, the list was long and inglorious. Now they had the chance to vent their anger on mercs hired by the syndicate to suppress these locals. They did not hold back. Seeing the number of mechs entering the battlefield, the mercenaries rapidly grew concerned. When the Titan mech took the field, they couldn't call for extraction fast enough. Their ranks collapsed towards the extraction point as they exchanged panicked fire with the charging mechs. The Syndicate dropship came down on a pillar of fire, burning hot to stop its rapid descent before slamming into the ground. Its weapons fired in a suppressive arc towards the approaching enemy mechs, taking a toll. Then the dropship itself rocked sideways as fire from the Iron Reaver's enhanced firepower tore into it. Panic flowed across the Syndicate ship.
Captain, our shields are straining under this fire. What the hell is that ship equipped with? I don't know, but turn every weapon on it. This is a hot extraction. We have trained for this 1,000 times.
The captain's voice was calm but stern. He knew his ship was capable of fighting off any simple civilian dropship. He would pick up his charges and deliver them away from the battlefield. They never saw the blow that shattered their already struggling shields, but the follow-up blow as Duke flew in on a wave of force that punched a hole through their main landing ramp certainly got their attention. Structural integrity warnings blared to life as the pilot struggled with the controls to right the ship.
Security to the mech bay!
The captain's order sounded out clearly and set bodies to motion. Security guards raced down to the mech bay to find the entire bay engulfed in flames with a single figure floating in the middle of the conflagration.
Bad choice signing up with the Syndicate, boys!
The figure's voice reverberated around the bay before the flames expanded, racing to engulf them.
You would think that a ship based on fire mana would be a bit more fire-resistant. Oh well, not my problem.
Duke emerged from the flames and restored his clothing that had been largely burnt away. He didn't know what he had caught on fire, but it was blazing hot in the ship. He decided it was time to leave and teleported into the sky over the battlefield. His first sight was of Aurelia's mounted charge into the collapsing mercenary line with her sword drawn and shield held at the ready. Her flash charge struck the mercenaries with enough force to send heavily armored bodies flying. She was halfway through their ranks before her charge faltered. The remaining mercenaries pounced on her, slicing with blades, shooting with pistols and rifles, and attacking with damaging abilities. Her armor was strong, her shield even stronger, and her sword nearly unstoppable. But there were limits. Under the weight of the mercenaries, she was quickly overwhelmed and pulled from her horse. The screaming wave of legionnaires that followed, however, was more than the mercenaries were prepared to handle as they moved virtually as a single unit, flowing over the field and striking down anyone near their general. She was helped to her feet and immediately tended to by a pair of healers. As she was picked up and tended to, the dropship crashed to the ground, tilted at a 40-degree angle. It teetered for a full second before falling over sideways, its landing gear failing. The remaining mercenaries broke and ran. They did not get far. The Legion's casters, now free from maintaining defensive wards, opened up with their full-power magical artillery spells. The area was quickly devastated with not a single mercenary walking away from the fight. There was one that managed to struggle through all the rain of spells only to crest a hill and be picked off by the Titan mech's cannon. He disappeared in a cloud of red mist and ragged, sparking remnants of armor. While the Legion's commanders filled in their general on recent events and the status of the Legions, Duke surveyed the area from above. He could see that the area for kilometers around was a wasteland. Shaking his head, he focused his mana and activated a massive restore, pouring more than 5 million mana into it. The wave of magic expanded outwards from him and quickly covered the Legion, the steel tusks, and continued to expand across the battlefield. As the wave passed, equipment was repaired, mechs rebuilt, and the landscape reformed and rebuilt. The cleanse that followed ensured all signs of the battle were washed clean, save for the dead bodies still littering the area. There were more legionnaires among the dead than Duke had initially seen, and his blood boiled a bit hotter at the sight. What Duke had not considered was the Syndicate dropship being repaired. It came to his attention rather quickly as the ship attempted to launch itself from its sideways position. It had actually made it nearly vertical before Duke acted. He used his sense magic to locate the ship's mana cores and simply teleported them to the ground below him. The ship crashed back to the ground, but at least it was upright this time. "There's still some crew on board that ship. I suggest someone go handle them. Give them a chance to surrender or just kill them. I don't really care. I doubt they have anything useful to say."
Duke, there's more to the story than this battle.
Aurelia's voice had returned to the confident leader Duke had grown so used to hearing.
There have been skirmishes all over the borders with groups like these. None quite as formidable as this particular group, but it seems more arrive every day. The legions are holding, but our losses are mounting. We are being squeezed, and we really have had no true allies to call on.
"I understand. We have the Steel Tusks to call on right now, and, with the Iron Reaver, they are a mobile force that can react to any incursions that may occur. Whatever they send at us, we will handle. The Legion has you back in charge, and the Kingdom has me back for now. Let's leverage that to rid our lands of any intruders."
"As you say, my king."
She saluted him and returned to her troops, leaving Duke alone with his thoughts.
So that's how it's going to be from now on? All business, nothing else.
Can't say I'm happy about that, but her choice is her choice. I'll respect it no matter how much it hurts. Now to spend a moment with this notification that is flashing like crazy, I need the distraction. Congratulations! For restoring a battlefield wasteland to its natural state, you have received Gaiathea's blessing. For the next 48 hours, your health and mana will regenerate at an accelerated rate. Any food or drink you consume will taste wonderfully, and you will be looked upon favorably by all of nature.
Fucking gods again! I haven't even been here for an hour, and they are already meddling. I need to get to Sam and see how things are there and in Havenreach, and also get back to Cloudspire and get a full rundown on everything happening in the kingdom. First a chat with Myra and Gronok. And where the hell is the Syndicate fleet? I expected it to be here when we arrived. Not that I'm complaining, but I have exactly 0 assets beyond the Iron Reaver that have any space capabilities. Chapter 49. Duke's conversation with Myra and Gronok went rather quickly, with both quite happy to stick around and deal with the Syndicate mercenaries as they popped up. Gronok seemed especially eager to fight, as did the rest of the clan's mech pilots. That led to another conversation: what to do about the mercenaries' mechs that Duke had repaired. "Don't worry about the mechs.
I'll put them in storage against us gaining more mech pilots. It's a skill like any other. Why don't you just train more pilots in the clan? Duke asked.
The tradition speaks against it. It is an honor to pilot a mech, something that is earned, not given. To do otherwise would take away its significance in our culture.
Then push more people to earn it. We have more mechs than pilots, and I can't imagine that is a normal situation, nor is the entire clan having to flee an enemy a normal situation. Tradition might not hold for this period in the clan's history. Think about it.
I will think on it and discuss it with the clan elders. For now,
Gronok's voice raised to cover the field.
Steel tusks, mount up and get back to the ship. There's more fighting to do elsewhere.
After salutes and handshakes were exchanged, Duke had a brief conversation with the Legion commander and Aurelia about his short-term plans. The 1st Legion was going to march back to Cloudspire and use the portal network to get back to the LFD for resupply and a bit of rest. Or I could just open a portal for you to get there directly right now, Duke suggested.
That would speed things up for sure. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Her businesslike tone drove a spike through his aching heart, but he carried on stoically. Of course. Let me know when you are ready, and I'll set up the portal. It took no more than 10 minutes for the entire Legion to be ready to move out, and it took far less than to set up the portal. 20 minutes later, Duke was left alone with the remains of the mercenaries and their mechs, as Myra had flown out to look for another hotspot. He proceeded to load up the mechs into his inventory before taking the equipment from the mercenaries and leaving their bodies to rot. I've got enough bodies in my inventory. Time to just grab the equipment. With that thought, he stepped through the portal and closed it behind himself. Stepping into the lakefront inn was refreshing. The air itself just felt fresher and full of positive energy. The inn setting had not changed much since he had last been here, but there were now some trophies mounted on the walls. They were diverse from the heads of horrible beasts that Duke assumed had been dungeon bosses, to artifacts taken from mercenaries and hunters the Legion had defeated. He liked the additions. It didn't take long for both Kalen and Sam to find him as he walked towards the bar. Kalen poured him a glass of whiskey and placed it on the bar with a smile.
Good to see you again, Duke. You'll have to tell me about your travels, but it looks like Sam is, waiting for you.
Duke looked up from the drink to see Sam practically bouncing from foot to foot in his eagerness to speak with Duke. With an up nod, Duke acknowledged Sam, who burst into an explosion of words.
Duke, thank the overmind you are back. Do you have any idea how busy I've been? With the legions, yes, legions, plural, and with Haven Reach. The things I have had to do there, just too much. And then the loss of a family member. Did you know that we lost someone? Of course you did. Why aren't you talking?
Duke calmly put his glass down and looked at Sam. Hi, Sam. You look good. How have you been?
Haven't you heard anything I just said?
Every word. But that's not how we should start off, is it? Sam lowered his head.
No, it's not. Sorry. I just got so excited to finally have someone who would understand what I have been going through.
Why don't you pull up a stool and tell me the most important things first? We can get into the rest of it later. Sound good?
Yes, Duke. Thank you.
He pulled up a stool and Kalen placed a glass filled with a glowing blue substance in front of him. Sam acknowledged the drink with a smile. He took a long drink before beginning.
Okay. The most important thing. When you left, the entire economy of the kingdom nearly collapsed.
I'm going to want some more details about that for sure.
It's your aura, Duke. When you left, it went away, and all productivity dropped, but especially in Haven Reach. From their perspective, you have been gone for 2.5 years. I had to push the loot generation for their dungeon way up just to keep them from falling apart. It required so much of a mana investment that my own growth came to a standstill. Go speak with the mayor, but They had to really mess with the tax rates. Now that you're back and your aura is back into place at...
Sam stopped, absolutely stunned. He shook his head free of the thought and continued.
Nearly 25,000%. I can tone things way back down. That's been a heavy strain on my mana to maintain that output.
Thank you for taking care of Haven Reach for me. How are you holding up on mana?
Oh, I'm just fine now. With that strain relieved, I am gaining mana at quite the rate again, especially with you here. The 6 legions that keep rotating back here to train are keeping me nearly full up now, so I can go back to growing.
Did you say 6 legions?
Yes, Duke, 6 legions. And I heard rumors that they were looking to form 2 more once they had enough recruits.
Where are all these recruits coming from?
From their conversations all over the continent. They apparently heard that things are good in the kingdom and have brought their families with them. One of the most common rumors is that past has all but collapsed, and they are all fleeing here.
Well, that's some good news. With the Syndicate coming to cause more trouble, we're going to need a lot of troops. How are you coming with the planetary defenses?
The what?
The planetary defenses. You know, to defend the planet from threats from space.
I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, Duke.
Of course you don't. But we need something in place.
I'm sorry, but that is far outside my experience by a lot. I'll stick to training the legions.
Great idea. You do that. Anything else?
Lots of other things, but the more important thing is that I want to introduce you to my core team.
Your what? Sam got up from the bar stool and gestured for Duke to follow him.
You'll see.
Duke followed Sam from the inn and back through the closed passages that led to Sam's core. When they entered the core chamber, Duke was greeted with the most unexpected sight. A half-dozen nearly formless, bipedal creatures stood around the core pedestal. They all turned towards Duke, and he could see the faceless heads transform into human features. Their outer skin formed into clothing similar enough to Duke's casual outfits that they would fit in wherever they went.
Duke, this is my core team. They have been tasked with planting my cores out in the world.
Duke paused, his mind grinding to a halt. What cores? And how many? Sam shook his head at Duke.
Did you think that just because you weren't here that my budding process would stop? Nonsense. I bud a new core every week like clockwork. But since you are not here to go plant them, I created these fine specimens to do so. They are truly wonderful creations, if I do say so myself. They are infinitely adaptable to blend into any group they find, and have the mental prowess to make those they encounter forget about them entirely.
Duke gaped at Sam before the dungeon's avatar continued.
They have planted 7 new dungeons out in the wild. They are all roadside inns that you should visit sometime.
And they can make people forget about them?
Yes, it's perfect. They can go out, plant a dungeon, and return with none the wiser about it. It really works out. In fact, turn around, Duke. You'll see how well their ability works when all 6 of them use it at once.
Humoring Sam while his mind tried to grasp what Sam was telling him, he turned around. If Sam plants a new dungeon every week, how long until those dungeons are strong enough to put out their own seeds? Could this be why the dungeons were ultimately hunted down? But these are roadside inns. They're helpful. Will it be different because of that? As he pondered these things, he felt the faintest pressure on his mind. He turned around. Was that it? Sam and all 6 members of the core team stared at Duke incredulously.
That's not how that's supposed to work.
Were you really trying to use a dungeon-based mental ability on me? On me? You really thought that was going to work, didn't you? Sam looked crestfallen.
Well, yes. It's worked on everybody else.
Duke laughed for longer than he had anticipated. Finally, he got himself under control. My psyche is effectively over 40,000, and I have specific mental abilities to stop just that sort of thing beyond any protection that being a dungeon emperor provides. There's no way you were getting through all that. Sam's expression brightened slightly.
That makes you the exception, then.
Yes, it does. And this is an interesting development. Should I expect other dungeons to be doing the same thing?
Only if they have the mana intake that I do, and, frankly, I don't see how they could. I'm special and unique.
Yes, you are very special. Kindly show me where these dungeons have been planted. It didn't take long for the dungeons to be located on a map. They were all on lonely stretches of road in areas that Duke had to admit that he would have planted them himself. Putting his concerns aside, he praised the team. You have done a fine job at picking your locations. These inns will serve well and hopefully grow as Sam has. Well, maybe not to this extent, but I think you get my gist.
Thank you, Dungeon Emperor. Your words of praise are received and leave us fulfilled.
The response was in unison with voices so congruent, there was no harmony at all, just a single voice coming from 6 different bodies. Yeah, use that forgetful ability whenever you go out. Nobody talks like that. Duke turned to leave, but paused. Was there anything else, Sam?
Nothing important. Just don't be too much of a stranger.
No promises. There are some big things coming up real soon. I have no idea when I'll be able to come back here. Hopefully, frequently. But for now, I'm off to visit Havenreach. I have a few people to speak with there and then on to Cloudspire.
Goodbye, Duke. I have to go add another level to the training dungeon. These Legionnaires are starting to push over Tier 4. Can you believe it?
More good news. I assume that's only the first Legion?
Yes, the others are all Tier 1 and 2, with a few 3s scattered in there. They are leveling quickly, though. I bet I can get our first Tier 5 Legionnaire within the next 6 months to a year.
That's fantastic. Keep it up. I'll catch up to you later. Duke teleported to the entrance for Havenreach, ready for his next set of tasks. Chapter 50. Duke stepped out of the portal and into the entrance building, or, as he had come to think of it, the kill box. He was greeted by a pair of guards with proper salutes and a hearty, "Welcome back to Havenreach, Your Majesty!" Duke smiled at them, returning their salute. "As you were. It's good to be back here after all this time. Anything I should know about?" "You should speak to the guard captain or the mayor. They will know more about what has been going on, since you have been gone, than I can tell you, Your Majesty." Duke nodded in agreement. "Sounds like a plan. Keep your watch on this place, vigilant as always." "Of course, Your Majesty." The pair of guards returned to their posts. Symbolic they may be, they were dedicated to their job. The real defense of the entrance was outside the entrance hall, and Duke greeted the captain of the guard as he exited the building. "Captain, have you already sent a runner on ahead?" "Of course, Your Majesty.
Are you going to outrace the poor lad like you did last time?
Depends on whether we want to make this a thing or not.
That lad has been training for 2.5 years, every day before and after his shift. He means to beat you to the city.
Then it is already a thing then. What's his fastest time to the city?
14 minutes and 12 seconds.
Guess we have about 13 minutes before he gets there, right?
That should be about right, Your Majesty.
Excellent. Gives me some time to chat. So, anything interesting from the past 2.5 years that I should know of?
Just the terrible productivity slowdown. It really frustrated everyone until we got used to it. The mayor called it the new normal and told us all to get used to it. At least he adjusted the taxes so that it wasn't as bad of an impact as it could have been, but it's still bad out there.
They continued to talk about the guards, how they were training and how much harder it had been to gain levels lately. Even skill levels were coming slowly. They were holding fast despite it all. They had a city to protect even if it was a bit more tarnished than it had been. Duke noticed that the guards' uniforms were nowhere near as clean and well-maintained as he remembered. That puzzled him somewhat, but he could at least fix that. After long enough had passed, Duke left the guards with a cleanse and restore and ran towards the city. His now 2,500 agility score helped him to eat up the ground at speeds he could have only matched in his fighter back on Earth. Duke arrived one step ahead of the runner, chuckling at the flabbergasted youth wheezing to catch their breath. He turned to the youth and gave him a warm smile. "You almost beat me this time. That's damned impressive and deserves some sort of reward."
"That's not really
necessary, Your Majesty."
Necessary, perhaps not. But that's the great thing about being king. I get to decide if I want to reward someone or not. And I have decided that your dedication deserves it. Duke reached into his inventory and pulled out a heavily enchanted sword he had taken from one of the higher-level mercenaries. "Here, take this. It's dangerous out there." The guard gaped at the blade, unsure of what to say. Duke just kept going into the city. Duke smiled to himself as he headed into the city. I have no idea what that sword does. I hope he doesn't hurt himself with it. He put the thought aside as he realized that he had an inventory full of items he had never taken the time to identify, as well as the bodies of who knew how many fallen enemies. Why am I carrying all those bodies again? Oh, right, for Baslin. Something about handing my court wizard dead bodies seems like a terribly bad idea. Well, I guess I haven't done that just yet, but what else am I going to do with all these bodies? Feed them to monsters I create? That might work out okay. Later. That's a problem for later. Duke finally made it to the city hall and was on his way to the mayor's office when just how dirty and run down the city looked to him finally struck. He paused and ducked his head back out to look at the city, and indeed it was dirty. The colors of all the buildings looked faded and worn with signs of neglect everywhere. He even saw some trash strewn in the street. Duke's mood soured, and he did his best not to stomp his way to the mayor's office. He wasn't sure he managed it. When he arrived, he was quickly ushered in and saw the mayor slumped behind his desk. The man looked haggard. He was fit when Duke had last seen the man, but now he looked like he had lost at least 30 pounds that he could ill afford to lose. Mayor Schellenberger looked up at Duke, his eyes dull and not fully focusing. "Mayor, what the hell happened here? You look like a shell of yourself, and the city looks like it has fallen into disrepair." Slowly, the man looked up to Duke, recognition slowly crossing his features. He stood shakily, leaning on his desk for support. "Gone. Dried up. It's all gone. No more ore to be found. Have to dig deeper. Have to send the adventurers deeper, but they went too far. Too many died. And the contracts. The contracts have to be met. No time for farming. Have to meet the contracts. Duke let the man ramble on and realized what had happened with slowly dawning horror. This is my fault. The city was built on my aura of prosperity, but when I left, they felt the effects most deeply with their temporal acceleration. Now, things are going to accelerate to a ridiculous level with my psyche pushing it like this. I'm going to have to find a solution for when I head out again. Duke activated a cleanse and restore large enough to encompass the entire building before he spoke. Mayor Schellenberger, look at me. The mayor slowly looked up at Duke. Prosperity is back for now. Take all the excess in and store it. Build warehouses enough to hold raw materials and wealth to carry the entire city for 10 years or longer. When those warehouses are full, build more. The prosperity is not going to last forever, so prepare for the next drought. Prosperity? Back? Is it true? The mayor stumbled around his desk and nearly fell on Duke, gripping his lapels to keep himself upright. Yes, Mayor, it's true. And when was the last time you had something to eat? No time. Have to meet the contracts. Can't fail. Duke helped the man back to his chair and sat him down. Shaking his head, he pulled food and drink out of his inventory and put it on the desk in front of the man. Go ahead and eat. The crisis is over for now, but remember what I said about the warehouses. Make more than you think you could ever fill because you're going to need them. When Duke exited the building, he saw that his abilities had brought the building back to life, at least in appearance. It stood in stark contrast to the rest of the city. I can't leave it like this. No way. Duke spread his cleanse and restore abilities across the entire city, burning through virtually all his mana to do so. Only one more visit to make before I head back out. Duke found himself being shown into Charlebarna's office within the Adventurers Guild. The otherworldly creature that was Charlebarna smiled with her far too long and sharp teeth. She gestured to a chair opposite her.
You once told me to forego the formality when we were alone. I do hope that you meant that long term. It has been quite a while since I have seen you here in this once fair city.
I would say that it is fair once again, and things will turn for the better any day now.
You bring me optimism, but I have laid to rest too many of my adventurers to put such frivolous thoughts to mind. We have lost more than have come to settle here, and it has left me somewhat pessimistic since we have had to delve so deeply just to meet the bare minimum of the city's needs.
Yes, I know. I have just come from the mayor's office.
Oh, the poor man. He will work himself and all of us to death before he misses one of those precious contracts. Damn them!
When are your next adventurers due to come out of the dungeon?
In just a few minutes. It could be longer, as they may have had to look longer to find any decent loot.
Let's go meet them as they come out. I want to see what it looks like.
You're the king.
She rose to her feet and prepared for the journey out to the dungeon. Allow me. Duke smiled as he teleported both of them to the dungeon entrance near the taxation arch. The guards on duty nearly leapt out of their uniforms when the pair appeared a meter away from them. Charlebarna took a step, steadying herself. That's quite the trick. I'm quite fond of it, Duke agreed. Let's wait a few and see what the team comes out with, shall we?
Not much choice unless we want to go in after them,
she responded with eagerness. Duke laughed. Haven't been in the dungeon in a while, have you?
Not since it got stingy. Oh, looks like they are coming out.
She was proven right as a group of 5 adventurers came out of the dungeon entrance, grinning from ear to ear. Charlebarna leaned over to Duke.
I haven't seen a team this happy in years.
They came out cheering and celebrating. Once they saw Charlebarna standing there, they sobered up quickly as they passed through the arch and came to stand before the guildmaster. She looked them up and down.
Have anything to report?
Yes, guildmaster. We're all full up on loot. There was nothing to speak of for most of the delve, but we decided to hit one more monster before we left, and it just spewed out loot when we killed it. It was like a full run from the olden times. And get this, it was on the first floor. Jalabernard looked back at Duke, who kept his expression neutral.
You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?
Why else would I have brought us here? Expect the runs to be very profitable for a while, but don't expect it to last. Save up your wealth. Help the city stockpile everything it will need from the dungeon for the next 10 years. Yes, I said 10 years. Fat times are upon you for maybe the next year or 3, but the lean times will come back, so take this time to prepare for them.
As you say, Your Majesty,
Jalabernard responded while looking longingly at the dungeon. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer.
Who is coming with me? Oh, I'm going in.
5 hands immediately went up. Duke even caught the guard start to raise his hand before remembering he had a job to do and putting it back down. It seems my work here is done for now, Duke chuckled. Enjoy your run, but heed what I said. Lean times will come again. Be prepared. With that, he teleported back to the castle and to his throne. He had other kingdom business to attend to. Chapter 51. Duke appeared on his throne, suddenly discovering that he was not alone. There was a smaller version of his throne in front of him and to his right, and this small throne was occupied. Duke couldn't be sure who was sitting in the chair, but the long line of petitioners gave him a hint. He said nothing and just observed for now as a petitioner came forward. Duke settled in to listen and observe. The weathered man bowed deeply and spoke with a quiet confidence.
Your Majesty.
The figure in the small throne interrupted him.
I'm only a duke. Your grace is the proper honorific, but we do not need to stand on ceremony or form here. What is your grievance, your request, good sir?
The man hesitated before speaking.
But the king is here.
He glanced up at Duke and bent into a bow. It was a surprisingly formal bow and not what Duke would have expected. Where would a man like this learn such formality? Damn, I almost called him a peasant in my mind. Not starting this off on the right foot at all. 2 things happened in rapid succession. Duke Madrigal spun around, standing from the little throne and stepping to the center while Duke spoke to the petitioner. Hello there, my good man. What is your name, and what brings you before me on this day? There, that sounds downright kingly. At least I think so. Feels like so long since I've done anything like this. Oh, shit, he's talking. Guess I'm still not cut out for this. Madrigal interrupted.
When? What? How long have you been here, Your Majesty? Are you well? So much has happened in your absence. We need to discuss it all.
Duke nodded to Madrigal and gave him a hold a minute gesture with his hand. His focus returned to the man, and he gestured that he continue.
I am Roger Shrubber, and my family maintains a farm several days north from this city. A bit more than a week ago, one of the terrifying sailing ships that raced through the sky landed on our lands. They have been stealing our cows ever since. They have strange magic to defend themselves with, and we are just simple farmers. They killed Arcus when he tried to stop them. Just killed him dead without even moving from where they stood. We have no way to deal with this. Will you aid us?"
Duke hopped off his throne and pulled his map out of his inventory. He spread it out on the floor next to the farmer. "Show me where your farm is on this map." He took a quick look around the room and activated a cleanse and restore across the whole crowd to delighted remarks and murmurs. He returned his attention to Roger as Madrigal joined him, kneeling to look at the map. The farmer looked back and forth from the map to Duke a few times before Duke realized the man had no idea how to read a map. He then proceeded to point landmarks out on the map and, after a few minutes, the farmer was able to show him where his farm was located. Duke folded the map back up and put it back in his inventory. Madrigal didn't say anything, but Duke could read the significant strain and worry projecting from his features. "Madrigal, you have the rest of these petitioners? Good. We'll talk when I get back. I have to go remind these uninvited guests that they are not welcome." Without waiting for a response, Duke teleported himself and Roger to the farm. He held Roger's arm to steady the man after what Duke expected was the man's first teleport. The farmer nearly lost his footing and was essentially dangling from Duke's grasp until he got his feet under himself and shook his head clear. "Are we in the right place?" After a few more seconds spent reorienting himself, Roger pointed towards a hill that he indicated was the area where the ship had landed. Duke smiled. "Thank you, Roger. I'll take it from here. It is unlikely that I can get your cows back, but I am sure I can make them regret coming here. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll find some way to compensate the farm for its losses." Duke didn't wait for a response before jogging over the hill Roger had indicated. On the way, he used his lasting disguise ability to make himself look like a farmer. When he crested the hill, he was greeted by the sight of a horizontally triangular metallic ship sitting in the flat beyond, resting on its three-legged landing supports. The points of the triangle were rounded, and the ship bulged as it approached the center of each side while still keeping a smooth, straight appearance. He shrugged as he casually walked up to the ship. There was one door open, and a ramp led down to the ground. As he approached, a three-headed creature stepped out of the door. It was not tall, likely only coming up to Duke's waist, and none of its 3 legs seemed to have any joints. It was completely hairless and moved by pivoting on one stubby leg and swinging the other 2 around. Each head sat upon a neck that was longer than a human's and sat above each leg. It turned one of its heads towards Duke, blinking its trio of eyes on that head in succession. When it spoke, all 3 mouths were involved, creating an odd harmony that Duke's xenoglossia translated oddly.
"Do not approach, native backwoods biped. You will be killed, harmed, mutilated."
The other door that Duke could see began to open and lower a ramp. From the sound Duke could hear from the back side of the craft, a 3rd door was opening as well. Duke did not appreciate the greeting, so gave a response of his own. "You were neither invited nor wanted here. Leave now and never return, or face the consequences." Duke knew the words he intended to say, but they came out in a series of triple-word phrases. "Oh, even their language is fucking annoying. Fuck these guys." Before he could take further action himself, the creature acted. Duke was assaulted by 3 attacks simultaneously, 1 from each head. All were directed at his own head and were beams of some sort of magical energy. The first was a mental attack attempting to invade his mind and do something. Duke did not know what, as his mental defenses were far too strong to allow it to even come close to touching his mind. The second was a beam of what Duke could only describe as despair. It seemed to push his emotional state into despondency and inaction. This one failed, similarly to the first, slamming into the same immutable defense. The third beam was a beam of force which seemed to be trying to physically punch through Duke's head like a drill. This one he felt trying to burrow through his armor skin and, if given enough time, it might have penetrated. Duke, however, wasn't going to just stand there and take it. While focusing on its attacks, the creature remained standing still. This made Duke's aiming and attacks simple, and the creature was engulfed in soul fire. The creature's attacks immediately cut off as it began to writhe in pain and scream in horrific harmony. After 3 full seconds of burning in soul fire, the creature died, collapsing and sliding off the ramp. While it writhed, Duke finally had a moment to activate Identify. You have encountered a Tier 3 Triskelion. This creature is a prime example of the rule of 3 that permeates the cosmos. Triskelions will always be encountered in multiples of 3, as they will never choose to operate in anything other than triads. Beware of their trinary attack. Duke smiled. Yeah, trinary attacks. I can see how those attacks could be nasty for someone not ready for them. But mental attacks? Yeah, not something I worry too much about at this point. The drilling beam was interesting, though. It didn't get through my armor skin, but it seemed wickedly accurate. Duke's thoughts were interrupted as more and more of the Triskelions came pouring out of the ship with their oddly spinning gait. Duke's brain quickly counted all 26 of them. Interesting. 3 cubed, counting the one I already killed. Now that's sticking to a theme for sure. Wonder if they will want to talk. Probably not. Better prepare myself. The 26 creatures had arrayed themselves into triads and all turned each of their 3 heads towards Duke. When each and every eye on each and every head started to glow, he acted. Summoning his soul fire, he blanketed the area. He covered all the Triskelions, the ship, and a fair area around them all. But he was not fast enough. From each eye of each head came a separate beam, all aimed precisely at a pinpoint on his forehead. Oh, fuck! Several things happened at once. Duke's mind was blasted with 78 separate mind attacks and as many emotional assaults. His mental defenses were strong enough to handle these, and his mind shrugged them off as his soul fire spread. He was also struck with 78 of the drilling beam attacks. The first 30 or so were handled by his armor skin and were stopped. The rest managed to penetrate and combined to punch through his forehead, blasting through his brain, and finally out through the back of his skull. There was a moment of pain as the attacks penetrated his skin and shattered his skull, but then there was nothing. For Duke, the world ceased. He did not fall into darkness like when he passed out or was knocked unconscious. Everything just ceased. There was nothing. No system messages, no sense of darkness that he couldn't see through, no sense of consciousness or being asleep. There just wasn't. Chapter 52. There was nothing, and then there was everything. His eyes snapped open, and he vaulted to his feet, his mind still fully engaged in combat. But his senses quickly revealed that the fight was over. The Triskelion bodies were scattered around the ship, apparently killed by his soul fire, but Duke was not yet able to process what happened. I was knocked out? No, that's not right. They all blasted me in my forehead. I felt my armor skin fail. I felt the blast tear through my skull, and then there was just nothing. And now I'm on my feet. Duke's hand involuntarily went to the back of his head. It felt wet, and he brought it around to the front to look at it. What he saw was blood and gray matter. He stood in frozen silence for a long moment before looking at the ground behind him to see the splatter of his own brains on the ground. Shouldn't that have killed me? Am I fucking immortal? I need some answers. Duke looked at his hand again and, shuddering, reflexively cleansed himself. A quick glance at his inventory showed that he didn't have room for the Triskelion ship, but he remembered that he didn't need to place it in his inventory. He had a ready-made place to store it. A teleport placed the ship in the dungeon hangar with the others he had accumulated. The Triskelion bodies were left behind to feed the wildlife that he could already see and hear coming closer. Duke himself arrived in the hangar a moment later.
Well, that was unexpected now, wasn't it?
Hello again, Overmind. Can you explain to me what happened?
For the most part, yes. It really came down to your rather remarkable ability to regenerate yourself. Now that you have pushed it to master rank, you can come back from most anything that doesn't utterly destroy you. Depending on how much of you is actually left, it could take a long time to come back. That is not how such an ability usually works. Most such abilities cease if the brain is destroyed at anything less than the guru rank. The blessing you are under sped up the process some too.
Blessing? Oh, right. Divine interference in my life. What was that about a guru rank?
Yes, the rank that follows Grandmaster. Did no one ever explain this to you?
Not that I can recall.
Well, Guru follows Grandmaster, and Divine follows that. I don't expect you to reach either of those two ranks anytime soon. Reaching Grandmaster in any ability like you have in teleportation is an achievement that not more than a handful of Tier 5 mortals have ever claimed. I know you're Tier 6 now, but you achieved it at 5.
I could have taken my teleportation to Guru with the ability rank increase I could have taken at Tier 6.
No, a tier rank up can't take an ability to that level. They max out at Master. You being able to rank up your ability to Grandmaster was a rather special circumstance that you took advantage of beautifully. And I fully agree with your choice of class ability at your tier up.
So, no more shortcuts there, eh?
I'll not say never, but it is exceedingly unlikely. But enough on that. Are you ready for the contest?
Is it time already?
Almost. The first contestants are already on their way and will be arriving within a week. You have 3, maybe 4 weeks until I will pull you there. Reaching Tier 6 was a strong step. I doubt you can make Tier 7 before then, but among the first arrivals will be a Tier 8 monster of a competitor. You need to be able to at least fight them off or evade them if you can't beat them. That is why I am telling you again to push yourself. I have to go now, but check your notifications. There's something there that I think you will find interesting.
Duke stared at where the Overmind's avatar had been standing. Shrugging, he pulled up his notifications. Attention! The contract placed on you by the twin entities has been fulfilled. In a coincidental quirk of fate, the individuals who fulfilled the contract were slain before they could acknowledge the contract's completion and claim the prize. The fucking shits! They canceled the contract without paying it out! Not that I'm mad that the contract is gone, but damned that's some slimy shit to not pay it out. Kinda fits them, though. Okay, on to the rest. For defeating 61 creatures, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4 of various levels, you receive 533,225 experience. You are now level 104 and have gained 105 characteristic points. You have increased several of your abilities. Since you have declined to view the details, the greatest change has been selected for display. Your armor skin has increased to Adept 87. You may delve into your individual abilities to see any other specific changes as you desire. Duke was thankful that he had found the option to turn off the majority of his ability changes. The list was getting too long, and now he could see anything that increased by 10 or more or ranked up at a glance. Yeah, good call on that one. System spam is no better than email spam. Always hiding the important things in a wall of text. Well, got a few more characteristic points. Time to increase that psyche some more. It just ties into too many abilities. Okay, back to business. Let's see if Madrigal is still in the throne room. Duke didn't notice when the option toggled itself off again. As it turned out, Madrigal was just finishing up with the last of the petitioners, sending them on their way. As they left, the Duke's shoulders slumped, and he sat down heavily in his chair. "Rough day?" Duke asked.
Your Majesty!
Madrigal started to stand, but Duke interrupted him. "Stay in your chair. It looks like you could use the rest."
Indeed, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Okay, you have exceeded your honorifics for today. Duke pulled a chair out of his inventory and sat down opposite the Duke. So, give me the rundown of what's been happening in the kingdom.
Perhaps this is something better discussed in your office, or even my office, Duke?
Right you are. Let's use your office since I imagine it has all your notes and such in there.
Indeed it does.
The pair were soon seated more comfortably around Madrigal's conference table where he had laid out his kingdom map for Duke.
The kingdom has taken several hits since you have been gone. First, we are being steadily invaded by creatures from beyond Telden. I can tell you this, my understanding of the world has expanded significantly since you left.
Yeah, the cosmos is a whole lot bigger than our kingdom and its surroundings. It seems that our planet is considered backwards and on the fringes of everything. There are things out there that I am not sure could be imagined here. Madrigal nodded.
That would align with the creatures we have seen that have weapons that we have no understanding of and abilities like nothing we have seen before. But that's not the worst of it. Our economy nearly crashed. I have nearly emptied the treasury keeping things afloat.
Well, that's not good.
No, Duke, it is not. We rely too heavily on Havenreach to fund the rest of the kingdom. When their income dried up, we were all impacted, especially since productivity plummeted across the whole kingdom. That is what most of the petitioners have been coming here about. They're worried and on the brink of collapse out there.
That is my fault, I suppose, Duke responded. He held up a hand to prevent Madrigal from interrupting. I have an ability called Aura of Prosperity that improves productivity across the whole kingdom, but it only works when I am in range. So, while I was gone, it shut down and things returned to normal productivity. Now that I am back, things will ramp up quickly.
How much of a ramp up and how far does the ability reach?
Here's where it's going to create another problem for the kingdom.
Another problem?
Madrigal put his head in his hands, waiting for Duke to elaborate. Yes, the aura has grown a lot stronger than it was before I left. It will now provide more than 25,000% boost to productivity and could cover most of the planet. Madrigal looked up to Duke.
You're serious?
Yes. The kingdom needs to make warehouses, grain silos, all manner of storage areas. In fact, that is something I can help with as well. Shit, I should have thought of this earlier. I'll make a massive warehouse off the Hall of Possibilities so that you can access it from any of the portals that can reach there.
We only have the one portal that leads there, you know.
Damn. I'm really shit at all this. Show me where it would be helpful to have more portals and I'll get them set up before I leave again.
Before you leave again?
Yes, In a few weeks, I'm going to have to leave again for an interminable length of time, so the kingdom needs to spend this time to build up a ridiculous amount of resources and storage. I know it's not ideal, but it's not something I can put off or ignore. The best I can do is get us all prepared for my absence. I have already consulted with Mayor Schellenberger to get him started on increasing Haven Reach's storage capacity. You are quite the source of chaos in the kingdom, and I really wanted to be a stabilizing force. But we don't always get what we want, do we? No, we certainly don't. But regardless, you have made the kingdom far better than it was when you came to it. Thank you for that. Now, show me where the invaders are on the map. I have some aggression to get out of my system, and uninvited guests who are not behaving need to be evicted. Forcibly in this case. I'm not going to argue with that, but these invaders are beyond the capabilities of the legions to handle. Are you sure you want to or even can take them on by yourself? Deadly certain. Now show me who I need to kick off our planet. Interlude. Elsewhere. Ganderlin Vosh stared at the notification in disbelief. He had lost multiple heavy cruisers with all hands as well as one of his 2 dreadnoughts, all in the pursuit of a single individual. He had gotten permission to summon the hounds from their exospace cage to use in this pursuit. Now he had received a notification that made it all for naught. He read the notification for the 10th time. Contract 2,709,861,204 is no longer available. The parties who placed the contract encourage all to continue to pursue the goal, but no further rewards will be provided. He slammed his fist down on his desk, sending a spiderweb of cracks through the polished stone surface. As the self-repair runes acted to fix the damage, he called over the intercom. "Edgemont, attend me!" Edgemont came into the office, once again concentrating on keeping his expression neutral as he had heard the desk nearly splinter under his superior's rage. He stepped neatly up to Vosh's desk. "How can I assist?" "You received the same notification as I did. The contract is gone. How are we going to justify all this expense without the prize at the end of it all?" "I noticed something about that notification that some may have missed. It didn't say that this Duke was dead. It said that the contract is no longer available. Perhaps you could earn favor for killing the target?" "Perhaps. No one short of an entity could have issued a contract with that level of reward. Gaining the favor of such an entity could perhaps justify the expense. Yes." A decision made, Vosh changed tack. "Where is the punishment fleet?" "They have picked up the Tier 4 hounds. That was a significant delay as separating them out was difficult for the keepers, but they are on their final jump. They should be in the Teldon system in less than a week." "Very well. Change their orders. They are to scrape the planet clean. There is to be no life left on or even below its surface. No restraint and nothing escapes from the planet. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir. I'll go relay the orders now. They should receive them as they arrive at the system." With that, Edgemont left his superior's office. When he got back to his desk, Edgemont sent a message through an enchanted channel that no one else in the office had access to or even knew existed. The message was short. "He has failed and is broken." The reply was equally short. "Execute." Edgemont opened the left door on his credenza and tapped in a particular rhythm on the knot in the wood before placing his hand on the panel at a peculiar angle. It required him to twist his wrist nearly inside out, but was impossible to accidentally recreate. In response, a panel in the back of the credenza slid aside, revealing 24 mana cores, all linked by script to a single black button. Edgemont reached in and twisted the second mana core twice clockwise, before turning the last 4 times counterclockwise. Finally, he tuned the 7th half a turn clockwise, and then the 10th a quarter turn clockwise. Such a waste. but the Syndicate will never pursue an unrecoverable loss in operations or in personnel. He pulled the button out, twisted it around clockwise twice before pushing it back into place and depressing it. What followed was a deep humming noise as the runescript encapsulating Vosh's office activated, sealing it off from the rest of the station. Moments later, the manacores dimmed and winked out, expended. Edgemont closed the panels and walked to Vosh's door. Still maintaining a neutral expression, he opened it. The room was absolutely empty save for the fading runescript. The desk, the awards, the obscenely expensive carpet, the handcrafted chair were all gone along with the chair's occupant. What a senseless waste of resources. Time to find a replacement from the ranks. Now, who has the potential to take over this branch? I suppose I will have to pore through the records to see if anything has changed since Vosh was promoted, if anyone has distinguished themselves. With a sigh, Edgemont sat down at his own desk and casually ordered new office furniture and wall coverings. He looked up from his terminal and paused. We do have the hounds and a full punishment fleet deployed. On one hand, it would be a shame to waste the already expended resources. On the other, I am not going to allow Vosh to have cost us 2 fleets. Oh, but the hounds haven't fed in years, decades, perhaps even centuries. What to do? Yes, that's it. I'll recall the fleet, but allow the hounds free rein over the planet until their time is up and they are sucked back to exospace. That should slake their thirst for blood and flesh for a while. Pity it's only the Tier 4 hounds. Oh, I do so love my job. Chapter 53. Duke drew the sword out of his chest and tossed it aside. This latest group of mercenaries had been more than competent. They had known he was coming and had set up a stellar ambush. Not that it mattered. None of them had been above Tier 4, with the majority in Tier 2. Their equipment had been well above average, which made a significant difference, but Duke was so far outside the norm that he tore through their ranks with his bare hands, venting his rage and frustration. The only one who had managed to land an effective blow was the mercenary leader whose sword Duke had just tossed aside. It took him more time to sort through their equipment than it had taken to kill most of them. A small part of Duke's mind rebelled at the merciless killing. It was quickly silenced by the roiling cloud of his subconscious rage. When he had loaded the mercenaries' gear into his inventory, he teleported their ship into his hangar, which Sam had been casually expanding for him over the past 2 days. There were now dozens of ships of differing sizes and purposes there, which Duke at first decided that he needed to explore and understand, but later came to the realization that he really didn't need. He really only needed to steal one component from a ship, the navigation system. He could make his way on his own from there. The events of the past 2 days had all started when Duke caught up with Myra and the clan. A short conversation had revealed that there was a communications channel that most every ship kept open. He had transmitted his message across the whole system. "You have 1 hour to pack up your shit and leave. If you stay beyond then, you will be dealt with permanently." The first ship had left for orbit within 10 minutes of the transmission. A dozen others left soon thereafter, but most were stubborn and refused to leave as Teldon was a world low in magitech and high in both magic and resources. It was perfect for plundering. And, given that the bounty was gone, and the mercenaries had only been paid a pittance already, plunder was all they had left. The first mercenary group that Duke killed had been the only one to actually respond to the transmission. Their message was just as straightforward. "Not worried about any bluff from such a primitive world, go fuck yourself." After Duke was done with them, there wasn't enough left of their ship to justify moving it to the hangar. Duke didn't care to restore it either. Instead, he used his abilities to crush and melt the ship down into a 3-meter sphere. All the rune scripting had been destroyed, but it made for one dense projectile sitting in his inventory. After the 8th such group was killed off, others got the hint and started heading for orbit quickly, but not quickly enough. Duke had caught the last ship as it was starting to lift off. Technically, they were leaving, but he just did not care at this point. Invaders were invaders. He had stolen the ship's mana cores when they were 10 meters off the ground. The resulting crash had been the perfect starting point for the ensuing melee from Duke's perspective. "Myra, are you picking up any more on the ground?" Duke asked, as he opened up his dungeon sense to cover as much area as he could manage. Seeing as he could now extend his ability out over 450 kilometers, that covered a lot of the kingdom, but not all of it.
"No ships coming up on sensors, save for the ones in the desert. I'm not sure the remaining ships at the Dusty Trail Inn are hostile. Would you like us to head over there and find out?"
"You can meet me there if you like. That's my next destination. How many ships are we talking about at this point?"
"I am picking up 9 of them. We'll meet you there."
Duke decided to take his time and flew there, giving him time to check his notifications on the way. "Congratulations! For defeating 561 foes of up to Tier 4 and varying levels, you have received 2,111,691 experience. You are now level 123 and have 399 characteristic points to spend. Your aerial maneuvering has increased to practiced 63. Your martial arts combat has increased to adept 91. Your Tonfa mastery has increased to adept 157. Your diplomacy has increased to practiced 27. Your teleportation has increased to Grandmaster 113. Your regeneration has increased to Master 24. Your lasting disguise has ranked up to Practiced 6. Your overchannel has increased to Adept 126. Your force has ranked up to Practiced 4. Your flame has ranked up to Practiced 2. Your armor skin has increased to Adept 91. Duke smiled. Not bad gains at all, and I'm not done yet. There are still ships in orbit, at least for now there are. After I rip the first to pieces, the rest will leave, and the ships still in the desert. I wonder why none of them left. This will be interesting. Maybe they have an explanation. But I'm sure I turned on the condensed messages. How did it get turned back off? Whatever. I guess I'll deal with it later. Duke teleported inside the Dusty Trail Inn, arriving before the bar. Immediately, he was greeted by Travis, the Minotaur barkeep innkeeper. Ah, Duke, welcome back. You have some guests waiting for you. As he spoke, the Minotaur placed a glass of whiskey in Duke's hand, eliciting a warm smile. Guests, you say? Duke turned away from the bar and saw that there was a single table occupied by 6 individuals. He headed over to the table, carrying his drink with him, keeping his emotions in check, as he had declared that there would be no fighting in the bar, and he meant to keep his own word. The group at the table was racially divided. There were 4 goblinoids and 2 dragonians, and Duke recognized all of them. When Duke reached the table, they all stood to greet him, but Archmathus was the loudest voice.
Welcome back, King Duke. We have been awaiting your return.
Have you now? Duke gestured for everyone to sit as he pulled up a chair. You lot account for 2 of the ships parked out there. What about the rest? Drac Mallory answered before anyone else could respond.
They were delicious. Your chef here is amazing.
Her response got the whole table smiling along. You ate them?
Better than letting their carcasses rot in the desert sun, no?
Not sure about that, but I'm not going to pursue that line of thought. Why are you all still here?
To join you, of course.
Grimtooth responded.
We wanted you to be one of us, but that is not as has been decreed by the almighty Sargoth. Now we ask to be one of you.
Our intention to join you has not changed,
Drac Mallory added. So you took it upon yourselves to kill my enemies?
Just so,
the Dragonian replied. I suppose that I can't really complain about that. Might actually save me some time cleaning them up. Okay, show me which ships are yours. I'm going to confiscate the others. Outside the inn, they pointed out their ships, and Duke promptly moved the others to the hangar, increasing his collection. The others gaped as the ships disappeared one by one until the only ones remaining were their own 2. Duke looked them over slowly and carefully before speaking. I'm going to make this perfectly clear. This is my kingdom. Anyone who comes here with even the intention of causing trouble will be dealt with harshly. I have been merciful and slow to act in the past. That has ended. The Syndicate decided to come after me and mine. They are now short 1 fleet, including a dreadnought. Don't think for a second that I will hesitate to obliterate anyone who comes for me again.
Did you say that you took out a dreadnought?
Archmathus asked. Yes, I did. I stole one of their battleships and rammed it right into the bitch to start the fight. None of you have even the barest inkling of what I am capable of, and I will not take anyone I do not absolutely trust into my confidence. That trust is not built by any singular act. At this point, I cannot trust any of you. You all came here with the intention to kill me and collect a bounty. I do not need you with me, and I do not want any more variables. None of you have attacked me or mine, and you have eliminated some of my enemies. That speaks well for you, but it does not say nearly enough. I do not have the time it would take to get to know you, so you are all welcome to stay here at the inn or freely leave Teldon. Perhaps a day will come when I have the time to vet you all, but today is not that day. They all stared at Duke, unsure of how to respond. They were saved by Duke's communications crystal announcing an incoming message. He teleported well out of earshot to receive the message. Go ahead, Myra.
Duke, we have the Syndicate fleet arriving in system.
I'll be right there. Duke grimaced as he teleported to the bridge of the Iron Reaver. When he arrived, he saw the fleet on the screen. There was a dreadnought surrounded by a dozen other ships, including 6 heavy cruisers. Duke stepped over to his favorite console and started to zoom in on the supporting ships. He focused in on one of the heavy cruisers, noting that it was yet a 3rd type of design, and then it was gone. Myra took the display controls over and zoomed out, trying to spot where the fleet had gone. She expanded the view to the entire system. Where the fuck are they? Duke asked.
Gone. I can see the jump signature. They arrived and then ran away. That doesn't make any sense at all.
No, it doesn't. Could they be coming from another angle we can't cover?
Not unless they have a stealth system that is tiers above anything I have ever heard of. But to hide a fleet of that size, especially the Dreadnought, no. I don't think it's possible. They have gone elsewhere.
Well, that was anticlimactic, Duke groused.
And there goes all the ships in orbit. They are running for the jump points.
Was there any message sent? Some sort of warning?
Nothing I picked up. But it is possible that they had a shared crystal network outside of the Standard.
Maybe with the contract rescinded, it's not worth the expense anymore, and they cut their losses. Of course, that does not mean that they are done suffering losses.
You're still going after them then?
Probably. It might not be until I get back from my next trip, but they have many things to answer for.
Is it really your responsibility to make them answer for them, though?
Maybe not my responsibility, but I'm going to do it anyway. But for now, I'm going home and going to bed.
Good night, Duke.
Myra's words echoed after his fading afterimage. Chapter 54. Duke awoke with a sense of positiveness. He knew there was much ahead of him, but he also felt that he had put so much more behind him. Stepping off the stairs in the inn, he could hear legionnaires enjoying their breakfast as they prepared for another day of their rotation of delving into the training dungeons. Kalen greeted him with a wave as he headed to his table to greet someone he hadn't seen in quite a while. Baslin! Good morning!
Duke, my boy, so good to finally see you again. You have been busy. Word is that you have chased all the invaders away and have brought back prosperity to the kingdom. Imagine one man having such an outsized influence.
I have been busy. That much is true, but as always, there's so much more to do. And I really don't understand how I chased the fleet away. That still bothers me. But with so much to do, I can't dwell on it too much.
Good thing you are young enough to still do it all.
Enough about me. What have you been doing all this time? Madrigal told me that you haven't been around court much.
What need have I to be around court, especially with you gone? I have been researching and experimenting with all manner of interesting pieces I have picked up. These invaders brought something with them that I have never seen before, and it is absolutely fascinating. It's an entire magical language of runes. These runes are nothing like the runes that we have used for eons. Our runes are function-specific, but this new set of runes is context-specific. Do you know what that means?
Not really, but I have learned a bit about the rune script. What do you mean by context-specific?
It's fascinating. I've put most of my other experiments on hold to pursue this new realm of magic, even looking for Negron. It means that you can take the same set of, say, a dozen runes, and the order they are placed makes them do entirely different things.
Like letters in a written language?
Yes, precisely. It's like a runic system with single words that you could occasionally string together into rudimentary sentences. This new system is letters in a language that could be built to do anything. I need so many more examples so I can learn the syntax, the letters that can go together. The combinations are endless.
Duke couldn't help but be sucked in by Baslin's excitement. He had read RuneScript and his Xenoglossia had translated it for him, but what Baslin was trying to do was to understand the language at a more fundamental level. He didn't quite know why, but Duke was just as fascinated by it as Baslin. He'd just been running too hard and too fast to spend any time on it. Well, now you have me excited about it. Let's work on some of this together. I have quite a few examples of it in my inventory. A bigger sample size should give us a stronger understanding, right?
Yes. Oh, how exciting. We could work on this today.
I have to check in on the rest of the kingdom, but when I am done with that, let's play with the RuneScript and see what we can discover. Baslin stared at Duke pointedly long enough for Duke to actually become uncomfortable. What is it, Baslin?
What are you waiting for? Go check in so we can get started as soon as possible.
I'm waiting for breakfast. Breakfast arrived shortly after that, brought out by a tall, thin woman with features that Duke couldn't immediately identify as a race he was familiar with. She had pointed ears sticking out of her curly gray hair, as well as a delicate pair of horns that curved from her skull. The rest of her proportions were human normal, if a bit on the thin and delicate side. She greeted them with a smile that showed off her square teeth that were larger than Duke had expected, but had no sense of sharpness to them at all.
Good morning, Duke, Baslin. Here are your breakfasts. Would you like something to drink to go with them? We have a fresh batch of spring juice that seems very popular this morning.
Baslin smiled at her.
I would love some spring juice, and so would Duke.
His gaze lingered on her departing form, watching her tail swish as she walked. You have a thing for her, Duke commented amusedly.
I'm old, not dead, you know. It is rare to see kidfolk around anymore, and you have to admit that she is a fine specimen.
Duke considered asking about the kidfolk, but he figured that he had enough information from her looks and context. He was more interested in Baslin showing an interest beyond his research. Why don't you talk to her and get to know her, instead of being a creepy old man? What's her name?
Name? I have no idea.
Duke just shook his head at Baslin. Guess it's time to play wingman again. Last time I did this, it was for my actual wingman. Damn. I hope he made it out of that furball of a mess I led us into. Coltrane deserved better than to be dragged into that impossible situation. The waitress returned, and Duke came to a sudden realization. She was not a dungeon construct. Well, that is interesting. Is Sam hiring people now? She deposited the drinks for them and turned to leave. Duke interrupted her. Excuse me, miss. I didn't get your name. Turning around with a shy smile, she looked back at Duke appraisingly.
I'm Brindlehoof. What's your name?
My name is Duke, but you really should get to know Baslin here. He's something special. Say hello, Baslin. Baslin smiled.
It is a pleasure to actually meet you, Brindlehoof. I find myself unable to look away from you. You have captured my attention like none have in ages. If beauty were measured in clover petals, I'd need a whole meadow to match even a glimpse of you.
She smiled with a soft chuckle and reached down, giving Baslin a soft kiss on the forehead.
You're adorable. That was so sweet.
She sauntered away with an extra swish in her hips. Baslin gaped after her while Duke held himself to a smile.
She kissed me.
On the forehead.
But she kissed me. Physical contact like that is rare for the kidfolk.
So you think you have a shot?
Go attend to your tasks. I have matters of my own to attend to.
Duke quickly finished his breakfast and departed, leaving the smitten archmage to himself with one more remark. You know that was a super cheesy line. I can't believe she fell for it.
Go on, apprentice. Leave the archmage to his work.
Duke was gone before Baslin was done speaking. He arrived in his office within the castle and settled down behind the desk. There were a ton of papers to sort through, most of which he had no idea where they had come from. Still, he dug into the pile, knowing that leadership was as much paperwork as it was decision-making. 2 hours later, Duke had managed to sort through the piles of paper, placing them into 3 separate piles. One for things he immediately approved, one for those he denied, and the third pile for discussion. Satisfied with the amount of administrative work he had accomplished, he placed all 3 piles in his inventory and made his way to Madrigal's office. Stepping into the Duke's office, he produced the 3 piles and dropped them neatly on the man's desk. Approved, rejected, need discussion but not right now. He smiled at Madrigal's befuddled expression before continuing. I didn't see anything in there about new warehouses. You didn't forget what I told you, right? I have not forgotten, but since you specifically ordered me to build them, they are being built, and we are already seeing the effects of your aura. Yesterday, our top alchemist reported that his failure rate for his most difficult potions has fallen from 76% down to less than 1%, and he is getting higher yields from each batch than ever before. He is providing the legions with his highest potency healing and mana potions at a ridiculous discount because he doesn't want to flood the market with them and undermine his own prices. Sounds like we need to ramp up our trading caravans even more. Just so. I received a report just this morning from the farm you went out to. Madrigal sorted through papers for a bit until he finally found the one he was looking for. Here it is. This is a report from the Century patrolling the area. According to this, the farmer, this Roger Shrubber fellow, is reporting that all his remaining cows are pregnant and ready to calve. That was quick. Yes, there are hundreds of similar reports. We are, after just a few days of you being back, undergoing a crisis of abundance. Can you tone down your aura any? I honestly don't know. I've never tried. Duke delved into his character sheet to see what he could find. After approaching it from several different approaches, he found just what they were looking for, a slider switch. He slid it down almost all the way and found his abilities effect reduced to a mere 260%. There. How about that? I was able to reduce the effect down to about 260% instead of the nearly 26,000% increase. That will help things. I think we can adjust it upwards as people get used to the increased production. I don't know if we will ever be able to handle your full aura for any length of time. In time, the kingdom will be ready for it. They are going to have to be. We are going to have to join the greater cosmos sooner rather than later. When that happens, I want to have the whole planet united so that we can face the true monsters that lurk out there. I may not be available to defend the kingdom, let alone the planet, all the time. We need to build up a cadre of defenders that can handle whatever comes our way. Duke, we can barely handle this one kingdom. How are we going to be able to handle an entire planet? I don't know yet. But they say necessity is the mother of invention. When push comes to shove, we will find a way or destroy ourselves. Let's make it the former. Now, tell me where we need portals to the Hall of Possibilities. Duke did not notice the slider on his ability start ticking up slowly, only 1% every 6 minutes, the adjustment made by his subconscious desires. Instead, he set to the task of connecting portals to the hall. Chapter 55. Hours later, Duke had set up the portals in the agreed-upon locations in both Tanish and Ansky before quickly returning to his own kingdom. He was about to head for a third destination, but was interrupted by a call from a Jewel of Whispers.
Duke, you need to come to my workshop as soon as you can. This is important.
Baslin's whisper carried an urgency that Duke couldn't ignore. He teleported directly to Baslin's workshop within the inn. The Archmage practically jumped out of his robes at Duke's sudden appearance, dropping his Jewel of Whispers to the stone floor. The jewel shattered, scattering fragments of crystal across the floor as the glow of magic quickly faded from the crystal shards. "Sorry about that, Baslin. You sounded worried, so I came as fast as I could."
Never mind the crystal. I can make a replacement easily enough. Come with me.
Baslin hurried Duke through the workshop that clearly had expanded significantly since the last time Duke had been inside it. There were whole wings that did not exist previously. Their rushed passage ended in a mostly empty chamber. The only things in the chamber were a magical contraption projecting some sort of flickering blue field over an enormous egg. Duke's mind immediately flashed back to the meeting with the Tanish emissary and the gift from their kingdom, the egg of the great serpent Iluyanka.
As you can see, my stasis spell is failing. The egg will hatch any moment now, and you need to be here for it in order for it to bond to you.
Shit. I forgot about this.
Like so many other things, Your Majesty.
The mocking tone of the honorific was not lost on Duke. Yeah, I got busy saving the world and all that.
Saving the world? I just thought you were taking your girlfriend out for a ride.
Baslin, have you actually developed a sense of humor?
No. Had I a sense of humor, I would have dropped the egg in your lap in the middle of a session of court and watched you scramble to take care of it and keep your dignity. But, alas, you never really hold court, do you?
Okay, I get it. I'm a shitty ruler by this world's standards. But I much prefer the hire experts and let them do their work without looking over their shoulders all the time approach.
Sounds lazy to me.
Yep, definitely a small sense of humor there. But enough of that. It seems that I have an egg to hatch and a scroll to use. Duke retrieved the scroll from his inventory that he had been given with the enormous serpent's egg. He quickly identified the scroll, hoping that it would show if there were any hidden tricks within. The ability only showed it as a straightforward, if powerful, spell scroll casting a bond creature spell. Shrugging, he prepared the scroll in the flickering blue light and gave Baslin a nod. The Archmage reached up to his device and ended its effect. The response from the egg was immediate. As the first crack splintered across the thick obsidian egg, a shudder of anticipation filled the chamber. Moment by moment, the shell cracked more and more until the egg tooth finally pushed its way through. The tooth worked at the shell, breaking more and more of it until the shell burst apart, splattering the area with shell fragments and unknown fluids. Coiled in the remnants of the shell was an ebon serpent, its forked tongue darting forth to sample the air for the first time. It slowly began to move, gently rocking back and forth as it gained familiarity with its body. Then its eyes opened, glowing like two fiery gates to hell. The power of its presence was palpable, radiating off the serpent in waves. Baslin took an unconscious step backwards. The serpent's head snapped to orient on the retreating Archmage, its jaws opening wide enough to fit the mage's head as if testing him for size.
Use the damned scroll!
Baslin nervously whispered to Duke. In response, the serpent coiled more tightly, tensing as if to strike. Duke held the scroll and paused before using it. Instead, he spoke to the serpent using his xenoglossia. "You don't really want to hurt my friend. You're just hungry, curious, and a bit scared, right?" At the same time, he dropped his lasting disguise that was hiding his own glowing eyes. The serpent paused as if noticing Duke for the first time. Its hiss was indistinguishable from any of its other noises to Baslin, but to Duke, it spoke volumes.
Hungry, yes. Must hunt, must feed, must grow.
Then let me give you something to eat. Baslin would not be a good meal. Duke used his dungeon creature creation to create a young pig in front of the serpent. The pig squealed and started to run away, but the serpent was far faster. It snapped forward and latched onto the pig with its fangs. The pig struggled for a half-second before stilling. Effortlessly, the serpent lifted its head up and gobbled the pig down its throat with a trio of convulsive movements of its triangular head and neck. "How was that?" Duke asked, still holding the scroll in his hand.
Tastes good, satisfied, good provider.
The serpent's coils visibly relaxed as its eyes remained fixed on Duke's. "Now that you are no longer starving, let's have a more in-depth chat."
Too many words. Sleep now.
The serpent didn't wait for a response as it curled its head into the rest of its body and drifted off to consume its meal.
Stop hissing at it and use the scroll already. I'm not having this thing hanging around my workshop and munching on my experiments.
I was hoping that I wouldn't have to use the scroll to bond it to me.
Do you have a monster tamer class that I don't know about?
No, but I can talk to it.
Yeah, I can talk to demons. It's not like any of them are going to jump over to my cause just for the hell of it. It's a magical, monstrous serpent, not a simple beast that you can train with food rewards. Use the scroll.
Duke reluctantly unfurled the scroll and cast the spell. The scroll erupted into a crimson flash of magic, filling the room with its radiance. Slowly, the radiance coalesced down to Duke and the serpent as it created and sealed the bond. Duke felt a burning sensation pass through his body, infusing his arteries and veins. The burning pumped through his blood for several seconds before coming to rest in his heart, where it settled and infused itself into the muscle. Duke also felt a sharp pain in the roof of his mouth, which he ignored, concentrating on the serpent. At the same time, the serpent writhed at the unfamiliar sensation. It hissed at its interrupted sleep, but eventually stilled as the spell completed the bond. "You have bonded with Ophirion, the offspring of the great serpent Ilyanka. A bond with a creature of such potential is exceedingly rare, and the full effects of which cannot be easily identified. Instead, they must be discovered over time. The immediate effects are as follows. You have gained a new set of organs, poison sac and fangs. You now have retractable fangs that can deliver a powerful paralytic poison. Ophirion gains access to your most potent ability and 10% of your characteristics. You and your bond may communicate mentally at a distance equal to the range of your shared ability. Grow your bond wisely." Duke looked up from studying his notification and met the gaze of his bonded serpent. A sense of understanding passed between them in an instant, and Duke knew the serpent was content with the bond. He felt Ophirion's mind brush his own with a simple message.
I am going to sleep now. We will speak of what you have done and what it means for us later.
Guess Ophirion is going to sleep now.
That's the serpent's name, Ophirion?
Yes, that is his name. Do you have any experience with bonded creatures?
No, that's never been something that interested me. What did the bond do for you?
Duke stared Baslin in the eyes and extended his fangs. Baslin started and then leaned in to stare at the fangs.
Are they functional?
I have venom sacs to go with them. I am going out on a limb and saying that you do not want to be bitten by them.
Not on my list of preferred activities. If anyone's going to bite me, it's going to be a certain kidfolk.
Speaking of Brindlehoof, how is that going?
Slowly, but better than expected. Thank you for the assistance there, by the way. Strange that after all these years I find myself tongue-tied.
Just what a good wingman should do for a friend.
I have no idea what a wingman is, but I think I get the context.
What keeps causing me to hesitate is the age gap. I'm old enough to not just be her grandfather, but her honored ancestor. There is a wrongness to this, even though I know it is normal for the long-lived to do so.
I have to admit that the age gap would be a serious problem for the world I came from, but I only know a small bit about the traditions on Teldon.
Things are a bit more open here, but there are some who would frown on the relationship. In the past, some of us would alter our appearances to seem young, which made objections far less. I call that the elf effect, as they appear young for centuries, but that is not my style. I am who I am, and if you can accept that, great. If not, then it really is your problem, not mine. Now I believe we had some rune scripting to decipher.
Indeed we do. Let's get to a different section of the workshop first, though. I think it is best to leave sleeping serpents lie.
You learn quickly. This is good.
Duke was heading out of the chamber before Baslin even realized that the man had started moving. He quickly followed with only a brief, worried glance back at Ophirian. Strangely, as he got further away from his new bond, he felt the pull of the bond stronger and stronger. The pull was strong, but his will was far stronger, but he knew that he would be returning to Ophirian soon enough. Chapter 56. The wing of Baslin's workshop that Duke found himself in was different from any of the others he had seen. This section seemed far more sterile with its glossy white walls, floors, and ceiling. There were glass tables and displays all around the area that were nearly as large as Duke's throne room.
Well, what do you think?
Baslin asked. A wry smile just barely formed on his lips. It seems blank. Like there should be more to it, but it's just missing. The display cases are empty, the walls bare, and the floor and ceiling are really no different from the walls.
That is a fair observation. The next chamber has the carving stations for making the runes so familiar to this world. But here is where we will work on the rune scripting. These tables are made with magical glass. They can be carved to create patterns or scripts and have liquid gold poured into them to set the script. When it's cooled, the table will heal itself, pushing the golden scripting out to the surface.
That is interesting. Is this one of your creations? Baslin glowed with pride.
Yes, they are my own design. After spending countless hours carving runes and attempting to decipher and duplicate the rune script into wooden, stone, and metal tables, this solution came to me. Although I do have to admit my success with even duplicating the rune script has been marginal at best, there is a fundamental understanding that I seem to be missing.
Let's hope that we can correct that lack together. Here, let's look at this example of rune scripting. While he spoke, he pulled one of the most simplistic rune-scripted items he had in his inventory. It was a basic sword with a minor rune script engraved in the blade. When the blade was on the table, they began to study the rune script. Baslin puzzled over it, commenting on the connection between sections before Duke interrupted him. This is a 4-word sentence. It says, "I am always sharp." It's probably the simplest example of rune script I have seen. Baslin looked at Duke in surprise.
You really can just read it like that?
It's a language. I can read just about any language.
Can you write it?
That, my friend, is where I truly run into problems. I can read it and understand what it says and kind of how it works, but I can't seem to write it out. It's odd as I can form the sentences in my head, but when I have tried to transition it into actual script, it just doesn't work. I'm missing something, but I don't know what.
That, my boy, is why you have me. We'll figure it out, as you say, together.
Duke spent hours teaching Baslin how to read the language, but it was slow going as the RuneScript language had intricate subtleties and context that Duke couldn't decipher enough to explain. His ability gave him the capability to read and understand the language, but the syntax of this language was far more complex than any spoken or written language Duke had encountered. The breakthrough came when Baslin was able to script his first sentence in the language that worked. He had struggled as his countless attempts had appeared to be identical to the example Duke had produced etched into the sword.
It works, and I finally know why,
Baslin declared, brimming with excitement. He danced around the room shouting as Duke watched on, confused but thoroughly amused. Duke watched for the full 5 minutes of Baslin's victory dance before the Archmage finally came back to Duke to explain what he had done differently.
You see, Duke, it's not enough to write the rune script perfectly. We did that dozens of times without any reaction. You have to infuse the rune script with both mana and intent. Part of the magic of the rune script is tied to the context of what you want it to do. Since so many letters and words have different meanings when put together, even in the same order, you have to focus your intent into the script to give it the right emphasis.
Intent? Emphasis? What do you mean?
Just like different words can be pronounced differently, like heal and heal.
Heal and heal? They're the same word. Duke paused, replaying the words as they were actually spoken rather than the automatic translation he had grown so used to with his ability. He nodded. I see what you were saying now. So, it's what you intend the script to do that determines how the sword should be used, where you place your emphasis. I get it now.
Yes, exactly. Show me more examples of the rune script and let's see what else we can figure out.
Duke pulled all sorts of unidentified gear out of his inventory for the two of them to work with. He pulled out dozens upon dozens of swords, as they were easy to fit on the tables, and if they wound up being destroyed, he was just fine with that. Finally, he pulled out a dark blade that looked different from the rest. He held it up to the light only to see the light absorbed into the blackness of the blade.
Well, that one's different,
Baslin remarked. It is different. It's not rune-scripted at all.
Ah, so a sword from your travels on Telden, then?
Duke identified the sword and his blood ran cold. He knew this blade. He had committed to destroying this blade, and yet, here it was, gripped in his hand. He placed the blade on the floor and took a step back, Baslin joining him at his side.
What is it, Duke?
This is the Blade of the Netherworld. We got this as loot a long time ago in the dungeon. I meant to destroy it then like I had done with the other cursed blade, but it appears that I have never gotten to it.
And it's been sitting in your inventory all this time. Is everything in your inventory in stasis, or could this blade have affected something else?
Thankfully, they are in stasis, so I think we're okay in that regard, but I have to destroy this blade.
Just be careful.
I will, but I'm far stronger than I was with the last one. Duke reached out to the blade with his mana drain ability and began to siphon off the mana from the blade's enchantments. With the vast increase in his psyche, the pull of the blade's warped mana was easy to resist. He unconsciously separated the intent of the enchantments from the magic overpowering them. Before he could do anything about the separated intent, it was drained into his psyche and hidden from his consciousness. Oh, that's not going to be good, Duke muttered.
What happened?
I absorbed the sword's intent into my psyche. It will sit there, waiting to fuel one of my abilities, I expect. As he spoke, the sword itself corroded and turned to a pile of dust, its magic gone along with its curse. Baslin didn't hesitate to cast a spell and pull all the dust of the sword into a jar that he quickly sealed.
Mustn't let something like this sit around. Always best to put it away, even if it appears inert. I have learned to not take chances, at least not unintentional ones.
I have to say, that is smart, Baslin. I wouldn't want that dust to be floating around and getting into something that it shouldn't. Now, let's see what we can do with these rune-scripted swords. It took the rest of the day, but Baslin had gotten the basics of rune-scripting down. He seemed to have a talent for it, as he was able to modify his own scripts to produce different effects based on his intent for the few words of the rune-script language he had learned. Duke, on the other hand, was absolute garbage at writing the rune script. He moved too quickly and was too impatient to effectively write a functioning script. When it came to reading the scripts, he relied on his ability and was able to easily determine the basics of purpose and effect, but not the finer points. Finally, Duke began to empty his inventory of items that he knew contained rune scripting. As the items' rune scripts became more and more complex, Baslin stared with deeper concentration and wonder. When Duke took him to the largest chamber in this wing of the workshop, Baslin's curiosity was fully piqued.
What do you have for me now, Duke?
The largest and most complex example of runescript that I have with me. Duke pulled a mech out, placing it in the middle of the floor. Baslin stared at the mech in wonder. It was the smallest version Duke had encountered, only standing 5 meters tall, but it still had all the usual runescripting Duke had seen in mechs. It seemed that there was a rather specific runescript design that all mechs followed. At least, all the mechs he had seen had the same or very similar pattern. Baslin traced his hands over the mech, feeling the materials and studying it with his magic. As he traced the lines of its left leg, he asked,
This is quite the golem, but I don't see any rune script.
That's because the runescripting is on the inside. The mech is made of multiple layers of material that are all inscribed with runescript. It is the most complex runescript I have found, in that it is so compact but also does so much.
You see it through the layers?
Even better, watch this. Duke focused his Grandmaster ability and teleported the outer layer of the mech onto the floor, making sure to keep the runescript intact. The connections between the layers will be broken this way, but it will give you so many layers to study, it will keep you busy for months.
Years, my boy. Ho ho, years.
Baslin stopped talking to Duke as he poured his energy into examining and deciphering the runescript. Duke watched for a while, but soon realized that Baslin was too far engrossed in his study. He finished taking the mech apart and went on his way, teleporting to the hangar. He had a project of his own to work on when it came to runescript, and he felt he had learned enough working with Baslin that he might just be able to pull it off. In the hangar, he perused all the ships he had in storage and selected one at random. He really didn't know much about any of them, so one seemed to be as good as another. He entered and made his way to the bridge. Once there, he got to work. Okay. So this looks like the navigation station to me, and I'm talking to myself again.
Not entirely. You are in my dungeon, so I kind of am always listening unless you push me out.
Duke turned to see Sam standing in front of the captain's chair. With a flourish, he sat down and spun the chair to face Duke.
So, what is it that you are looking to accomplish here?
I need to find a way to make a navigation system like this. Duke waved at the station in front of him. Well, I need to make it portable so I can use it without a ship.
So why don't you just create one with your abilities? I've seen you make things out of dungeon essence before.
I don't know how they work well enough just yet.
Oh, so you're just studying it until you can make one of your own. That makes sense. Well, don't let me stand in your way.
As Sam turned to leave, Duke stopped him. Wait. Was there something you needed or wanted? You usually don't just drop in.
Oh, nothing really. I just wanted to tell you that I'm on the cusp of Tier 7.
Wow, that's great. Will that give you anything cool?
You're not jealous?
Why would I be jealous?
You're only a Tier 6.
And you used to be a Tier 8 dungeon if I recall correctly.
Damn, I hoped you had forgotten that.
Nope. But still, it's great progress. I know this is wildly unconventional for you, but it seems to be going well.
Exceptionally well. That's why I'm good with my descendants following this model. Anyway, enjoy your project. I have a group of elite legionnaires making a run at the deep boss. I just have to watch.
With that, Sam faded away, leaving Duke to study the navigation system in peace. Chapter 57. Duke started to dismantle the navigation system using all his sensing abilities to see inside the console and really figure out how it worked. Each time, after he finished tearing it down, he restored the console. The process was slow as he was gaining insight, but at a maddeningly slow pace. The realization that this would take him longer than he had initially thought came over him. I need to relocate to Havenreach. The time dilation there will give me more time to work on this, but I have one more stop to make before I get started. Thought became action, and Duke was in the chamber with Ophirian in an instant. The serpent uncurled himself, his head rising to meet Duke's gaze. Duke's ability fired up, and he could tell the serpent was smiling in its own way.
Good for you to come back to me now that I have rested. You have bonded us together, so I will be going where you go from now on.
Well, where I am about to go is going to be pretty boring for you. I have some magical work to do that will likely be tedious rather than spectacular.
Is there somewhere I can hunt there?
I will make a hunting ground for you there. Did you get any experience for killing that pig earlier?
Experience? That is something from my inherited memory. Yes, I see now. I did receive 25 experience for killing and eating that prey.
Good. That means that you should be able to grow from killing the monsters I make to help you learn and grow.
Just make more of those pigs. That was delicious.
No, you need to hunt and fight all sorts of different creatures so you can be ready for what is to come. I am going to fight some of the most powerful people and creatures in my weight class? No, I don't think that's right. I don't know what to call it, but they're all going to be tough opponents. You're young, barely out of your shell. If you get sucked along to this contest, you will have to be a lot stronger than you are now, or you'll simply be killed as collateral damage. I'm not about to let that happen if I can help it.
Too many words. Take me to where I can hunt, where I can eat. That will be enough.
Duke shrugged. It's not like Ophirian isn't going to go hunt and kill, as is natural for him. I just hope he doesn't go to sleep after every kill. Maybe that's it. Maybe I can convince him to hunt for experience and practice rather than just food. Guess I'll just have to see. Duke teleported the both of them to the furthest reaches of the mountains surrounding the city of Havenreach. There, he went to work with his dungeon manipulation. He carved out a massive cavern and cave network with interconnecting tunnels. He changed the terrain and environmental aspects of the area, adding a great deal of diversity. He established caverns to focus on each and every element he could think of, as well as entirely different environments. When he was done with those, he set about populating the areas. He discovered a happy surprise that his dungeon creature creation ability worked differently while inside a dungeon. It effectively removed the limit on the number and types of creatures he could create. None of them could leave the dungeon, but he was sure that he could find a way to use this to his advantage. He created creatures of all types he could for each of the environments. They were all low tier, but the levels varied, with the strongest being nearly level 50. As Ophirian gets stronger, I'll up the levels in tiers. I have no idea how quickly he'll be able to grow, but this will be a good testing ground for him. Ophirian, I will be staying in this central cave and working on a project. Explore the tunnels and caverns around us. Kill everything you come across. They are all enemies and need to be slain.
I hunt.
With that simple response, Ophirian slithered off into the nearest tunnel. Duke set to work again. As he worked, he found himself getting distracted by his own thoughts again and again, frequently concerned about Ophirian. Every time he checked on the serpent, he found his bond to be doing just fine and racking up quite the body count. Finally, he put the project aside and addressed the other thought that kept coming to his mind. Focusing on his dungeon manipulation ability, Duke was able to separate his cave system from the rest of Havenreach. The next part was where he pushed his ability to the limit of its practiced rank. The reality of the cave system rippled and stretched until he was finally able to add his own time dilation to the cave. It took most of his mana and all his effort, but he was able to increase the flow of time in the caves. The result was that time flowed 4 times faster in the cave system than in Havenreach. The combination of both dilation effects compounded, making time move 108 times faster than the outside world. Duke smiled to himself as he looked at how much his ability gained from that feat. A jump of 15 levels in the ability. I'm going to have to increase it more before the contest. That and dungeon core creation. I don't know if it will be a viable strategy, but I am hoping it will work on at least someone as a trump card. I'll have to keep it well hidden, but if nothing else, I'll have a place to escape to. He returned to the task at hand, tearing down the navigation console and restoring it over and over, studying the rune script as intensely as he could manage. It was a slow process, but he spent a full 10 days just studying the console and checking on Ophirian. The serpent had grown significantly over the course of the 10 days, reaching level 14, but Duke could see that his growth was slowing. It was becoming evident that the greatest challenge for the serpent so far had been finding his prey, and finding prey that was challenging enough. Duke smiled. I can fix that. Time to add some Tier 2 bosses in and let the caverns respawn their creatures. Maybe I should start adding intelligent creatures as well. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Duke put his plan into action, starting with the respawning mobs. Modifying the dungeon area to respawn mobs was far easier than Duke had expected, as if it was the natural state for the dungeon. Adding in the higher tier bosses took some time, but he was able to manage it with minimal effort as well. It was clear that the dungeon wanted to spawn mobs and bigger ones at that. Duke relaxed his hold on the area, allowing the dungeon more freedom to add and increase the monster levels. Yeah, go ahead and pump up the dungeon. Ophirian has 10% of my stats added to his own anyway. makes him way overpowered for his level and tier. Setting aside his concerns for Ophirian, he turned back to his project. The investigative part of his project was done as far as he was concerned. He had learned as much as he could by tearing the console apart and rebuilding it. Now it was time to try rune scripting in the manner he was hoping would work for him. He started with what he hoped would be the easiest step, creating the rune script out of dungeon essence. Solidifying the image of the rune script he had studied over and over for the past 10 days, he began to build the script out of pure dungeon essence. It started off slowly, forming in the air and growing into the intricate web of scripts. They were intertwined with each other, connecting in multiple ways to form a lopsided matrix. Layer by layer, Duke added RuneScript for several painstaking hours. When he finally finished, he was mentally exhausted, but his creation stood stable in the air before him. He sat down in an extremely comfortable chair he had made for himself and promptly fell asleep. Duke awoke surprised that he had actually crashed out, but refreshed and feeling hopeful that he would be able to figure out the next stage in his rune-scripting project today. But first, it was time to test the rune script he had spent so many hours on the previous day. With great anticipation, he approached the convoluted maze of rune script floating in the air. He placed his hand upon the mana input and slowly added mana. After 10 minutes of adjusting his mana input to find the right level, he came to the only conclusion possible. He had failed. Growling, he set back to studying his construct. It took him all of 30 seconds to find the first error in the rune script. There was a spot where the defining line didn't match his memory of the console. He compared the console to his own rune script and found that it was indeed an error. A momentary application of will later, the error was corrected in the floating dungeon essence. Duke beamed with pride as he input mana once again into the construct, only to get the same result. He shook his head and went back to error correcting. This reminds me too much of that one computer programming class I took in the academy. That was excruciatingly boring, and this looks like it will be just the same. But it is also important. I need to do this, so I may as well get to it. Duke spent the rest of the day correcting the hundreds of errors he had made in the construct. Finally, after having a wonderful turkey dinner with all the fixings, Duke approached the construct one more time. I just love being able to create anything I want out of dungeon essence. I might just have to push that ability hard to increase it. I can only take a bit over 400 gold worth of stuff out of a dungeon as of now, but that's at practiced rank. How much more will it be at adept or even master? Damn it, Duke, focus! With more than a little trepidation, Duke pushed mana into the construct. The entire thing immediately glowed with power, and the navigational display lit up. It showed his own position and nothing else. Duke frowned, but decided to check the result from the console he knew was functional. It showed the same nothingness. You idiot! You are inside a dungeon! There are no other star systems here! I'll have to leave the dungeon to test it. Duke used his dungeon sense to take a quick look at Ophirian's hunting progress and found the serpent stalking a pair of kobolds down a tunnel. Guess he's doing well enough then. A quick look at his bondage information showed that the serpent was already well into the 20s for level. Good progress. He'll be fine if I'm gone for a bit. Duke teleported himself, the console, and his construct out of the dungeon. Thankfully, the value of the construct seemed to be less than his limit, which had been a significant concern for Duke. He immediately fed mana into both and saw their displays light up with data. He had done it. All right! Phase 1 is complete. Now to play with this thing for a bit. Duke spent an hour running through all the settings and controls. He had used the navigational console on the Iron Reaver more than once and had a basic understanding of what he could do with it. The more he worked on it, the more he realized how little he actually knew about its functions and how to use them. You know, I would actually RTFM if there was a manual to read. Guess it's trial and error time. After 2 hours of experimental discovery, he returned to the dungeon caverns. Chapter 58. When Duke returned to the cavern system within the dungeon, he was greeted by Ophirian.
You have been gone for nearly 10 days. In that time, I hunted well and have grown much stronger. But these creatures are no challenge for me. Either we go elsewhere, or we find something more challenging in here.
Well, you certainly seem to have grown some. The serpent was almost 10 meters long, and, as Duke checked his stats, he saw that Ophirian was on the verge of hitting Tier 2. Duke's smile deepened. You want it more difficult? Sure, here goes. Duke met Ophirian's gaze, his smile growing broader and perhaps a bit more sinister. As you wish. He loosened the restrictions on the caverns, allowing up to Tier 4 creatures and adding elementals, golems, and undead to the mix. Enjoy your hunting. Ophirian cocked his head to the side, studying Duke's response and body language, but eventually gave the equivalent of a serpent's shrug and went back to hunting. He was determined to surpass his bondmate in hunting skill and prowess. Having been separated from his community, he had no sense of where he or his bondmate stood in the order of beasts. He just knew the beasts he had been hunting were too weak to offer a challenge. He slid away in near silence to return to hunting. His belly was full, despite needing more food than he had expected to fuel his growth. Still, he needed to hunt, to grow. It was an imperative that drove from his soul. Duke dismissed his construct and proceeded to rebuild it over and over again. Each time, his speed and accuracy increased until he finally got the notification he was hoping for. Congratulations! You have shown your prowess in crafting RuneScript. You have gained the exceedingly rare ability Rune Scripting at Untrained Level 1. Continue to practice your ability, and it will continue to improve. You are now capable of creating basic rune scripts based on your own thoughts and capabilities. As your ability increases, you will be able to create and modify more complex rune scripts. In addition to this new ability, you have gained the skill RuneScript Knowledge. This skill is a complement to the ability and represents your knowledge base on various rune scripts. Increasing your knowledge of rune scripts will accelerate the growth of your ability. The ability and skill will not grow in lockstep, but together in one will affect the growth of the other. Duke whooped, pumping his fist into the air. Only took me 3 weeks of concentrated work to get the ability. Well, that and however long I have been casually studying the rune scripts I have run into. Still, Baslin is going to be so pissed at me if I surpass him in this. Guess that's even more motivation to work that much harder then. Ophirian slithered through the tunnel, sneaking up on his latest prey. This prey was different from most every other he had stalked. It was a stalker itself. It moved quietly and stayed hidden in the shadows. Unfortunately for it, the serpent's senses were far better than any normal creature's, especially as Alferian continued to pour his characteristic points into his intuition. With the boost he received from his bondmate, he was approaching 400. There was little that could escape his senses at their base, but his natural ability enhancing his senses multiplied the effect. He could sense the heat of his prey's body, the scent of its organs, the stink of its breath, even hear the sound as it adjusted its feet ever so slightly with each careful step. The serpent that had come to be known as the terror of the tunnels to the newly raised communities in the caverns had become the focus of all their greatest hunters. To hunt such a monster was the height of their prowess. None who had hunted the serpent had managed to so much as land a blow on the legend. There were few who even lived through an encounter, all by fleeing the moment one member of their party was attacked. With each hunter that never returned, the legend of the terror grew, completely unbeknownst to the actual terror. As Alferian closed in on the Twilight Stalker, he noticed that something was slightly different from what he had come to expect. He could sense other scents and heat signatures ahead in the tunnel. They were not moving. Perhaps this stalker was hunting them? Alferian closed the distance to his prey slightly, still just out of striking range. His prey unexpectedly sped up, sprinting down the corridor, even running up and along the walls in its haste. It bounced off the walls past the prey that the serpent was sure that the stalker was hunting. Alferian was not about to let his prey escape him and launched himself down the corridor. He was the superior hunter, and his prey could never escape him. He sped down the corridor, bursting through the prey scattered against the walls. Pain! Blades sliced into his belly scales, and spears stabbed into him from below. Alferian hissed as he felt his momentum arrested by a combination of blades, spears, and spikes, and then some strange thing that looked like woven-together intestines wrapped around him. The strange wrapping constricted around him. Him! How could this thing constrict him? Then the height of insults. The creature set upon him. More blows struck him, hurting him. He felt pain like he had never felt before in his life, and to make it worse, he was trapped. Between the spikes, spears, blades, and the constricting thing, he was nearly unable to move, unable to strike back. He struggled against his bindings, but even his prodigious strength was useless without any leverage. Every struggle just drove the spears and blades deeper into him. The pain was maddening. Already his health had been reduced by a third. This was more damage than he had ever experienced in his lifetime, and he was enraged and frustrated, helpless. He could not move. His hisses of anger blew out of his squeezed-together jaws. Blow after blow continued to rain down on him. One attacker blinded his left eye, and the pain ratcheted up to another level. His health was starting to fall faster and faster as bleeding effects began to compound. Every thrash hurt him more and more. His every instinct called on him to fight, but he was unable to do so. As his health fell below 10%, he reached out to his bond. His pain and rage reached across the bond and pulled him to his bondmate through the ability he had been given with the bond. Alferian teleported to Duke, leaving all the spikes, spears, blades, and that accursed constricting thing behind. Still, he was bleeding out profusely and in tremendous pain as his life continued to drip out on the floor. Duke reacted quickly, dropping his rune-scripting work and pulling his most potent healing potion from his inventory. He fed the potion to Alferian, who swallowed the cooled liquid on instinct, the mental and emotional urging from his bond pushing him to action. Immediately, the pain lessened, and his wounds stopped bleeding. The relief was a complete blessing, and Alferian was finally able to speak again.
They hurt me.
Was that the first time you have been hurt?
First time I was hurt. Yes. I do not like it.
Not many do. What happened? Did you run into a high-tier boss monster that was too much for you?
No, they tricked me. No honor from the prey. They trapped me in a thing with holes and had spears in the floor. Spears in the floor! I couldn't move. I couldn't fight. They are not supposed to do that.
What? Fight back intelligently? Just how many of them have you killed?
I did not count. Many.
So they got smart and ambushed you. Let me guess. They had someone run away from you and lead you right into the ambush?
How did you know? Were you watching?
No, I wasn't watching. But that is how the weaker kill off the stronger, by being smarter.
I am smart.
You have raised your reason score, but that doesn't make you wise or truly smart. You have to experience more in life to become wiser. This was a good lesson for you. No matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger, and if not, there's always someone clever enough to take you on in a way you weren't expecting. I'm just glad you were able to teleport here in time. Have you used the ability before?
No. I hunt as my ancestors did, with stealth and the power of my own body.
You are not your ancestors. Learn from this. Use all your abilities and hunt like you should. You have advantages that they did not. It is foolish arrogance not to use them. Had you used your teleportation ability at the start of the ambush, you probably could have killed all your attackers before getting seriously hurt. Remember, teleportation can bring things to you just as easily as you can go to them. There is nothing stopping you from bringing your foe right to your fangs.
I will think on it. Thank you for helping me. I will go rest now.
Yes, get some rest and think about it. That's a good plan. And when you're done resting, go hunt down your ambushers and actually use your abilities to kill them. Every last one of them. Duke felt a pulse of agreement from Alfurian as he returned to his rune-scripting experimentation, satisfied that he had gotten through to the serpent. He had hidden his concern as well as he could. Alfurian had been heavily wounded in that ambush, and probably would not have survived if not for his intervention. It was a harsh lesson to learn, but I hope he has learned that he is not invulnerable and able to just barge through things. We'll see. Like I'm one to talk on that front. The rune script for the console was still challenging for Duke, but he continued to tear it apart and reconstruct it in the air over and over. Each time, he tried to make the construct just a bit more compact and a bit smaller. Progress was excruciatingly slow, but there was indeed progress. He had managed to constrict the working construct down by a full centimeter so far. At this rate, I may be able to get it to the size I need in a year. With the time dilation here, that might actually be possible. Then again, I am hoping that I can advance the ability sooner than that, and that should speed things up. Chapter 59. Alfurian woke from his slumber to discover that his natural healing had finished the job the powerful healing potion had started. He could now see out of his left eye, which was convenient, but with all his other senses so empowered, not as necessary as it would be for others. Still, he was happy to take advantage of every edge he could. He had vengeance to bring down upon his attackers. His bondmate's words echoed in the recesses of his mind, and he would follow the advice. It was time to use every ability to its full extent and kill all those who had hurt him. The serpent flowed through the tunnels and caverns, senses primed for a trail that would lead to his targeted prey. Along the way, he came upon others using the same tunnels. He left none at his back. All he came upon met a quick death through his venom, but he did not linger or enjoy the kills. They were merely an inconvenient presence in his path. It took hours, but Ophirian finally picked up the trail of his attackers. He slowed his pace and increased his concentration. Stealth was his ally, and he was about to put every ounce of it to work. He moved slowly and carefully, choosing his path with painstaking care. He scented and tasted every coil's length before advancing, testing it for hidden dangers. In time, his vigilance paid off as he came upon a section of the tunnel riddled with traps. Ophirian stopped his slithering and studied the trapped tunnel. He lost all sense of time as he studied the extent of the traps until he was dead certain of all the traps in the area. Then he teleported beyond the traps, using the advice his bondmate had given him. "Use all your abilities," he had said. As Ophirian slithered down the tunnel beyond the traps, he knew that his bondmate was right. He was no simple serpent, no lowly snake. He was smarter and more cunning, and he would show his enemies just how deadly that made him. He found 6 other trapped sections of the tunnel, each bypassed just as easily. He knew he was getting closer to their settlement cavern as he came across the first guards. He could sense them from far enough away that they would not know that he was there. Ophirian decided that it was time to again test the advice that his bondmate had given him. He had reached out with his teleportation and pulled the first guard to his fangs, biting down before the stalker could defend itself or even cry out. His powerful paralytic venom went to work quickly, freezing his foe into inactivity before the other aspects of the venom began to shut down its organs. Ophirian was tempted to consume this foe out of spite, but he could hear the other guards starting to look for their companion. With a jerk of his head filled with contempt, he threw the body to the side and summoned the next morsel to his fangs. This one had a weapon drawn, but never completed his swing as Ophirian's fangs penetrated its skull, killing it instantly. As the blade fell from its dead hand, the great serpent opened his jaws wide and, with a series of swallows, consumed it. He had time for this snack. The warmth of a meal to digest in his belly led to the temptation to coil up and rest, and it was strong, stemming from instinct. Ophirian resisted for long enough that his willpower took over, silencing the call of instinct. With a serpentine smile, he silently moved down the tunnel yet again. 4 guard posts and several trapped sections of tunnel later, he entered the cavern of his hated enemy. His pride drove him to charge in and kill everyone, but, again, his reasoning ability took over. He studied the cavern with his senses and found just what he was looking for, and it was not far. Only about 100 meters away from this entrance was a ledge overlooking the entire cavern. Ophirian began to climb up to the ledge, gripping rocks with his coils. It was difficult, and slow going with him, loosing the rocks he clung to frequently. After several minutes of struggle, he simply teleported up to the ledge, admonishing himself for not doing that in the first place. He studied his ledge. There were bones that cracked under his weight, evidence that something else had chosen this as a hunting spot before him. He would have to keep an eye out for any other predators that might be about. He didn't think that there was much of a chance of meeting whatever had occupied this ledge previously, as the bones were brittle and long dried out. He settled in to observe. Days passed as Ophirian sat coiled up on his ledge. He watched and waited from his perch, undetected. Whenever he sensed one of the twilight stalkers below separated from the sight of others, he teleported the victim right to his fangs and silently killed them. His belly was constantly full, and he could feel himself growing day by day. On the third day, he couldn't help but celebrate as two very special things happened. First, he pulled a warrior to him and killed the creature easily, but as it died, he realized that he knew its scent. This was one of his attackers. Revenge was his. The second thing was that the experience from this kill was enough to push him to what would be level 51. Instead, he tiered up to tier 2. The notifications were delicious. Congratulations! You have advanced to tier 2. You have automatically gained your bondmate's second highest ability. In this case, you have gained the ability Restore. Additionally, you have a choice of one of the following. Number 1. Create a new ability appropriate for your tier. Number 2. Advance an existing ability by 1 rank, maximum of Adept. Number 3. Advance an existing skill by 1 rank, maximum of Adept. Number 4. Gain 20 bonus characteristic points. Number 5. Switch out 1 ability from your bondmate for another, less advanced ability. Alfirian savored the rush of advancement but puzzled over the choices. He could create his own ability but did not know enough about what that entailed. He could also advance one of his abilities or skills. That didn't appeal to him as he could advance them through use. The bonus characteristic points would be nice, but it seemed like a small amount. That was slightly more than 2 levels worth at this tier. Finally, he could switch out one of his bondmate's abilities for another. This was perhaps the most appealing for him as he was unsure what he could use Restore for and how it could benefit him. Ultimately, he decided to speak with his bondmate about it later. For now, he was ready to experience the rush of rapid leveling now that he had returned to level 1 of the new tier. Day after day, Alfirian watched over the stalkers, slowly culling them one straggler at a time. He saw the settlement's mood and habits change over this time. At first, they had been confident and bold, but as their hunters disappeared, never returning from their hunting parties, they grew increasingly panicked. The day that Alfirian got their shaman, the entire village went into full-on panic mode. The remaining warriors gathered around the last 24 residents. Alfirian could hear them shouting, urging the villagers to do something. He did not understand their language, but the urgency was clear. He settled in to watch for anyone separated from the group and was delighted when one of the warriors headed off on their own towards an exit tunnel. Alfirian didn't hesitate to snatch him up for another meal. Hours after the warrior did not return, despair set in amongst the remainder, and Alfirian watched with fascination. The reaction of this prey was becoming erratic. There were some who refused to leave their huts, and none left without being in at least a pair. He concluded that he would not have any stragglers to pick off anymore, so it was time to change strategy. It was time to leave his perch. He waited until they were all hiding in their huts and teleported down to the village. Slowly stalking his way around to the first hut he knew was occupied, he focused his senses on the inside. He could sense the heat signatures of the pair of stalkers huddling together. He could smell the fear radiating off his prey. It warmed his cold reptilian heart. He was upon them with a thought, and both had been bitten before they could react. He left the bodies, his belly still full from the last warrior he had eaten. The next hut had 3, and they were dispatched as quickly as the previous 2. He continued on in this manner, killing each and every stalker in the village. Finally, he came upon the single remaining stalker. It was cuddled up in a ball, shivering with the sharp reek of fear. Alfirian let out a hiss of disgust. How had these creatures been able to capture and wound him so grievously? They were pathetic, unworthy. He almost left right there, but the mewling creature uncurled and stood. Alfirian rose up over the creature, his tongue tasting something more than fear coming from the creature. Without warning, The creature unsheathed its claws and launched itself at Ophirian with a shout of rage. The creature's rage was blinding, and he struck with fury, slashing into the great serpent's scales with all its might and frenzy. The claws scraped his scales but did not penetrate, as his scales had grown thick and strong. Ophirian looped himself around the creature over and over, holding it still until he could bring his fangs to bear. The Twilight Stalker village ended with that single bite. Ophirian consumed his final prey with an odd feeling flowing through him. He was satisfied that he had gotten his vengeance on the creatures that had attacked him, but there was a sense of emptiness and a lack of fulfillment that ran through him. He did not understand this feeling, and he did not like it. His racial memories gave him some hints, but nothing strong enough to explain what he was feeling. He knew he had to return to his bondmate and ask him about it. He teleported back to the Origin Cavern to do just that. Chapter 60. While Ophirian had been on his vengeance hunting trip, Duke had remained focused on improvising his rune scripting. Days had passed, but Duke had lost track of just how long it had been. Instead, his focus was entirely on the rune script and how to shrink it down to the size he needed. His concentration and focus had been intense until Ophirian appeared in front of him again. The serpent had the most smug look Duke had ever seen as he slithered up to him. Beyond the smug look, Duke immediately noticed that the serpent was at least twice the size it had last been.
How the hell can he grow that fast? What has he been eating?
Welcome back, Ophirian. From the look on your face, the hunting trip was a success.
Oh, yes. I killed the entire village of my attackers. Vengeance tastes so sweet.
Duke didn't want to ask, but he had no choice. Tastes sweet? As in, you ate the entire village?
No, of course not. I eventually got full.
Duke silently reminded himself that he was not dealing with a person, and not to judge the serpent by his own standards. Well, congratulations. I see that you teared up as well. That's great.
Yes, teared up. And that is what I wanted to talk to you about. What should I do with my tear-up options? So many things I could do. Too many choices.
I'll ask you a few questions and see if we can get to an answer for you. First question is, what have you considered already?
I considered taking a different ability or advancing one.
You didn't consider a new ability?
I did, but I don't know what I could make.
That can be quite the dilemma. You are fast and immensely strong as well as tough. You have a deadly venom and can constrict prey too. What are you missing?
I miss nothing. I can sense my prey long before it senses me. I strike with accuracy and speed. None can evade my strikes.
Not the point I was trying to make. Duke cradled his head in his hand for a moment before continuing. How can you strike at a foe who is outside of the range of your fangs?
I teleport the foe to my fangs and they die.
The statement was so matter-of-fact that it actually gave Duke pause, and caused him to consider what his bond had actually said. Are you saying that you teleport your foe directly onto your fangs and not so close you can bite them?
Of course. Why would I waste the motion of biting them when I can just put my fang where they are going to appear?
That's a good point, but not how teleport is supposed to work. You shouldn't be able to teleport something into solid matter, something to investigate. Call it an interesting development. What if they are too big to teleport to you?
Then I teleport to them. You ask foolish questions.
Duke steadied himself, allowing his frustration to dissipate before beginning again. How about giving yourself the ability to spit your venom at a foe? That way you can reach a foe without having to move it or yourself.
That's actually a really good idea. Why did you not say that at first?
Duke held in his response for a breath. I was using the Socratic method to try to get you to come to the same conclusion I did.
The what? Don't talk in circles. Just say what you mean. You're very strange. It's a good thing you are strong, or I would just eat you too.
Yeah, good thing, huh? Well, go learn your new ability and then go back to hunting. You are still too weak to survive with me where I am going. Ophirian didn't answer the insult from his bondmate.
Too weak? I am the great serpent Ophirian.
Instead, he coiled up in the corner of the cavern and began to create his new ability. Duke, for his part, went back to work on his rune scripting and did not even notice when Ophirian slithered out of the cavern to resume hunting. Ophirian continued to hunt the caverns, gaining strength and power. Every organized group he encountered fascinated him in how they resisted his incursion into their territories. Most did not even know he was there until he decided to show himself, but the few who detected him were the ones he most enjoyed dealing with. He learned that power was the ultimate answer. When they sent dozens to attack him all at once, he used a combination of venom spitting and teleportation to keep the group from pinning him down. But he was starting to run into a problem that he had not anticipated. He was growing too large to fit in such enclosed spaces. Food had been more than plentiful, and his growth had gotten extreme. With reluctance, he returned to the origin cavern yet again, showing off his Tier 3 body to Duke. Duke put aside the compacted console that he had managed to reduce to the size of his torso to marvel at his bondmate. He could see that the serpent had continued leveling and was now a Tier 3 creature. But what was more amazing was the sheer size of the serpent. He now took up nearly half of the cavern.
How the hell am I going to travel anywhere with him this size?
You have grown larger than even I expected, and Tier 3 as well.
I have grown too big to hunt these tunnels and caverns. The prey is unsatisfying.
Oh, have I got just the thing for you. With focus and ability, Duke expanded the caverns and tunnels, making them tremendous in scale, and changed out the existing creatures for all manner of giant kin, allowing the dungeon-free reign to increase to as high as Tier 5. Ophirian noted the expansion of the tunnel leading to the cavern and quirked his head at Duke.
You have altered the caverns?
Indeed I have. Go have fun hunting, but be warned, you are likely to encounter foes who are your match or even beyond your match out there. Duke hadn't finished speaking before the serpent enthusiastically slithered down the tunnel. He chuckled at the tip of the serpent's tail as it disappeared down the hall. Turning back to his work, he checked his system clock and noted that it had been a bit over 100 days since they came to the cavern complex. The quick calculation in his head translated it to 1 full day outside. I have at most 200 more days before I have to leave here and get back to preparing for the contest. Nothing to do but to do it. Duke's abilities and skills continued to increase as he worked. When his rune scripting ability finally broke into the initiate rank, his progress began to accelerate. Since he was working the same runescript construct over and over again, his aptitude with this particular runescript far outpaced his ability to the point that on the 215th day of dedicated focus, he had finally managed to shrink the script down to where it would fit in the palm of his hand. His shout of joy and triumph echoed down the tunnels and was picked up by numerous creatures who decided to come and investigate. When the first giant emerged from the tunnel, Duke smiled. It resembled the giant he had encountered in the forest so long ago, the giant that had very nearly killed him. He stood in the center of the cavern with his arms crossed, grinning at the monster. "You want some of this?" Duke chuckled. "You really don't. But if you think you do, by all means, come and get it." Duke's taunting elicited a roar and a charge, the giant cocking its arm holding a stalactite to smash him. "I guess this isn't one of those smart mobs that is supposed to be running around here." The giant charged forward, swinging its stone club down with all the force its arm could put into its strike, the wind whistling with the speed of its descent. Duke did not dodge. Instead, he reached up and caught the descending mass of stone in his hands. The impact was tremendous, sending spiderweb cracks propagating outwards from Duke's feet as he was driven several centimeters into the floor of the cavern. His fingers dug into the stone of the club as his feet hooked themselves into the floor of the cavern. He held tight as the giant attempted to pull his club back up. The floor, splintered and cracked as it was, did not hold for long, but long enough to resist the giant's initial pull. The giant gripped the stone club with both hands and pulled for all he was worth, and Duke simply let go, teleporting to the side of the giant. With all its might, the giant pulled on his club and met no resistance. The club rocketed upwards and back over its head, the entire momentum of the giant pulling upwards and backwards. Without the expected resistance, it overbalanced and fell onto its back, slamming its head into the floor of the cavern with a tremendous boom. As the dazed giant cleared its head, Duke flew up in front of its face and shook his head at the brute. "You didn't consider who you were attacking, did you? Not very smart." Duke slammed his tonfa lengthwise into the giant's forehead. The crack of bone echoed throughout the cavern as the giant blinked, stunned again. Duke rose back into the air, moving out of the giant's reach. Shaking its aching head, the giant rose to its feet, its club barely gripped in its left hand. With a third shake, its eyes refocused on Duke, narrowing as it studied the man floating in air before him. Duke saw the moment the decision came to the giant's eyes. With a snapping of its tremendous muscles, it threw the club at Duke with the force of a freight train. Duke teleported out of the path. When Duke looked back to where the giant had been standing, all he saw was the rapidly retreating form of the giant. Duke laughed as he watched the brute run away. For a moment, he considered pursuing, but decided against it. He had the next and potentially hardest stage of his projects to work on. Chapter 61. As Duke worked on his project, Alferian continued to hunt the giants and giant creatures inhabiting the caverns. Only once did he wind up fleeing from a foe. It was a Tier 6 armored creature that ignored his venom. He was sure that he could have eventually overcome the foe, but it was far more efficient to hunt foes that he could more easily defeat. He had set a goal of achieving Tier 4 before Duke finished his project. He had no idea how long his bondmate was going to take, but his first project had taken months. Alferian hunted. Each environment presented a new type of foe and a new challenge. He found that jungle settings were the easiest for him to hunt within. Something about the environment just felt natural to him, and they called out heavily to his ancestral memories. The volcanic environment, however, was his true bane. The very ground was too hot for his immense body, and the one time the ground gave way, dropping him into bubbling lava was more than enough to get him to teleport away. If he had not switched out Restore for regeneration at Tier 3, that would have been far more serious. Duke, meanwhile, toiled on his singular project. He was focused on building a core with the rune script for the navigational console embedded within it. His progress was slow, but now that he had the actual ability, he could see steady progress in the final miniaturization and embedding project. The most difficult part was embedding the rune script while still allowing the core to function as a mana core so it would still be able to store the mana necessary for the console to function. It took hundreds of failures before Duke finally got a functioning prototype. It didn't function well, but it did the job. Duke could have stopped there, but he continued to push the ability and finally broke the rune scripting ability into practiced rank. That is what allowed him to finally combine it with his Adept Dungeon Core Creation ability to make a fully functioning console that was powered by its own core structure. With his new item in his inventory, he teleported himself to Alferian's location. The serpent was wrapped around the form of a giant armored bull, his fangs buried in the bull's neck. Duke's first instinct was to step in and help his bondmate, but he held back, knowing that Alferian had been fighting and hunting on his own for nearly a year now. Instead, he watched. Alferian squeezed tighter, using all his 2,000 points of strength to crush down on the bull's ribcage. The constant pressure made it hard for the bull to breathe, ratcheting the hold tighter with every exhale. At the same time, his venom coursed through the bull's veins. Somehow, the bull was resisting the venom, which annoyed Alferian to no end. If not for the resistance to his venom, he wouldn't have had to resort to this tedious constriction attack. He flexed his venom sacs again, shooting more venom into the bull's veins out of pure annoyance. When the bull stumbled, its eyes wide with panic and the barest wheeze of air coming out of its nostrils, Duke knew it was nearly over. Seconds later, the bull finally collapsed, the last gasp of air having already been forced from its lungs. Alferian uncoiled from his prey and turned to face Duke.
"Have you finished your work?"
"I finally have. It is time for us to leave this place."
"At long last. Hunting has been good for my growth, but I need more."
"Yes, it is quite time for more. Our travels are about to begin, but your size will pose a problem." Alferian had continued to grow as he hunted and gained power. He was now nearly 100 meters long and 6 meters wide.
"Do not concern yourself with that."
Alferian began to glow with a bluish-purple light, which caused Duke to step back so he could take more of the massive serpent in. As he watched, the serpent began to shrink at a rapidly increasing pace. In just under a minute, Alferian had shrunk down and transformed into an indistinct curled-up shape. Duke rushed forward to check on Alferian as the transformation ended. What he discovered as he reached his bond was a humanoid creature slowly sitting up. Duke reached out a hand to help him up. The hand that met his was covered with very fine black scales and sharp, pointed claws on the tips of its fingers. The scales were flexible but strong, and the hand was otherwise human-shaped. When Duke pulled Ophirian to his feet, he was greeted by a mostly human-looking appearance, but there were enough features that were off that he could not pass for human up close. His black skin was covered in fine scales that became more defined in certain areas, such as his brow ridges and hands. His hair was another issue. It had the look of dreadlocks, but if you looked close enough, you could see the scales that covered each thick strand. Duke was just thankful that they didn't have snakeheads.
Well, what do you think? Will I fit where we need to go? And yes, I know that I still have work to do to make me look more human. But you have to admit this is pretty close, since I only have you to go by, which makes me have to guess on some of it.
When he spoke, his fangs were visible, giving him even more of an intimidating appearance. That is an impressive transformation. Pretty fucking amazing, actually. Duke glanced downward and chuckled. While I appreciate the ego boost, you have to work on the proportions a bit. No woman is going to let you near her with that trouser snake. Jeez, half that size is going to intimidate most women.
But that is my manhood. As a great serpent, my manhood should reflect my greatness.
That's all well and good, but it's going to make walking difficult with it hanging down past your knee like that. Like I said, tone it down by half and it will still frighten the ladies. Well, not all the ladies, I guess, but yeah, tone it down a bit. Duke pulled clothes out of his inventory and helped Ophirian get dressed. The bulge in his pant leg was rather pronounced, and Ophirian stumbled when he took his first step. He hissed,
This was never a problem before pants.
Would you rather wear a dress?
Would it give me more freedom?
It would, but it could confuse others about your gender.
My comfort is more important than what lesser races feel about me.
I have an idea. Duke created a kilt that was longer than proper and a shirt that went along with it. Here, change into these. When Ophirian had finished changing, Duke had finished the outfit with appropriate socks and shoes. The socks and shoes required a few adjustments as Ophirian's toe claws tore through most simple fabrics and leathers. Finally, Duke just made socks that allowed the toes to pass through them and shoes that had enough space for the claws. It gave him the appearance of having excessively large feet, and Duke chuckled at the reality of the joke about big feet in this case. Well, it looks like you are ready to go. No one is going to mistake you for human, which is fine for now. There may be a time that you will need to be more human in appearance, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Is there anything you need to collect before we go? It's not likely that we will be coming back here anytime soon, if ever.
I have all I need.
Then let's be on our way. I have to check in on the kingdom before we go, but that should not take long. A few stops and then... Duke held up his navigation core. We go truly hunting.
You have 2 weeks at most. Do not delay.
Ophirian spun, his jaws opening unnaturally wide as he was stopped from striking by Duke's outstretched arm.
Why do you stop me from attacking this foe who snuck up on us?
Ophirian, let me introduce you to the avatar of the Overmind. He is not our enemy. He is an ally, a sponsor, if you will.
Yes, you could very well call me a sponsor. That's a good way to look at it. The second wave of arrivals for the contest have already started. They are gathering loot, prizes, and power quickly. Are you sure you do not want to enter earlier?
I am sure. I am about to go give the Syndicate a lesson in humility they won't soon forget. The Overmind gave a contemplative nod before shrugging.
I did leave the decision up to you, but judging from what has happened already, you will have to start killing contestants the moment you arrive.
I pretty much thought that was the plan.
We are going hunting?
We are going hunting, but must make a few stops first, like I said.
Boring.
Your companion seems a bit hungry for fighting.
Shame he won't be able to join you in the contest.
What?
You aren't a beast tamer or similar class where he would be an essential part of you. For the purpose of the contest, he's the same as a hireling, a mercenary.
I want to hunt. I want to fight. I want to kill.
Don't worry, I'll put you somewhere that you'll have plenty to hunt. But you really should learn more than just how to kill. You'll be the most boring companion otherwise. Alfarian just stared at the Avatar with a low hiss, while Duke fully stepped between the two. The Avatar chuckled and waved.
It's not like he could hurt me, Duke. But my point is that even with all you have done so far, you are behind the curve. Most everyone below Tier 5 has already been killed. You will be facing multiple Tier 7s and 8s when you get there. Alliances will have already been made, and you will be a lone fighter. If all the Tier 5s fall, I will have no choice but to send you in earlier than you wanted.
Duke listened as the Overmind explained the situation. Should I go now and give myself a better chance against those who are already there? Fuck if I really know. I have to check in on the kingdom and everyone before I leave anyway, so I guess I'll reassess after that. Okay, so I may have to go in soon then. But I do have a few things to do beforehand.
Do them quickly. I will pull you if it gets critical.
Right. With that, the Avatar faded, leaving the pair to themselves. Duke prepared to take them to the castle, but was interrupted by Alfarian.
I don't like him.
Because he won't let you come to the big fight?
Yes.
He didn't make the rules, but I understand how you feel. If he says he has a place for you to go hunt, he has a place for you to go hunt. But he also has a good point about your life experience. There is more to life than just hunting and killing. Coming with me on this excursion to check in with everyone will be good for you. You'll meet some new people and maybe learn a bit about how to act in society. Alfarian glared back in response. Duke smirked as he teleported them both outside the mayor's office in Havenreach. Chapter 62. They were quickly admitted into the mayor's office and were greeted warmly. Welcome, King Duke, and I don't believe that I've met you before. Mayor Schellenberger at your service. He extended a hand towards Alfarian, who stared at it in confusion as he flared his nostrils and tasted the air with his forked tongue. Duke reached forward and took the mayor's hand in his, shaking it. He looked over to Alfarian. This is called shaking hands. It is a common form of greeting when you meet someone. Notice how I am gripping his hand firmly but not with enough force to hurt him? That is important, the not hurting him part. Now it's your turn, Alfarian. Alfarian reached forward and clasped the mayor's hand with great care, his claws barely touching the mayor's skin. When the mayor winced, Alfarian let go like the hand had bitten him. Quite the grip you have there, Alfarian, the mayor said while shaking his hand out. Now, what can I do for you, your majesty? The time for my departure is coming. How are your warehouses coming along? We have filled 46 warehouses with ore and minerals. We have 83 silos full of grain and other foods. All told, we have about 5 years' worth of food and materials stored up already. At this rate, we should hit the 10-year storage mark in another month. Excellent. I should be able to give you that month, but possibly not longer, so prepare yourselves. We are doing everything we can to prepare. At least, this time we have advanced warning and are able to prepare. He smiled warmly, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Instead, Duke thanked him and teleported himself and Alferian outside the Adventurers Guild. Some would say that was the other shoe dropping. Alferian slowly spun around as he took in the city around him, his eyes full of wonder. He marveled at the buildings and the people moving in unrecognizable patterns as his slitted nostrils flared and his tongue tasted the air as well. He stepped away from the building, moving towards the center of the square. Duke followed him closely, concerned as to how Alferian might react to the civilian population. Will he seek to learn, or will he seek to hunt? The man-serpent continued to observe everything around him for a solid 5 minutes before he said anything. When he spoke, the wonder was evident in his voice.
There are so many people here, and none of them are hunting for prey? How do they survive? I do not understand.
Most in this city do not hunt for their food. They do other things like craft armor or weapons or other things people need like furniture or even housing. They sell what they make and buy food with the money. Not everyone is as good of a hunter as you are, so they put their energy into things that they are good at that the hunters might not be. It all works together.
So, I could buy things that I might need here?
You could. Did you save any of the loot you received from your hunting? Coins, gems, or other valuables? Alferian gave Duke a cold, reptilian stare.
You know that I did not. You did not share their value with me. How was I to know such things?
Yes, you really don't know everything now, do you? So, maybe, take a step back and realize that you are a powerful hunter, but have no idea how the world really works and tone down the arrogance. Alferian grunted in response, which was an odd sound coming from him. Duke suppressed a smile and handed him a small bag. This contains 3 minor crystals and a mix of other currency. The crystals are each worth 10,000 gold, so you should have enough money there to buy whatever you need. Go shopping, sample what food is for sale, buy some things for yourself, maybe a weapon you can use in this form. Have fun, just don't hurt anybody. If someone wants to fight you, tell them that the king forbade you from fighting.
If someone wants to fight, I will end them.
No, that is not acceptable here. Do not get into a fight. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, no fighting. I hear you, but I do not understand. I will abide your words nonetheless.
Okay, then. Let me put it this way. The people of this city live under my protection. I will not allow harm to come to them. Now go have fun and learn some things. I'll find you when I'm done here. Alferian hurried off, apparently following an enticing scent. Duke watched him leave with a small sense of trepidation. He's going to be all right. He's smart, if not worldly. He'll figure things out. He's an observer. Yeah, he'll be fine. I hope. Duke quickly headed into the Adventurers Guild and up to Charles Barnard's office. He knocked on the door as no one had stopped him on the way. To his surprise, rather than a welcome to come in, the door opened, revealing the guildmaster fully armed and armored. She pulled up short when she saw Duke.
Your Majesty, this is unexpected.
She stepped back into the office to allow him to come in. You seem to be in a hurry to get somewhere. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. A new level has been discovered in the dungeon, and I was heading out to test it for myself.
I see. Then what I have to tell you might be of interest. There is an entire cavern complex in the mountains that has all sorts of high-tier giant monsters in it. She stopped completely, sitting down on her desk.
A new dungeon?
Exactly. Would you like me to show you the entrance?
Did you really think you had to ask that question, Your Majesty? Of course!
Then meet me in front of the guild hall in 15 minutes. Gather whatever team you think you'll need. Remember that you will be dealing with giants and gigantic creatures, so be prepared. She nodded and Duke teleported back to the cavern system. Now to make an entrance. Probably should have done this before we left, but oh well. No time like the present. Duke focused his dungeon manipulation and started making a tunnel back to the surface. He made it long and gently sloping, but kept it on the narrower side so that none of the giant creatures would be able to use it. At least, not easily. The tunnel formed quickly as he focused on his ability, much more quickly than he had expected. I know that I ignored countless notifications of ability increases while I was concentrating. Could this ability have ranked up? He took a look at his abilities and noticed some welcome changes. His dungeon manipulation had increased to Adept 7, while his dungeon core creation had increased to Adept 92. His rune scripting had pushed all the way up to Practiced 77. He was disappointed to see that his RuneScript knowledge had only ticked up to Initiate 18, which he figured was due to him only working on a single set of RuneScript for so long. Still, it was tremendous progress and increased his confidence in his contest strategy. Having his dungeon manipulation at Master would have been the best for his strategy, but that was a long way off. The tunnel finally connected with the surface, and Duke created an ornate entrance area complete with a grand arch and a set of thick wooden doors banded with titanium. He placed a trio of heavy bars across the door. Nobody is getting in there without some effort. If you can't remove the bars and open the doors that lean into the entrance, then you have no business going into this dungeon. He tested the weight of everything and found it to be easy for him to move, but he realized that was a poor gauge. Guess I'll just have them test it and see. Duke arrived in front of the Adventurers Guild to find a party of 10 individuals waiting for him, led, of course, by Chalbarna. She offered him a warm smile and the rest offered him bows. They were as mismatched a group as you could find, which struck Duke as the perfect adventuring party. There were 5 beastkin of varying types, 2 humans, and a pair of elves. Chalbarna introduced them all to Duke, and he learned that they were the highest leveled of all the Adventurers Guild. They were all under Tier 5, but Chalbarna was close to breaking through. Are you all ready for this? Exploring a new dungeon complex that operates under its own rules and may be different from anything you have experienced before? The eager grins told Duke that the group was as ready as they thought they could be. He met the eyes of each of them before deciding that they seemed ready. He gathered them all around him and teleported the entire group outside the entrance to the new dungeon complex. After the commotion of them recovering from the effects of instantaneous transportation, Duke pointed out the path back to the city. It was ill-defined and likely treacherous, but the group seemed unfazed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the entrance to the new dungeon. I will tell you that it is filled with giants and giant monsters of countless varieties. The door is barred to keep them from escaping into the wilderness. Please ensure you close it up when you leave. The largest of the beastkin, a bearkin, stomped up to the door and went to lift the first bar off it. He strained, his muscles bulging with the effort, but he could only barely budge it. He growled and redoubled his efforts to no further effect. After a full minute of straining his impressive bulk against the bar, he stepped back, panting for breath.
The bar will not move. Is there magic holding it in place?
The much smaller weaselkin zipped up on top of the bar and ran back and forth before hopping down next to the bearkin. She dropped the 4 heavy locking pins that were holding the bar in place and smiled.
I win this one, Grizz.
Chuckles spread through the group. Grizz offered up a half-hearted growl before he returned to lift the bar off and place it to the side. He looked pointed at the weaselkin.
Loreth, Would you kindly check the other bars for locking mechanisms?
Why, I would be glad to.
She set to work as they watched, easily unlocking each of the remaining 2 bars. She, once again, hopped down and placed the locking pins at Grizz's feet.
If you would be so kind as to remove these bars, we can get started.
Grizz stepped up and lifted each of the remaining bars with a small effort. He showed no outward signs of effort, making it look like he was picking up toys, but Duke's xenoglossia picked up on the subtle signs of strain that crossed his features. Still, he was satisfied that this group had what it would take to challenge this dungeon. Before you go in, know this. This dungeon complex is untamed and uncurated. There are no safety nets. You could very well die in here. So, if things seem beyond your abilities, leave. Don't press beyond your limits, at least not until you are familiar with the place. Expect ambushes, traps, and powerful creatures. That said, I wish you the best of luck. May your adventures be profitable. They cheered briefly, gave Duke a bow, and sobered up. Once they all had run through a final check of each other's gear, they passed through the door and into the dungeon. Duke offered them silent encouragement and, after waiting for a few minutes, headed back to the city. He had a companion to collect. Chapter 63. It did not take long to find Ophirian. The man-snake was in a heated debate with an armor smith about the proper way to layer scales on scale mail. Neither were budging, and they had drawn quite a crowd, enough that the two had spilled their debate onto the street, causing the crowd to swell even more.
Your imitation scales offer so little flexibility and absolutely no protection from liquids. Surely you see the inherent inferiority.
Flexibility is all well and good until someone tries to shove a spear through your gut. Even if the natural scales aren't penetrated, they still move too far and allow for a blunt injury to your insides. On top of that, strong metal will stop most any blow from penetrating. It's clearly better.
If any of your imitation scales are damaged, they are forever broken. Natural scales can be shed and regrown or even healed. As for strength, are you really going to say that simple steel scales are superior to a great serpent scales? Surely you are not that foolish.
The crowd had split into 2 groups that were enjoying the debate. Most of the beastkin and non-humans had joined Ophirian's camp, while the smith's camp was mostly humans with several dwarves mixed in. The debate was heated, but Duke could tell that they were both enjoying themselves. There were some that he saw in the crowd that were becoming far too invested in the "my side is better" mentality. Duke decided to step in before things started to boil over. He strode into the middle of the debate. "In this world of magic," he loudly declared, "both scales can be greater than anything else out there. It is the magic of the scales that makes them superior. Now, let's all step aside and get back to our own things, yes?" The crowd immediately dispersed, having realized that the king himself came to break them up. Duke received nods of thanks from the guards that had gathered to control the crowd should it have gotten out of hand. Duke grabbed a pair of collars. "Oh, not you two. You both are coming with me to the tavern." Alferian tugged at his collar, but Duke's arm did not budge. The smith had no more luck in getting himself free of Duke's grasp as he tugged them along with him. Onlookers marveled at the sight.
That's the king, isn't it? Oh, those two are in trouble.
"Where are they going?"
To the jail, I bet.
All voices silenced when Duke pushed the pair into the tavern. They stumbled as he let them go, turning to look back at him. His expression was not one of anger, but of amusement. "Okay, you two, join me at a table for a drink. You're not in trouble, but I had to stop the public debate before things got out of hand." Alferian sat down, returning a confused and curious look.
Why?
The smith nodded in agreement as he also sat down. Duke joined the pair, waving the waitress over. He fixed them both with a stare. "You two were having a very lively debate, and that is great. It is important to have such debates, and I hope you both learned something from it. But here's the problem. The crowd had separated into two camps, one following you, Alferian, and one following you, I'm sorry, I don't even know your name.
Arnson, Your Majesty.
Arnson, well met. With the crowd polarizing, neither of you seemed to notice that your, let's call them followers for now. Your followers were so invested in each of your positions that they were surging towards a violent altercation. That would have been an awful outcome for everyone involved.
Your Majesty, I assure you that I had no intention of anything like that happening.
Neither of you did. Some would have blamed you for it, but I saw it unfolding, and it really wasn't either of your faults directly. You just need to be more aware that you both have strong personalities, and that attracts people to whatever cause you are promoting. In this case, it was artificial versus natural scales.
I did not know this.
I know you didn't. You haven't exactly been interacting with other people for a long time.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't understand.
That's okay, Arnson. I wouldn't have expected you to know that Alferian here is less than a year old and has never been in a city before.
A year old? How? That's...
I matured very quickly, and this is not my natural form. That would have ended the scales debate.
I kind of want to see that now.
Not in the tavern. There's no way he would fit in here.
You're a dragon, aren't you?
For the first time, Alferian's countenance faded to sullen humility. He spoke slowly and reverently.
My line is descended from the world dragon before she disappeared millennia ago. But I am no dragon. I am a great serpent, however, and I proudly bear the bloodline of my people.
Alferian returned to his prideful demeanor as he spoke, dispelling his humility to the furthest corner of his mind.
A great serpent? No way. Now I really have to see you in your true form. How big are you? Are you fully grown? So many questions.
Duke laughed at the befuddled look on Alferian's face, seeing he was not responding. Duke picked up. Once we have a drink and something to eat, we can head out and see what Alferian looks like in his full glory. The waitress arrived and took their order. Duke knew he had waved her right over, but it seemed she was waiting for a break in the conversation to interrupt. Maybe she's worried about interrupting the king. Don't know. If it wasn't for my aura keeping things going for a bit longer, I would really rather just step down and really put Madrigal in charge. I don't have time to sit around and do kingly things. Eventually, drinks and food were brought out, and conversation turned towards more mundane topics. Arnson shared that he had studied smithing in the former capital of Choppy's kingdom. When he was young, he had shown an aptitude for smithing and was quickly apprenticed to a master. The problem had been that the master was almost exclusively focused on weapons.
I struggled every day learning how to forge and hammer weapons into shape. I could always get the temper right, but I never could get the balance right. until one fateful day when a warrior came in looking for a new sword and shield. Normally, mind you, we would have sent him over to Clannan's for the shield, but Clannan's anvil had developed a crack as big as a donkey's arse, so he was not making any armor for a while.
Duke and Ophirian listened intently to Arnson's story as he continued.
Master Hammond told me to work on the basic form of the shield while he worked on the sword. Master Hammond was really good at his craft. The king himself had commissioned a sword for himself. The arsehole didn't pay for the sword, but it was a fine weapon nonetheless. I knew it would take a week to make the sword. Other smiths could have made it faster, but faster wasn't better quality. So, I knew I had time to work on the shield, and it was the first real project I had ever been given. I poured everything I had into that shield and had it roughed out in 2 days. Then I worked with the warrior on the design a bit more without Master Hammond knowing about it.
Arnson paused to take a long drink of his ale.
After spending a whole day with the warrior, I knew how he moved and what he wanted from the shield. My hammer flowed so effortlessly making it. The steel sang under my blows, and before I knew it, I was polishing a hardened steel shield. Even fitting the grips on it was easy. It all seemed natural, you see. When I showed the shield to Master Hammond, he was angry with me at first as he told me to only rough it out for him. But when he examined my work, I received my first smile from the smith. He declared it better than adequate, which was far more than he had ever said of my work before.
So what happened when the warrior got the shield?
He liked it as much as the sword. He even gave Master Hammond an extra gold over the price as acknowledgement of the quality of the set.
That is quite the story. I take it after that, you were set to work on more shields?
Indeed so, Your Majesty. Shields at first and later armor. That is until I was able to set up my own armor smithy.
Did you ever see that warrior again?
Funny story there, I guess. He was stabbed in the back by a spear on his next adventure and died. I never found out what happened to my first shield after that.
At least it wasn't in the front, right through the shield.
That would have ended my smithing career. It's been a good career, but ever since moving here, things have been crazy. My smithing skill has grown so fast, I cannot believe it. I've already reached Master Rank. I was just an adept when I got here. If this keeps up, I may make it to Grand Master before I retire.
Are others experiencing the same growth? Duke was intrigued by this turn, and was wondering if his aura was affecting others like this, or if this smith was the exception.
Many are, Your Majesty. The mayor tells us that it is due to your presence in the kingdom. We are all quite grateful for it. Haven Reach is the home to more master crafters than any other city I have ever heard of. And having the portal to trade through makes things that much more amazing. We are secure here, safe. We have the Adventurers Guild to keep the monsters called back from the city. The miners and treemen keep us supplied with ore and wood. There are even enchanters that have created magical forges for us to use. We don't need charcoal. The farms supply food and cowhide that the tanneries turn into leather of supreme quality. Really, everything is running perfectly. There is a reason you are so beloved here, Your Majesty. Mayor Schellenberger never fails to let us know that you are the reason that we have it so good.
That's good to hear, and quite the ego boost. But I hope he has told you that I will be going away soon, and it could be for years. The prosperity will fall off during that time. I just hope you all have grown your crafts well enough that you can still prosper without my help.
We have been told, but many don't believe it.
When my bonded tells you something, believe it. He does not lie.
Duke cocked his head in Alfirian's direction. Thank you for that endorsement. I do speak the truth, something that my mother taught me. She would always tell me that if you tell the truth, you never have to remember what story you told. Life is a bit more complicated than such simple statements, but I try not to directly lie. That doesn't help anyone.
A wise woman, I would say.
Duke did not respond, but gestured for the waitress to come over again. She quickly returned, and he handed her a sum of gold coins. "Thank you for taking care of us. We will be heading out shortly." She attempted to hand the coins back to Duke, but he shook his head as he rose from his seat. As Alferian and Arnson followed suit, he teleported the three of them well outside the city, into the foothills of the mountains. He smiled. "Alferian, why don't you let Arnson study your true scales?" He grinned in response and shifted into his true form, spreading out over his 100-meter length. Has he gotten even bigger than the last time? Arnson swore and leaped backwards in shock. "You weren't fucking kidding! An honest to the seven great serpent! And I debated him on scale design. Oh!" "Go ahead and examine my scales. You'll see how good they are. Stab them, strike them with your hammer if you like. You aren't going to hurt me." Arnson hesitated, and Duke gave him a nod. "Go ahead. He really means it. Be as brutal as you like. You're not going to hurt him." Shaking off his incredulity, Arnson pulled his smith hammer out of his belt and lightly struck the scale in front of him. There was no reaction from the serpent, and the hammer left no mark at all. Duke gave him another nod and a gesture telling him to hit harder. Arnson gulped and wound up for a full-force strike. The hammer, once again, rebounded from the scale. This time it left a tiny indentation that faded seconds later. "See? Natural scales are so much better. They heal on their own." "I do see that your scales heal on their own, but that's not something I can make for every soldier." "What am I saying? I cannot make that for anyone." "I see your dilemma now. You have to craft with the inferior materials because that is all you have to work with. It makes so much more sense to me now. Thank you for teaching me this valuable lesson." Alferian's head snapped forward like a lightning strike. Duke stepped in front of the smith instinctually, but quickly realized that the smith wasn't the target of the strike. Instead, Alferian had torn a sizable patch of scales from his own skin. The wound was jagged and bleeding, but the serpent didn't seem to mind. He hissed a chuckle. "Perhaps I should have told you what I was doing. Take these scales, Arnson, and see what you can make of them. There should be enough there for at least one suit of armor. If you can, find an enchanter that can make them heal like they naturally want to do." Duke fashioned a wide-mouthed drawstring bag of holding out of dungeon essence and placed the scales inside for the smith and handed it to him. He grimaced briefly. "One warning. Do not attempt to take that bag through a portal. It and everything inside it will be destroyed, forever lost." "Thank you, your majesty. And thank you, great Alferian. I will make the most spectacular set of armor out of these scales and will get it fully enchanted. Of that you can be assured." "That would please me greatly." "But we do have to get going now, so I'll drop you off back in Haven Reach and we'll be on our—" Duke was interrupted by a notification that he could not ignore. "Worldwide notification. Heed this. A quest has been offered. Quest name: Fight or Die. Quest description: all residents of Teldon are called to her defense. An invading force has landed on the planet and seeks to consume all life on it and ultimately consume the world spirit. Come to your world's defense or lose everything. Quest rewards: unknown, survival of life on Teldon. Will you accept this quest and defend your world? Yes or no?" He accepted the quest without any thought or consideration. It wasn't like this system was a quest-generating machine. He had only been offered one or two in the entire time before now. Accepting the quest produced a location within Duke's mind. It wasn't necessarily a map like everyone else had, but it was now a familiar location to him. He could teleport there. From what he could tell, it was on the other side of the planet, but that did not stop him from springing into action. "Arnson, did you get that notification?" "I think everyone did." Even in here, Remarkable. Okay, I'm going to drop you off at the mayor's office. Tell him that all combatants are to head through the portal. I'll have a destination for a rallying point set up in Cloudspire. Alferian, shift for me, please. We will need the space until we get to where we are going. The transformation was faster this time, taking only about 30 seconds. After which Duke teleported Arnson outside the mayor's office while he and Alferian were teleported to his throne room. There were orders to give, planning to occur, and most importantly, scouting to occur before he set up portals to bring his legions to bear. Time to see how many nations will respond, and if I can bring them all together. Chapter 64. Duke Madrigal was waiting for him when he and Alferian arrived. He offered a respectful bow. Your Majesty, Stormstride stands ready to heed the call of Telden. What would you have us do? First off, introductions. Duke Madrigal, this is Alferian the Great Serpent. Alferian, this is Duke Madrigal. Madrigal is my most key advisor and the one who runs things around here when I'm not present, which, quite frankly, is most of the time. Without him, the kingdom would fall apart. It pleases me to meet you. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Okay, status report time. I assume the legions are already prepared to mobilize? What other forces can we bring to bear? About that, Your Majesty, we have 5 full legions we can send, but I recommend keeping at least 1 legion home should any neighbors decide that this is the opportune time to grab some of our prosperity for their own. Past? Just so, Your Majesty. Even with their collapse, some danger persists. Very well. Keep a legion home for defense. But if they are truly needed, I will call for them. Do we have anyone else? The militias are being formed. They are mostly craftspeople and adventurers. Discipline is not their forte, and the adventurers are likely to split off into their own parties immediately. They may be more effective in their own parties than in formations, so while we shouldn't encourage them to split off, we shouldn't prevent it. Maybe it would be even better to use them as scouting parties or quick reaction forces. We have no real information about these invaders, do we? None whatsoever. The invasion point is on the far side of the world. You are the only one that can get there quickly, so unfortunately, it is up to you to scout this threat out for us. As expected, although Myra and the Iron Reaver may be able to help in that regard, I have to reach out to our allies and make sure we have a portal network set up to get their forces to the front lines as well. I'll contact her and see what she can tell us before I head out. Let's gather our leaders here in 1 hour and solidify our mobilization plans. 1 hour? Good luck, Your Majesty. Duke Madrigal hurried out of the throne room to get everyone together. Alferian gave Duke a pointed look. What?
You are going to try to leave me here while you go scout the enemy.
I was definitely considering it, but I think your senses will be helpful in scouting out the enemy, whomever they are. So I think I'm going to need you with me when I... An intense gust of wind blew the tapestries around the room off the walls as it swirled around the room. Duke's throne blew over as the pair fought to remain on their feet. The wind intensified as if in the center of a terrible storm. Duke grabbed Alferian's arm to steady him as he used his flight ability to stabilize himself. And a moment later, the wind coalesced into a single, man-sized form that stood before them.
Apologies for the dramatic entry.
As the form spoke, it took on the shape of a man that Duke recognized. Orgath?
Indeed, yes, it is I.
I assume you are here for a reason other than to rearrange my furniture.
Who is this man? I sense nothing from him.
He is one of the gods of Teldin.
Indeed I am. I know you received the great quest. Even we gods received it. But we are prevented from taking direct action by a decision that Iocho made in the distant past. We can, however, provide aid to those who can take direct action. So, they sent me because we are on good terms. Gastul wanted to come, but I figured that would not end well.
Good call. What is it you are offering?
You are uniquely qualified to accelerate the defense of Teldin. Here, have a quest.
You have been offered a quest. Quest name, Gather the Troops. Quest description, the world of Teldin is under attack, and most have risen to defend her. But few are able to get to the fight on their own. Create a portal network to bring the world together to face this threat. Quest rewards, 1 experience point per portal use per individual traveler. Unknown. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? Well, that's both inside and outside my abilities. I don't know where everyone is to set up portals for them.
Accept the quest and check your map, Duke. This much we can do for you.
What is he talking about?
I'm not entirely sure, but here goes. I was going to try to do this for our allies anyway. Duke accepted the quest and pulled out his map of Teldin. His jaw nearly hit the floor. Each and every city, village, town, and hamlet were now marked on his map along with numerous monster settlements. There were tens of thousands of markers on his map, maybe more. There was also a large area marked as Staging Area, near where the invaders were marked.
Now that you have accepted the quest, Malkiavik will send out his own worldwide quest to enter the portals and prepare to fight.
This all seems a bit contrived, far too fast, and unbelievable.
It does. But when our very existence is threatened, we are not going to hesitate. This threat is real, and it is going to kill countless numbers of the faithful. We did not choose this fight, but we will give our children everything we can to fight it. Vithshrek even offered to remove his curse for the fight.
Don't bother. I have no use for swords at this point.
I might be able to use one, though. You have a good one to offer?
Orgath laughed, and then sized up Alferian.
You do not strike me as much of a sword wielder, are you?
Well, no. But who am I to turn down a gift from a god? I'd learn to wield a sword if a god were to give me one.
The fact that the serpent was able to deliver the line with a straight face was beyond impressive. He deserved an Academy Award. What he got was a sword. Orgath pulled a sword out of the air and handed it to him. When Alferian took the handle, the god did not release the blade.
Just remember that you are committed to learning how to use it. Do not fail in that commitment, or there will be consequences.
So, Duke, how do I use this thing?
Oh, you are so asking the wrong person about that. I affirmatively can't use a sword. You're on your own on that one. Good luck with it.
I have stayed as long as I dare. Remember, Duke, the storm is your ally. Do not hesitate to call upon it should you have need. And Orphirian, the pointy end goes into the soft parts of your foe.
With that, the god turned into a fog bank and flowed out of the room. Okay, you stay here and try to figure out how to use a sword. I have a portal network to set up. Duke did not wait for a response. Instead, he teleported from marked location to marked location, setting up portals all linked to the central staging area. Despite his speed, this still took him a long time to complete. At a few seconds per portal and tens of thousands to set up, the task took him 2 days to complete. When Duke returned to his throne room, Borundar was there with Orphirian. He was instructing the serpent in swordsmanship. It did not appear to be going particularly well. Orphirian's sword was continually out of position, and the guard captain was having trouble getting him to realize how bad that was. When they noticed him, they stopped. Orphirian spoke first.
Everybody that is going has already gone through the portal. Are you ready to go through?
I suppose I am, but I am exhausted. Give me a few minutes to rest. I'll be right back. Duke didn't wait for a response, teleporting himself to the cavern system in Havenreach. There, he took a minute to craft himself a comfortable bed and sealed himself behind a wall. Sighing, he collapsed into the bed and went to sleep. Duke woke refreshed and returned to the throne room, startling the pair again as Borundar was deep in instructor mode, as he called it. They both leaped back from his sudden appearance, holding their swords at the ready. I'm back, but I guess you already realized that.
You haven't been gone for more than 10 minutes, Your Majesty. How can you be rested already?
Ancient secret power, Duke quipped. Are you two ready to go?
I must remain, Your Majesty. If anything happens in the city, then I need to be here to handle it. My guards have been reduced to a skeleton crew, but the 5th Legion is still here for now. I have been told that they could be pulled to the front to fight as well. I cannot, in good conscience, leave the city so vulnerable.
I understand and support your decision. Honestly, I have no idea what we are dealing with. It could be something that the Archmages Council may be able to handle on their own. I don't think that's likely as the call went out across the whole planet, but there's no way of knowing until we get there. Are you ready, Orphirian?
I could use a few years to learn how to actually use a sword. It's so ridiculously difficult. I don't know what I was thinking.
You were thinking that you were going to get a shiny divine present.
I suppose you're right about that. It's nothing like using my fangs. I thought it would work just the same. I was very wrong.
Guess so. Good luck, Borundar, and I hope you don't need it.
Me too, Your Majesty. Don't risk yourself unnecessarily. We need you to come back here. The kingdom needs you.
Duke felt a heavy pang of guilt, knowing that regardless of the outcome, he was being pulled away in a week or less. Time was running out for him. He returned Borundar's salute and teleported to the staging area with Orphirian. Chapter 65. Arriving at the staging area was like nothing Duke had ever seen. There were people, creatures, and monsters everywhere. Duke instinctually rose into the air to get a better look at what was arrayed before him. The area had appeared to be large on his map, but as he rose up, he saw just how vast the staging area was. The mix of what he saw was hard to wrap his head around. There were hundreds of organized forces, but the vast majority were a milling mass of disorganization. He spotted all manner of races in the mix, including monstrous races that he had never encountered before. He rose higher to get an even better look. As he rose higher, he could see beyond the staging area. The area was set apart by a mountain range which had a forest of immense trees beyond it. As he watched, the far edge of the forest seemed to be slowly retreating. He moved over to the forest to get a better look at what was going on. What he saw did not offer any encouragement. The trees were fighting, and they were losing badly. There was a sea of quadrupedal creatures swarming over each other to get to the trees. They were horrific beings, resembling horse-sized dogs with no skin, exposing their muscles and internal organs. As he looked more carefully, he saw that they did actually have some form of skin. It was just transparent, allowing the sickening display of their insides through. The ones who had reached the trees latched on with their jaws and appeared to be sucking the very essence from them. The trees weren't just dying. They were being absolutely consumed, leaving nothing but gray, dead dust behind. Tree limbs slashed and slammed down at the creatures, only to pass harmlessly through them. Duke spotted a group of druids attempting to bolster the trees. Spells of green energy suffused the trees on the front line, bolstering the trees and giving them the ability to strike with enchanted blows. The trees' limbs still struck nothing. One by one, the trees were sucked dry of their life and then physically absorbed, leaving nothing in their place. When one creature was done consuming a tree, the next leapt forward and started on the next tree. Duke identified the attackers. You have encountered an exospace hound. This is a Tier 4 extra-dimensional creature. Tier 4. Level 145. Health 891,335. Mana 801,000. This creature exists in both the material plane and the realm of exospace. It can change any part of its body between these two dimensions at any time. After reading that, Duke understood why the animated trees were ineffective. He tossed a bolt of lightning at one of the hounds only to see it pass through with no apparent effect. He tried a number of other elemental abilities, but none had any effect. Well, that's not good. How are we supposed to fight these things? Duke flew back over to the mountains to see who he could meet up with. He was intercepted by another flying figure. This figure was a dark woman with what he would have considered Indian features had he been back on Earth. Here, he had no idea, other than it was a pretty woman in heavy, bright robes covering equally elaborately embroidered pants flying towards him. He slowed to a stop as she approached.
Well, hello there, sir. Good to see another flyer around. I am Amara Leia.
Glad to meet you. My name is Duke, and I've only just arrived. Has anyone organized this mess yet?
No, not yet. It seems that everyone is waiting for someone to take charge, but no one has taken that step just yet. Few even have any idea what we are dealing with. Do you? Duke looked into her brown eyes for a long moment, the gravity of the situation rising in his mind. We are facing a world-ending threat. The exospace hounds exist in both our reality and exospace simultaneously. They can shift any part of themselves between the two realities at will. This makes them extremely difficult to hit with any attacks and able to bypass most any defense. That is, a rather remarkably cogent description of what we face. And you say you just arrived? Who are you, really?
I am who I say I am. king of a minor nation on the other side of Teldon with a few talents that have served me well. Duke felt a brief pressure on his psyche as she peered at him, concentrating. It quickly let up as she offered a slight frown. She smiled shyly. It seems that your information is cloaked behind something powerful. Perhaps you are indeed more than you seem. Depends on what I seem to be, I suppose. I'm no toy of the gods, but I do have considerable power of my own. Duke paused, replaying what he just said in his head. Well, fuck. That makes me sound like a total douchebag. Sorry about that. This is not the time to be all sly and humble and shit. I've got some strong abilities, including the one that got most everyone here. You are the portal maker? Is that what they are calling me? Seems appropriate, I guess. Yes, I made the portals, although I'm not sure how long I can maintain that many and still be effective in a fight. You are personally maintaining all these portals? They aren't being maintained by some enchantment or other? Not enchantment. This is my own ability keeping them open. It's a drag on my mana for so many, but I can sustain it for now. When I start to burn through mana when we start fighting for real, then the maintenance cost will be too much to maintain. Have you tried fighting them yet? Not truly. I tested some abilities on them that had no noticeable effect. Same here. My wind blades could cut the entire forest down but pass through them without effect. I do not know how to engage them, and I fear the multitude of melee fighters below will just be fodder for the creature's growth. Are there others that might have a chance to affect them? Where are the powerful in all this mess? She smiled. Power attracts power, they say. If we fly over the masses, the powerful amongst them will find us if they can. Seems like a reasonable assumption. Shall we make it flashy? What do you have in mind? Duke flew back several meters and activated his lightning aura with an audible snap. The air around him sparked and crackled, suffused with energy. A smile that was soft and unhurried formed on her lips, a quiet curve that lit her face with warmth. Her eyes lingered on him, a spark of curiosity and admiration growing as though she were seeing him anew. There was a hint of mischief at the corners of her lips, a private moment that said, "He's worth considering." Duke paused at her look, considering what his xenoglossia was telling him. He shook his head. I just got out of a relationship. Dumped again. Keep it casual, flyboy. You have too many irons in the fire to put your own iron into anyone's fire long term. Putting such thoughts behind him, he began to fly in a wide circle around the immense staging area, flaring his aura to make himself clearly visible. He increased his speed as he completed his first circuit and began spiraling inwards, pushing past Mach 3 and still speeding up. Eyes were drawn to the sky as a bolt of lightning traveled in a closing spiral. Those with greater intuition or perceptive abilities were able to tell that it wasn't actually a bolt of lightning, but instead a man wreathed by the element. Regardless of what was perceived, the reaction was the same as the phenomenon culminated in a stroke of lightning that touched down in the center of the staging area. Duke slammed to the ground with tremendous force, but he used his own force ability to contain and direct the energy upwards and away from the retreating crowd. The sound of his impact reverberated throughout the area, alerting everyone who had not already watched the figure descend from the sky. The strongest among each group broke away and made their way to the clear signal. It was time to get things organized. Amara landed gracefully next to Duke, her robes fluttering ever so slightly in the controlled breeze of her descent. Quickly, the area around them expanded as groups actively pushed away from the intimidating figures entering the center by various means. Some came mounted on creatures ranging from horses to great, monstrous cats, to one that came astride a clanking monstrosity of a dragonic golem. Others came upon more clearly magical means, such as personal flight, standing upon a flying sword, or carried by a winged cloak. Once in the area, segregation seemed to happen naturally. Warriors tended to congregate together, mages as well, including what Duke assumed was the Archmage's Council, as that was the group Baslin had joined. Duke watched them all gather together as he stood with Amara. He wasn't sure who she really was, but he found it odd that even though everyone had gathered, they all kept their distance from the two of them. Any reason they are staying away from us? They are staying away from us, right?
They certainly seem to be, and no, I don't know why. Maybe they're afraid of getting shocked.
Maybe they were all waiting for me to get here. I mean, really. You left me back there without even saying goodbye.
Well, hello, Ophirian. Glad you could make it. But I don't think that's the reason. Oh, and introductions. Ophirian, Amara, Amara, Ophirian. They looked each other over appraisingly, but were interrupted by another man walking up to the trio.
I certainly was waiting for you to get here, little one.
Ophirian turned to the man with irritation.
Just who are you calling little?
Ah, yes, I always forget how arrogant we all are in our youth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ilyanka. Perhaps you have heard of me, Duke?
Duke stopped and took a closer look at the unassuming man dressed in green robes before the name registered in his memory. He cocked his head slightly. Ilyanka from Tanish?
I knew you had heard of me.
Who is this guy and what is Tanish?
Ophirian, this is your father.
What? No. My father is a great serpent, not this small man.
Ilyanka hissed at Ophirian. There were tones and harmonies in the hiss that few could pick up on, but there were two in close proximity that were able to understand. Duke smiled as Ophirian's eyes bulged, and he stepped forward to embrace the smaller man.
Father, how could I not recognize you? Where is your aura?
You have never seen me before. You were but an egg when last we saw each other. As for my aura, unleashing it here would be counterproductive. It has no effect on the invaders, but it would panic quite a few of our temporary allies.
Perhaps you should pulse it to get everyone's attention. We have to plan our defense, and no one is taking charge of this mess. Stupid global quest. Almost no one here can affect those things.
I do believe you are correct, Your Majesty. I will look to you for guidance in planning our actions. I am formidable against a physical foe, but against those things I am near useless. I hope you have something that will affect them. Even the archmages are arguing amongst themselves. Are you ready, Duke?
I'm not sure I'm the best for this, but sure. Someone must get things going. Get everyone's attention. A pulse of aura flashed out over the crowd, causing all to pause. For many, the aura caused an instantaneous fear reaction. For others, alertness crossed their features. For Duke, it was the challenge of a predator stalking him that made him want to turn and fight. Instead, he rose slightly overhead and shouted over the crowd. Okay, that's enough milling around. Leaders, bring it into me. We have a world to save. Chapter 66. The Leadership Council had formed quickly after Duke's announcement. He was pained by the next hour of competing opinions and idiotic strategies bandied about to highlight individual groups. Things had broken down into two primary camps. One was, blast them with magic until something works, while the other Duke had started referring to as Hulk Smash in his mind. He sat virtually alone in a third group. And yes, he sat. While most had stood in groups arguing, he had pulled a chair out of his inventory and sat down. Finally, Baslin broke off from the Archmage contingent and visited Duke.
You seem pretty comfortable sitting there.
Well, what else am I going to do? There seems to be no way to alter the idiotic opinions being tossed around like a bad salad. You know, the kind where they throw radishes in and too many carrot slivers that just get stuck in your teeth? Baslin ignored the salad rant.
You have a solution?
Potentially. But it might not work either. I do have an escape plan should this whole thing fail, but that is a shitty contingency plan at best.
Enlighten me. Perhaps I can persuade others.
Okay, it comes down to this. Every attack misses them because they shift to exospace to avoid it. What if someone were to fill the corresponding area in exospace with an attack as well? There would be nowhere for them to go to evade the attack.
Is that what is happening? Are you sure?
My teleportation ability has given me a lot of insight into other dimensions, and I am certain that is what they are doing.
I am not really familiar with exospace. You say that is another dimension?
Yes, it's the dimension that ships move through to get from world to world relatively quickly. The problem is that they say there are some god-awful monsters that live in exospace that prey on ships that can't cloak their presence or move fast enough to evade them. Standing in one spot for any length of time is sure to lure creatures to you.
And you, of course, are volunteering for this role, aren't you?
Who else could do it? No one else here could get themselves back from exospace.
This can't be the best solution with you putting yourself into such danger alone.
I am hoping that others will join me, but, again, I'm not sure who else can survive in exospace. My tier, my class, and my abilities grant me enough protection that I can survive it for a time before it affects me. I'm not sure who else could.
I don't like it, Duke. You are, once again, putting yourself in the position of peril.
If things get bad, I'll just pop back into our dimension. And I also have this little device that will guide me if I somehow get lost. Duke pulled out his portable navigation core and handed it to Baslin.
What is... By all the failed gods, what is this thing? Such small scripting.
Baslin pulled a pair of thick lensed glasses out of a pocket inside his robes and examined the core with them. He seemed absolutely lost for a few minutes while Duke observed the crowd. The so-called leaders of the planet did not strike Duke with a positive impression. Even with the entire planet's survival hanging in the balance, they bickered and argued over appearances. His intrusive thoughts told him to take everyone he cared about and just leave the planet to its fate. He put a stop to that thought almost as fast as it appeared. Duke was broken out of his thoughts by a tug on his sleeve. When he looked down, he saw a wonderfully familiar catkin face.
Have you gotten even taller, Duke?
Amberclaw, it's been so long. I'm glad to see you, but wish it wasn't here.
I know, my friend. Fate has brought us to another conflict, but perhaps, if we are lucky, it will give us some more time to reconnect.
That would be great if it were not for the biggest problem we are facing. So few of those gathered here have any chance of fighting the hounds. Look around us. They are all bickering over who is leading this mess. I can't just wait around for them to figure it out, but I can't do it alone. Not this time.
Duke, this creation of yours is beyond what I thought was possible. I would love to be able to study it further.
Duke took the navigational core back and smiled at Baslin. Baslin, have you met Emberclaw?
Pleased to meet you. Duke has told me much of you. It is an honor to finally meet you.
Emberclaw returned the greeting.
An honor to meet you as well.
Duke's communications crystal chimed.
Hey, Duke, there's nowhere for us to land down there. Can you clear a landing zone?
Duke activated his crystal. Myra, not sure what you can do down here. I am not completely sure, but it looks like these creatures have some sort of defense mechanism that shifts them back and forth into exospace.
Well, fuck. I guess I'm going to spend some time in exospace then.
You'll be attacked by God knows what if you stay in one spot there.
Yep. Good thing you juiced up our mana cores. We can take a hell of a lot more pounding than we could before with the empowered shields.
Okay, that might help, but you have to limit your time there.
Oh, trust me, I have no desire to draw in any of the true dangers in that hellish dimension. But if we don't stop these things here, they're going to eat your whole damned planet.
Right. Okay, here's the deal. You have better sensors than anything down here. Watch the combat line. The druids are keeping the things occupied, but they have to be running out of mana or trees soon. I'm going to flip over to exospace and see if I can cause some chaos. You keep a laser focus on that front line with your sensors and see if it allows them to be more effective.
I don't like it, but go for it. I've got my sensors locked in.
Duke nodded to the small group around himself. I'll be back in a bit. We need to test a theory. Hope it works because it's all I have so far. He did not wait for a response before flying back to the front where the druids were ineffectually fighting the hounds. As he flew closer, he could see signs of mana fatigue rampant among their ranks.
Have you come to help? Everyone else seems afraid to come here.
The unconventionally burly elf that greeted Duke took him by surprise. You were holding the line by yourselves. It's far beyond time someone came to help. It looks like most of you are suffering from mana fatigue.
Yes, we have gone through so many mana potions that they don't have much effect anymore.
I can help a bit with that, but then I have another thing to try.
Oh?
Yes, give me a moment and gather around the crew that needs the most mana. Duke closed almost all the portals he had opened to transport forces to the staging area, and immediately felt his mana regen jump back up to normal. He smiled and gestured to the gathering group. Who needs the most mana, and how much do you need? Give me a number. A wizened kobold shuffled up to Duke, the others parting at his approach. He fixed Duke with his left eye, his right being milky with blindness.
I am the Archdruid Thelmek. I have the greatest mana pool of all here, but it is quite depleted. I have spent all 6 billion of my mana struggling against these beasts to no avail. How do you propose to help?
Duke reached a hand out to the kobold, who responded. I am Duke, King of Stormstride, and I freely give of my mana to you. He proceeded to transfer the full 6 million mana that would fill up the kobold's pool. When finished, he looked at the rest of the crowding druids. Okay, who's next?
Who are you, really?
The question came as the kobold stepped back with a look of awe and relief on his face. I am just another person trying to save our planet. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, who's next? One by one, the rest of the druids stepped up to have their mana topped off, rotating themselves back into the fight with renewed vigor. When they were all back to full, Duke came up to the Iron Reaver. Myra, are you in position?
Have been for the past 10 minutes, slowpoke.
Thanks. 30 seconds. He smiled in anticipation as he spoke. Thelmek, I am going to do something that I hope will make these hounds susceptible to physical attacks. Pray this works, because nobody else seems to have any other ideas on how to fight these things.
I will pray to Gaia so that she may bless your attempt.
I'll take it. It won't help where I have to go to do this, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Thought that counts? What are you talking about?
Duke smiled enigmatically. I have to shift to another dimension and make it inhospitable for the hounds to shift back there. I am hoping that will force them to stay in our dimension and be vulnerable to attack here.
How are you going to do that?
It's just a thing I can do. Can you clear an area by the base of the mountains of trees and underbrush? I want to use that as a portal destination for everyone in the staging area to come through and kill these things if this works.
We are already pulling the trees from there. We will have the area cleared of troops in less than an hour.
Thanks. That will help if this works. If it doesn't, we'll have to find a plan B.
Let's hope it works then. I'll keep praying.
Duke stepped back, steeling himself. Myra, it's go time.
Sensors on full lock. Good luck.
With that, Duke teleported to exospace. The area he left behind crackled with an eerie energy that caused everyone to step back before it faded into nothing.
What manner of man was that, Stelmach? I am not sure, young one, but I am sure that he is no ordinary man.
Chapter 67. Duke's reaction speed had always been exceptional. It was one of the things that had made him such a great fighter pilot. His ability to quickly read an unfolding situation and immediately react with decisiveness had been his hallmark. It had served him extremely well when the world had gone to shit and fighting started. Since being brought to Teldon, his reaction speed had increased far, far beyond human limits. It was not enough. Before he had even taken in his surroundings, he was beset by hounds. He could not see his surroundings but for the swarm of hounds that attacked him from all sides. The thousands that were attacking on Teldon were but a drop in a bucket compared to what waited on the other side of the dimensional barrier. Hounds had latched onto his arms and legs before he could process what was happening, and they were draining him. His health was plummeting rapidly and he could feel the draining ability attempting to latch onto his very soul. Duke's psyche was being hammered by telepathic howls and barks coming from the tens of thousands of hounds converging on him. He panicked, releasing his umbral reaper. The monsters of his psyche burst outwards in an expanding sphere, attacking the hounds around him. His limbs were released, giving him a reprieve from the awful drain. His health started quickly ticking back up as his regeneration engaged. His reprieve, however, was short-lived. One by one, the creatures created by his ability were consumed by the hounds. His blood ran cold as he realized that the hounds had not left him because they were being hurt. It was simply because they had found a more palatable source of food. Before his eyes, he could see the hounds growing stronger, growing larger, and turning back to him. Well, that's not good. Duke's voice did not leave his body. The air and vibration sucked away by the bizarre dimension known as exospace. He flew away from the approaching swarm of hounds, his mind scrambling for a plan since his panic-induced this-will-kill-anything ability actually fed the things. On the positive side, there was no debilitating psychic feedback from using the ability this time. One of the hounds appeared to be faster than the others and was breaking away from the massive swarm chasing Duke. He considered it an opportunity and allowed the thing to close on him slightly, keeping it at a set distance while they both accelerated away from the hungry mass. As they flew, Duke cycled through the list of his offensive abilities, hoping for a better result. As on the planet, the elemental abilities had no effect. Force slowed it down slightly, but had no other effect. Finally, Duke switched to Soulfire. The effect was immediate and startling. The hound burst into green flames and shriveled in on itself. In seconds, the hound was little more than a diminishing speck of green ash. Duke whooped with joy, turning back to the approaching hounds with soulfire wreathing his body.
Time to play, puppies!
He spread soulfire ahead of him in an expanding cone at the approaching hounds. The first ones that were hit by the soulfire were overcome quickly. The rest of the pack split, arcing backward and away from the attack. They moved around the range of the ability and attempted to engulf Duke from every other angle. One particularly large hound followed the cone of the ability back to Duke and leaped for his face. Duke pushed the cone upwards to catch the hound. It burst into green flames, burning as it slammed into him anyway. The impact spun him uncontrollably, spraying soulfire in random directions as he spun in space. This turned out to be a more effective attack than the stationary cone had been. Hundreds of hounds were hit by the ability. The rest pulled back warily. Duke locked down on his spin with his flight ability, stabilizing himself. With a thought, he kicked on his dungeon sense to get a much larger perspective on what was happening around him. Two things became apparent quickly. One, there were more of these hounds than he had ever imagined, and two, they were the smallest of the things coming for him. The hounds were currently hanging back, warily surrounding him in 3 dimensions. Another realization came to him. He had no idea where he was relative to normal space. As he ran through his options for his next move, he sensed a change in the hounds. Some silent signal had passed through them, and they were all poised to attack. Duke had seconds to react. He did not have the control over the ability to maintain a large sphere of soulfire, but he could hold a cone of it well enough. Screw it! Time for a death blossom! The hounds pounced, flowing like a tsunami coming from all directions at once. Duke spun in the most dizzying 360-degree spin he could manage and pushed out a cone of soulfire from each hand. As hounds came into contact with the cones, they were ignited, writhing in pain. Yet the volume of hounds far exceeded Duke's ability to catch them with his spin. He was still maintaining the soulfire aura, but enough hounds were getting through that his spinning was being slowed as bodies impacted him. The constant impacts rattled his brain, dazzling his senses as he was engulfed in the crush of bodies. His aura flickered as his concentration weakened. He reached deep inside for the resolve to restore his aura, diving deeply into his psyche reserves where the monsters of energy lurked. He came up empty. Nothing responded to his call. Duke's aura flickered for the last time and winked out. The hounds tore through the burning corpses of their brethren and tore into Duke. They were not draining him. They were tearing pieces off of him. His left arm was the first to go, and all he could think at the time was, "Why is it always that arm?" He reacted on instinct, teleporting himself back to the forest in the front lines. He arrived to shocked shouts and cries of alarm before he promptly fell flat on his face. He was greeted with a notification as he passed out. You have suffered significant psyche damage. Your psyche has been reduced by 75%. The effects will fade over time. Resting will recover your psyche more quickly. Duke regained consciousness to worried looks from Alferian and Baslin. There was also another man at his side, but he did not recognize him. It was this man that spoke first.
How do you feel?
Duke examined himself only to discover that he felt absolutely fine. He looked around at the people surrounding him before speaking. I feel surprisingly well. The debuff I was suffering from is gone, and it appears my wounds have healed. Looking back at himself, Duke activated Restore and Cleanse to bring his shredded clothing back into shape. With a smile, he levered himself back to his feet and looked directly at Baslin. Gather the archmages. I know how to stop these things. Baslin's face lit up with hope.
Truly?
Yes, truly, but be quick about it. The ones attacking here are the tiniest tip of the iceberg. If the rest break through, we may not have enough of a world left to defend. Baslin didn't hesitate before rushing off to gather the archmages. There were a few arguments, but since no one else had anything resembling a solution beyond,
We should study this phenomenon. We could learn so much from it.
he eventually won the argument and brought nearly the entire council to Duke.
Esteemed Archmages, please allow me to introduce you to King Duke of the Kingdom of Stormstride. He has fought the creatures and survived, gaining considerable knowledge in the process.
There were a few nods, but mostly followed suit of a gray-skinned elf who scoffed, "A human king. Why should we waste our time with him?" Duke stepped up to the elf, causing the elder mage to crane his neck up to meet his gaze. He waited until the rest of the archmages had fallen silent before beginning. 2 reasons. Firstly, I am the only one amongst us who has actually left this planet and seen the wider universe, and secondly, because I could erase you where you stand with magical abilities for which you would have no defense or recourse. You picking up what I'm putting down, old man? Or should I send you to the other side of the world to think over your arrogance? You dare! I'll... Duke teleported the elf to the entrance of the Twilight Mountain Inn and turned back to the gasping archmages. He calmly looked each of them in the eyes before continuing. They all looked considerably more attentive and less prideful. Now that I have your attention, I called you all together because of all the groups here. I expect you might be the only ones who even have a possibility of helping out here. A surprisingly attractive female goblin pushed through the rest of the archmages and responded before others could.
What is it that you need from us?
Duke smiled at her, suppressing his conflicting emotional reactions of, "Hey, she's cute, and she's a freaking goblin." He composed himself quickly enough that few noticed. He was sure from her sly smile that she did, but he continued anyway. "What I need from all of you is soulfire."
Soulfire? Soulfire? Why don't you just ask for a legendary dragon to go along with it?
The incredulous shout came from a dwarven archmage whose beard was so long and bushy, Duke wasn't sure he was wearing anything below the waist. "I'll take one if you've got it." "King Duke, what you ask for is so far beyond the capabilities of a Telden-bound mage as to be ridiculous." This was from what Duke thought was an eaglekin, but wasn't sure enough to even say anything.
I can provide you with soulfire.
It was the goblin speaking again. She was joined by a kobold who looked far too young to be an archmage.
I can provide soulfire as well.
"Anyone else?" Duke asked. Receiving no further responses, he gestured for the 2 to come with him. He took them aside and started the real work of preparing. Chapter 68. Okay, the only thing I have found that seems to affect these things is soulfire. Who are you, and how much soulfire can you 2 produce? The goblin chuckled.
My name is Kelvin Ma. I can cast a spell that can cover a 30-meter radius in soulfire, but it is taxing. I can only cast it a few times a day before I am spent. It's certainly not enough to stop this horde.
The kobold gently put his scaled hand on her shoulder.
Do not fret, my old friend.
He fixed his gaze on Duke and seemed to come to a conclusion.
I am Selenos. At least that is the name I have chosen to use for the past few centuries. It seems that this invasion is beyond the capabilities of this world to defend against.
His words were punctuated by the sound of trees shattering and a scream that was abruptly cut off. The three turned to see the forest nearly depleted and the hounds swelling in numbers. Things were getting critical as the hounds' presence and attack was expanding in a rough circle that now covered a 2-kilometer-wide area. Containing them no longer seemed possible. Thelanos continued.
It was fun while it lasted.
What are you talking about, Thelanos?
Gelvin interrupted.
This.
The kobold leapt into the air, wings sprouting from his back, his neck elongating while his tail also grew. His entire body grew and transformed as he rose into the air. In seconds, the transformation was complete. No longer was he a humble kobold, but instead a massive dragon, gently flapping his wings in the air above them all. As he grew, his scales had darkened to black with specks of a bright blue-white scattered in patterns that resembled constellations in the night sky.
Long have I watched over this precious world, biding my time against another worldly invasion such as this, but my hiding is over. Heed me, people of Teldin. I can weaken this foe, but I am not able to stop them entirely. You must fight them here and now. Summon your warriors, gather your strength, and drive them from your world.
With that announcement, he unleashed a breath weapon of something that Duke did not recognize. He watched as the dark beam spread out over the mass of hounds, causing them to writhe and howl in pain. With the writhing came a sense of solidity, and Duke suddenly realized this meant that they could no longer shift dimensions. Duke didn't hesitate. He opened the largest portal he could to the staging area and shouted into his jewel of whispers. "Aurelia, send the Legion now! Full send! We need to strike now!" The roar as the entire Legion charged through the portal behind a distinctive reptilian creature wearing a kilt, swinging a sword, and screaming for blood. Duke couldn't help but smile at the sight, despite the tension of the situation. Alfirian charged ahead of even Aurelia, easily outdistancing the Legion with his kilt flopping wildly around his legs. Gelvin gawked at Alfirian.
What is that?
That is a great serpent.
I can see that, but what the hells is it attached to?
Duke kept his face completely deadpan. That is Alfirian. He's mine.
You can keep him. That thing is just wrong.
That's what I told him, but kids never listen, do they?
Kids?
There was no time to reply, as Alfirian hit the writhing hounds with his venom spitting before peeling off to join Duke off to the side. The Legion continued their charge, causing the ground to shake with their synchronized steps. Their ability to keep their stride synchronized at a full charge was a sight to behold as the ground began to undulate ahead of them. The hounds were swept upwards by the rising ground, still writhing in pain. A second before the Legion arrived, the ground dropped out from under them to be replaced by spears of the Legionnaires. Hounds were pierced and unceremoniously thrown backwards and overhead for deeper ranks of the Legion to fall upon. The charge continued deep into the mass of the hounds. Others started pouring through the portal to finally join the fight. As the armies of Teldin's various nations poured through, the hounds started to recover. A great howling started up from the hounds that reverberated at a low register. The harmonic shook the ground like an earthquake, causing countless troops to lose their footing. The more organized armies had some defense against such attacks, but most did not. The howling caused the dimensional membrane holding the greater number of hounds outside Teldin's dimension to ripple and weaken, allowing more and more hounds to break through. They tore through the membrane in a torrent, adding their own voices to the howling. Unable to do more than keep their feet and fight defensively, the charge collapsed into a static defensive mess with an additional bottleneck at the portal. Duke took to the air, still feeling the resonance of the howling reverberating through the atmosphere, but having nowhere near as strong an effect as it did on the surface. He flew over the boiling membrane and poured soulfire into it. The reaction was immediate. The howling coming from the hounds bursting through the membrane ceased to harmonize, instead turning to howls of pain. He did not let up, burning through his mana. He ignored the notifications of kills and other effects while he continued to pour soulfire at the emerging hounds, over-channeling the ability to cover the still expanding area. He poured over 1 million mana a second into the ability and was only able to barely hold the area. "Can anyone seal this dimensional breach?" he shouted above the chaotic battle below. "I can hold them back for another 15 minutes, but after that, they are going to come pouring through in even greater numbers." He received no response. The howling of the hounds stopped as the pitched battle increased in fervor and intensity. Despite being temporarily cut off from their dimension-shifting abilities, the hounds fought with both their physical and their magical abilities. Blue flames erupted from their maws, melting armor and weapons alike. Mages countered with cold and ice to varying degrees of effectiveness. A group of hounds at the front line combined their attacks into a terrifyingly hot flame. The Legion's front line buckled as a dozen legionnaires were simply erased by white flames so hot they broke molecular bonds. Even hundreds of meters away, Duke could feel the heat of the flames despite his distance from the effect. Duke could do nothing to help them. His attention and mana entirely focused on keeping the vastly larger horde of hounds from breaking through. Others jumped in to help with varying degrees of effect. When Alfurion launched himself into the fight in his full form, he crushed dozens of hounds instantly, but was quickly overwhelmed by dozens more attacking, and had to teleport back to get healing. Others jumped in as the portal became more active now that the ground had stabilized yet again. The Ansky Empire's forces marched onto the battlefield through the portal, singing in cadence. They were clad in what appeared to be pinstriped cloth armor, but the magic that radiated off them was palpable, triggering Duke's sense magic ability without him even thinking to engage it. From head to toe, they radiated powerful magic. Their weapons, all bludgeoning types, radiated waves of force that harmonized with their chanting and stepping. He had thought that his legions were impressive as they marched. Seeing this army humbled him. Despite this, he smiled as they quickly marched at speed around the beleaguered left flank of the depleted legions and joined the fight. Duke continued to pour on his soulfire as his mana ran down. He had been holding the breach for nearly 15 minutes now, and was coming to the end of his mana. Pain suffused his head as he strained to keep up the intensity when his mana nearly ran out and the hound's dimensional link re-established. Duke could do nothing about it other than keep up what he was doing. "Damn it to hell! They are shifting again, and I can't hold the breach for much longer."
"I can at least help with the first part of that."
Thelanos added another blast of his breath weapon over Duke's shoulder, washing it over the hounds. It didn't catch the hounds on the edge, as he did not want to catch the friendly troops in the blast. The dimensional link was severed again, leaving the hounds vulnerable. In the few seconds the hounds had been able to shift dimensionally, they had inflicted heavy damage on the arrayed forces, diving through the front lines as if they weren't even there to get at the protected mages. They tore into the mages, drawing their mana and life force out of their bodies before anyone could react.
"I can't get them when they are so close to allies without wiping out our allies in the process,"
Thelanos shouted. As Duke watched, Gelvin Mar launched an arc of soulfire at the hounds that had escaped Thelanos' breath weapon. The hounds burned to ash under the intensity, but the damage was done. Most of the mages were either crippled or dead. The situation was getting worse by the minute. Duke's communications crystal rang with a single word: "Incoming!" Before he could look around, mechs started to land around the troops and add their firepower to the mix. The Iron Reaver also poured its fire into the hounds. This, combined with more forces coming through the portal to join the fight, kept the pressure up on the hounds, finally seeming to reduce their numbers since Duke had effectively cut off their reinforcements. But Duke's mana was running out quickly, and when it ran out, more hounds would come pouring through the dimensional breach. He scrambled for something, anything he could do without his soulfire constantly plugging the hole. Finally, an idea came to him, but he knew that it was fraught with risks. Still, he had to try before his mana completely ran out. "I'm going to try something. It might not work, but I can't maintain this for much longer." Amara Leia floated closer, shouting above the roar of battle. "If you have something else to try, try it. I will cover the breach with soul-searing sands. I do not know if it will stop the hounds, but it will at least slow them down for the few minutes I can maintain it." Duke checked his mana, seeing that it was down below 1,000,000. "Do it! I have to cut this off." She responded immediately, overlapping his soulfire with her own spell. The swirling blue sands hurt Duke's eyes to look at, but they seemed to be doing the trick. They did not enter the hounds like Duke's ability had, but instead repelled them from the opening. Duke decided that was good enough. He cut his soulfire and began to regen his mana. After 1 minute, Amara Leia began to show signs of strain as she taxed her mana. She drank a blue potion that Duke assumed was a mana-replenishing one and gave him a nod. He responded back with a nod and got to work. Duke poured mana into a new dungeon core, pushing his ability to create a very specific dungeon. He twisted his abilities to its limits, creating the environment perfect for what he was hoping to make. He left the dungeon empty of creatures, however, only giving it the potential of forming them, focusing on the environment fully. He poured enough mana in to push the core up to 6th level and broke his concentration. When he looked up, he barely recognized the situation. Amara had collapsed and was being carried limply in one of Thelanos' claws. The hounds were pouring through the breach, and the ranks had broken down into small groups fighting for their lives. He had taken too long. Chapter 69. The shock of what Duke saw below him struck deeply into his core. Hounds were pouring through the breach unabated, and despite Thelanos striking with his breath weapon repeatedly, the troops pouring through the portal were unable to keep up with the sheer numbers. What was worse was that hounds were now pouring through the portal, bypassing the troops trying to engage them. For a moment, all Duke could do was stare at the scene. The legions had been overrun, reduced to pockets of defenders grouped together desperately struggling against the rising tide of hounds. A few other pockets of defenders remained, but there was nothing organized left.
"If you are going to do something, human, now would be the time."
Thelanos' massive head rose above Duke's shoulder with a hot puff of air washing over Duke's frame. Without a pause for a response, the dragon unleashed a prolonged blast of his breath weapon at the portal, catching more hounds than defenders, but Duke could see the dragon wince every time its breath passed over a defender. Duke teleported to a nearby mountain. Once there, he planted and activated the dungeon core he had been building, hoping it would be enough, that it would work. It took a full minute for the dungeon to form and become active, In that time, Duke waited, watching his mana tick back up. His mana was nearly full when the dungeon entrance appeared. Straining his ability to its limits, Duke created the largest portal entrance he had ever attempted. To make it even worse, he was creating it horizontally rather than the vertical orientation he was used to creating. Finally, to make it even more difficult, he was creating it in an area occupied by creatures and led to a different dimension than it was originated from. This all served to make the creation orders of magnitude harder than any portal he had created before. The strain pulsed through his head like a spike driven through his brain. His vision swam, and he found himself struggling to remain focused. His mana plummeted as he pushed his Grandmaster-ranked ability into doing what should be impossible. He could feel wetness dripping from his nose, his ears, and even his eyes as his vision began to shade to red. Subconsciously, he knew that meant that he was suffering from a brain bleed, but he trusted his regeneration to handle it. His concentration wavered, pushed to its limits. The sense that he would not be enough for the task at hand washed over him. Despair crawled, clawing at his mind from the deepest recesses of his psyche. He felt his own demons reaching out for him, ready to tear him away from this task and remind him of all the failures of his life. He felt his heartbeat pounding in his ears, ringing like steel on steel, crashing with every heartbeat. Finally, with a flash of blue light, the portal forced itself into existence. The crack as the portal formed blasted outwardly, reverberating across the battlefield. The redness blocking Duke's vision faded, and as his vision cleared, he could finally see the portal covering the entire dimensional rift. No more hounds poured into this world, but there were still tens of thousands already here. He paused, projecting his dungeon sense inside the dungeon, and saw that the portal destination was placed exactly where he had intended. Hounds poured into the dungeon by the thousand, only to be consumed in soul fire as the dungeon's specialized atmosphere of its final level did its job. Duke watched for a full minute to make sure the hounds were not going to escape his trap. Even the larger hounds were quickly consumed, and Duke felt confident he could turn his attention back to the battlefield before him. With the elimination of the press of hounds bursting through the dimensional breach, the remaining hounds paused in their attacks. It was as if they sensed the sealing of the breach and weren't sure what to do at the moment. The scattered defenders took the pause to gather themselves, renewing defensive spells and preparing for the next assault. Thelanos narrowed his breath weapon, striking at the hounds where there were no defenders. Duke added soul fire of his own to the fight, targeting the hounds that surrounded the defenders to give them more breathing room. He could see the relief pass through the few remaining defenders as the press of the hounds let up. As he was able to take a closer look at the pockets of defenders, he saw that each was anchored around a pair of mechs. Duke fired up his communications crystal.
Steel Tusks, what is your status?
Duke, it's been an absolute mess down here. We are holding steady with infantry support, but none of us have more than 20% left in our manacles. The Iron Reaver went over to the other side of the mountains to try to provide some support there, but have been out of communication since then.
I have sealed the dimensional breach for now. There are no more of the damned things coming in. Can you hold with what you have?
If there are no more coming, yeah, we can hold with what we have for a bit longer. An hour at most before we start losing mechs to mana drain.
Got it. I'm going over the mountains to see what the situation is there.
Good luck.
Duke looked over towards Thelanos, who interrupted him.
I heard it all. Go. I will support those that are still on the ground here, and maybe Amara will wake back up again so she can aid me.
With a brisk salute, Duke teleported back above the staging area. Things were even more chaotic here. The hounds were shifting back and forth through dimensions freely here, and few, if any, were able to effectively fight them. Duke quickly spotted the Iron Reaver lying on its side against one of the cliff sides. Iron Reaver, come in! Do you hear me, Myra? He received no response, and immediately teleported to the ship's bridge, hoping that it was just a communications issue. What he saw disabused him of that notion. The bridge was swarming with hounds attacking a large glowing sphere. Duke was about to fill the bridge with soulfire, but had another idea. He teleported the hounds to the soulfire dungeon. For some reason Duke could not discern, there was no resistance from the hounds, and they disappeared in an instant. The glowing blue sphere vanished to show Myra and Elder Mohawk huddled together. Slowly, they extricated themselves, looking around for trouble. When they spotted Duke, they both brightened up.
Duke, thank the gods you're here.
Myra rushed over and wrapped him up in a hug. I came as soon as I heard that communications were lost. Are you okay? What about everyone else?
We're okay, but I was locked out when we used the emergency seal on the portal like you showed us. I do not know if any of those horrible things got inside before it was sealed up, but it was just the two of us out here when the monsters overran the ship.
What happened? How were the hounds able to get into the ship?
We landed to help evacuate when the hounds started pouring through the assault portal. At first, our forces tried fighting the hounds, but they just tore through everyone. For every hound that was taken down, 50 of ours died. We got hundreds on board before the hounds turned to the ship. We tried to fight them off, but there were too many for the ship's shield to handle. Our last resort was the emergency bridge shield, and then you showed up.
Elder Mohawk looked up to Duke as she stood.
Are the hounds defeated? Has the danger passed?
No, not just yet. But I cut off their way into our world. If you can get the ship righted and back into flight, it will make a difference. Myra looked at the ship's consoles and shook her head before giving Duke a pointed stare. Duke winced. Oh, right. Fixing the ship is kind of my thing. He pushed his mana out into a restore, and the ship's consoles repaired themselves. He nodded back to Myra. I've got to get back out there. Do what you can. Duke teleported back outside the ship and targeted a group of hounds for teleportation to the dungeon. The hounds resisted, but when Duke poured more mana into the ability, they were sent away. As he looked for another good set of targets, he saw explosions of magic spreading across the staging area. As each explosion dissipated, the hounds that were caught in the explosion staggered around in a daze. The remaining defenders attacked the stricken hounds without hesitation, desperation radiating from their attacks. Even though the attacks were driven by desperation, they were effective. More and more hounds started to fall. Duke added his firepower to the final push, raining soulfire down on hounds as he strafed them. It took hours more, but the final push ended as the last hound fell. Defenders looked around themselves in disbelief as they suddenly had no more foes left. None dared to let their guard down until Thelanos burst through the portal, winging across the field before roaring in triumph. The sound shook the area, lifting the exhaustion from all who had survived. A notification immediately appeared in everyone's vision. Let it be known that the threat of the exospace hounds has been contained and eliminated. The dimensional breach has been sealed. You stood against a foe that threatened the entire world of Teldon and have emerged triumphant. Though victory has been achieved, the cost has been high. 6,426,512 residents of Teldon gave their lives in this effort. Those that survive shall forever bear the mark of this defense with all the benefits that come with it. You all stand united today. Do not return to the fractious ways of your past. Teldon must stand unified. Duke felt a burning pain erupt in his chest, and he tore his shirt open to see what was happening. Before his eyes, the most photorealistic tattoo he had ever seen formed, covering his entire left pectoral. The tattoo was of Teldon itself, as seen from space. It was beautiful, and as he watched, he could see the planet slowly rotating. Finally, a golden filigreed border wrapped around the planet, and he received another notification. You have gained the mark of Teldon. This mark identifies you as a true defender of planet Teldon. You gain the following from your mark. You gain 10% to all your characteristics while on Teldon. You gain a 10% bonus to all experience earned while on Teldon. You gain 1 additional bonus characteristic point for every level gained on Teldon. For being responsible for more than 50% of the invaders' deaths, your mark has been upgraded. All effects of your mark remain in effect, regardless of where you are and where you earn your experience and levels. In addition, you are granted the title Champion of Teldon. As the Champion of Teldon, you gained the ability to summon Teldon's guardian spirit, Thelanos, to you. Thelanos will fight for you for up to 1 hour per day. You also gain the favor of all the gods of Teldon. No god of Teldon may act against you as long as you hold this title and do not act against Teldon itself. Duke gaped at the rewards. This battle cost so much. I have no idea who, if anyone, survived from the legions. Aurelia is likely amongst the more than 6 million casualties. It's going to take a long time to recover from this. I gained much personally, but at such a cost. It is most definitely not worth it. Duke's thoughts were interrupted as another notification appeared. The battle is complete. You have been given credit for killing 328,500 hounds, directly and indirectly. You gain 89,941,228 experience, which becomes 98,935,350 with your 10% experience bonus. You are now Tier 8, Level 1. You have 13,043 characteristic points to spend. You have 2 tier advancement benefits to choose. Your options include: Number 1. Create a new ability appropriate for your tier, including a new class ability. Number 2. Advance an existing ability by 1 rank, maximum of Adept. Number 3. Advance an existing skill by 1 rank, maximum of Adept. Number 4. Gain 150 bonus characteristic points. Number 5. Gain 1 powerful item appropriate to your tier. Duke contemplated his choices as he scanned the milling people and creatures below him for familiar faces. He spotted some, but not nearly enough. It was difficult to scan through the tens of thousands of survivors in the staging area, and he would have to hop over the mountains to even see the true battleground. There's too much to do, and I know my time is short. How short is still a mystery, but it can't be more than a few days. Legion first, I guess. Chapter 70. Arriving back at the battlefield, Duke could see the backside of his massive portal spanning the center of the area like a colossal manhole cover. He could see numerous disparate reactions from the remaining troops below. Some were simply standing or sitting numbly from the trauma, while others were busy organizing themselves, and some were out and out celebrating. He was able to spot the Legionnaires clearly among those in the organizing groups. They were gathering over the center of the portal. It was the exact center of the area, and perhaps they felt it was the easiest to reach from all directions. In the center of them all, Duke spotted a golden arm sticking up above the others. He flew down to investigate. To his delight and disbelief, Aurelia sat astride her warhorse in the center of the gathering legion. He landed next to her in a spot the Legionnaires had cleared for him and saw firsthand the cost of the struggle. There were less than 100 Legionnaires standing around them, all battered and torn. Aurelia's armor was in bad shape, the left arm and leg of her armor barely hanging on by shreds of leather. The rest of the Legionnaires sported similarly tattered armor. All looked exhausted, but thankful to still be alive.
You look like you fared well, Duke.
Magical healing is a wondrous thing, Duke responded, as he activated as widespread a cleanse and restore as he could manage. With his new mana pool from his tearing up, the area was tremendous, covering the entire battlefield. The simple feel of being clean and wearing newly restored armor sent a wave of relief through the area. Buckles that had broken, straps that had stretched, armor that had dented into uncomfortable positions all moved back to where they should be. That simple act elevated the mood of the survivors more than the notification had.
Thank you, Duke. That feels a whole lot better.
Aurelia looked around herself, counting the remaining Legionnaires.
Is this all that survived? Radlin, are there any others?
No, General. 94 of us remain. The Legion has been broken.
We will rebuild then. Everyone here is an elite warrior in their own right and fit for leading a legion of their own.
Duke smiled at the looks of determination surrounding him. He nodded to Aurelia. General, would you care to take your legion home now?
I would very much like to bring the legion home.
Duke opened a portal back to Cloudspire for the legion to return home. They marched through with their heads held high, but Duke could see the haunted look of soldiers that had survived a traumatic battle having lost friends.
I will have to keep an eye on them. This could break them in ways that nobody could predict.
I've seen it before when Coltrane was the only one to come back from his entire wing. If I wasn't there to take him on as my wingman, I don't think he would have made it. When they finished moving through the portal, Duke closed it. He was greeted by a growing group of survivors wanting to go home. Even the groups that had been separated and were milling around aimlessly in shock seemed to gather together into their individual nations, seeking a way home. Duke directed them all back through the open portal to the staging area, where he reestablished the myriads of portals back to their home nations. Duke was pleasantly surprised to discover that opening and maintaining this many portals no longer strained him. While waiting for everyone to leave, he pulled up his ability notifications into a single, consolidated list of upgrades. Your abilities have seen significant and even unique use. There are gains and a caution. Do not abuse the privileges of your class further. This was a singular circumstance, but there are rules on dungeon core creation for good reason. Your teleportation ability has increased to Grand Master 143. Your regeneration ability has increased to Master 29. Your dungeon manipulation ability has increased to Adept 16. Your lightning ability has increased to Adept 34. Your overchannel ability has increased to Adept 146. Your mental fortitude ability has increased to Adept 82. Your force ability has increased to Practiced 7. Your flame ability has increased to Initiate 6. Your poison ability has increased to Initiate 21. Your Acid ability has increased to Initiate 9. Your Wind ability has increased to Novice 15. Your Ice ability has increased to Initiate 36. Your Earth ability has increased to Initiate 18. Your Light ability has increased to Initiate 37. Your Umbral Reaper ability has increased to Adept 110. Your Spell Resistance ability has increased to Initiate 47. Your Simulcasting ability has increased to Practiced 37. Your Cleanse ability has increased to Practiced 62. Your Restore ability has increased to Master 102. Your Remote Casting ability has increased to Initiate 21. Your Inventory ability has ranked up to Adept 3. Your Armor Skin ability has increased to Adept 109. Your Flight ability has increased to Adept 12. Your Combat Sense ability has increased to Master 67. Your Aura of Prosperity ability has ranked up to Practiced 4. Your Soulfire ability has ranked up to Practiced 7. Your Dungeon Core Creation ability has increased to Adept 137. Your Dungeon Monster Creation ability has increased to Novice 17. Duke pondered the message and his ability gains as the staging area cleared out, survivors heading home. What was that about rules for dungeon core creation? The Overmind didn't tell me anything about them, and there is nothing in the ability description that speaks to rules. The only thing close is, with a high enough rank in this ability, you will be able to define parameters of these dungeons such as style and monster type. That doesn't say anything about restrictions. I guess it's trial and error for now unless I can ask the Overmind about it. When the vast majority of survivors had departed, a small group remained, gathered as if waiting for Duke. He floated down to them, seeing a few familiar faces, including Amaralea and Thelanos back in his kobold form.
You are the instrument of Telden's salvation. I thank you deeply for this, champion.
Thelanos' words held a level of reverence that Duke did not understand. He had been fighting for his own survival as much as the rest of the world. Other voices joined in his praise as well, and Duke responded with as much humility as he could manage, deflecting their praise as he framed the positive against the vast loss of life. It was Amaralea that changed the tone for him.
Duke, humility is a fine trait for a king, but all know you have been named the champion of Telden, and this is not only an appropriate title, it is who you are. It was you who brought us all together with your portals, and it was you who was able to discover and exploit the Hound's weakness. Do not think for a minute that this will be forgotten anytime soon by anyone that was here. We all answered the call to defend Telden. You are the one who made it possible.
As others' voices joined her sentiment, Duke started to realize just how much he had stepped into the planetary limelight. True, this world was minimally developed and did not have communication or transportation infrastructure to cover the planet like others might, but the system had made it clear that he was known to everyone now. There was no hiding his role in all this, and his kingdom was in for some more rapid changes. Without warning, the small crowd of leaders was pushed aside as a new figure walked into their midst. This one was fully 4 meters tall and dressed in white robes with golden trim. His long hair was a mix of white and blonde that moved as if constantly blown by a breeze despite the still air. Even his beard carried the same wispy texture and coloring. It was his eyes, however, that were the most striking physical feature. Beyond the physical, this figure held a presence that was overwhelming. Each of the leaders unconsciously stepped several steps backwards and dropped to their knees, even Thelanos. Duke stood looking up at this presence, feeling the enormous psychic pressure, but he refused to kneel. As the figure slowly approached, Duke felt his knees start to bend, his psyche overwhelmed.
Not going to kneel before whoever the fuck you are. Not now, not ever.
Duke poured more than 6,000 of his unspent characteristic points to bring his base psyche up to 10,000, which brought the modified score over 100,000. The weight and force of the presence washed over him but had no further effect. Duke straightened his legs and stood tall. A smile spread across the features of the approaching figure, and he spoke. His voice rumbled with absolute authority, shaking the ground around him with its resonance.
This is the strength of will I expect from my champion. I am well pleased. My children, reveal yourselves.
With a rippling of air, 9 figures revealed themselves, adding their own auras to the aura of the old giant of a man. Duke immediately recognized Gastul, Gaiathea, and Orgath, and realized that he was now standing before the entire core pantheon of Telden.
I see recognition in your eyes now, young one. Yes, I am Ihocho, and these are my children. A number of whom you are already acquainted with. We have all come to personally thank you for saving our world. Though we were unable to act, we were here, watching closely. We saw everything that was done, everything that was said. We saw you send your own troops into the fight without pause or consideration. That was a decisive move, and if you had not, the others would not have joined the fight. The Druids were the only line of defense before then, and they were losing quickly. I saw when you...
Ihocha was interrupted as a glowing core formed out of the air before him.
Get on with it. Give the boy his gifts and move on. It's time for me to take him away from here.
This was the first time Duke was in the Overmind's full presence. He was certain that if he had not poured so many points into his psyche, he would have been crushed to the ground. As it was, he was pushing himself to stay upright. The gods all looked frozen in place with strain on their faces. Duke wondered if the Overmind's aura was affecting them as badly as theirs affected most mortals. With a bob of the core, the Overmind's presence lessened, relieving the pressure. The core then floated to take station over Duke's right shoulder. The movement spurred the gods into motion. Each god came forward and spoke to Duke in turn, offering gifts and boons. The first was Vithshrek. He bowed to Duke and held out an ornate sword, hilt first, to him. Duke looked at the sword with disdain.
You know I can't use that.
That is my boon to you, for showing such honor and willingness to fight for our world. Your curse has been lifted. Take the sword and use it with my blessing. Duke took the sword's hilt in his hand and identified the blade. You have found a Sindril. This is the divine blade forged for Vithshrek, the Telden god of swords. It is a blade forged from divine iron refined from the god's own blood. It is a blade of power and authority. The wielder of this blade can never be disarmed and strikes twice as hard as their skill and strength should allow. The blade is eternally sharp and nigh unbreakable. As he read the information about the blade, he felt something wash over him, followed by another prompt. You have been granted a new skill, swordsmanship. This skill is granted at the master rank. Vithshrek stepped back as Duke thanked him, allowing Gastul to step forward. As he spoke, he produced a ring, which he handed to Duke.
We have stood in opposition, much like Vithshrek, but I have seen the greatness within you, and must acknowledge it. I would see your path continue beyond this world. This token will help you in your journey.
Again, Duke thanked the god and identified the item. You have found a Ring of Fate's Avoidance. This ring will negate one fatal blow. It is effective against any attack under the level of a divine immortal. The next god to step forward was the one shrouded in darkness. They approached Duke silently, gliding along the ground, despite their steps stirring the dust. They extended a gloved hand, holding a pair of boots. They did not say anything, but their masked nod spoke of solemnity and respect. Duke thanked them and identified the boots. You have found Midnight Boots. These boots are enchanted to greatly dampen the sound your footfalls make, granting an effective 2-rank increase in your stealth skill. They also can exude shadows to cloak you for up to 1 hour per day, providing another rank increase in stealth. The next god to come forward was dressed in ornately embroidered robes and coats with chains of gold beset with jewels and gems. He had multiple rings on each finger, as well as earrings studded with jewels. He smiled at Duke. If you have not already guessed, I am Emre. My domain includes merchants and wealth, something you should be familiar with, I would say. My gift to you is simple but powerful. Your aura of prosperity can now travel with you, but can also still be centered on your own kingdom, covering both places at once if desired. That is truly a grand gift. You have the thanks of my people. The god smiled at Duke again before continuing. The prosperity your kingdom will bring to Teldon will be needed to rebuild this world and prepare it for joining the greater cosmos. Our days of hiding are at an end. Before Duke could respond, Gaiathea stepped forward, smiling warmly. You have already held my favor, and yet you hold it again. I would ask you to restore this area, but we have agreed that doing so would not be appropriate. This scar on the world is to remain as a memorial to what happened here. My gift to you is to push your natural elements further, increasing them by 1 rank, save lightning, as I am sure Orgath has something to say about that. She stepped back as Duke offered his thanks. Orgath stepped forward and clasped Duke by the forearm.
Of all the mortals I have dealt with, you are my favorite. You are a walking storm even when you are not in conflict, and this draws me close to you like a brother. My gift to you is this.
He reached behind his back and produced a crackling object. It resembled a doll formed of blue lightning that fit in the palm of the god's hand.
Her name is Nystriel, and she will be a faithful companion that you can take with you on your travels.
Nystriel launched out of the god's hand and took up a perch on the opposite shoulder from the Overmind. She crackled into Duke's ear, and he understood both that she was definitely a she and that she was happy to join him. Next was Malkievik, who Duke guessed was the god of war or conflict from the scarred armor he wore. The clanking of armor plates as he approached was rhythmic and served to bolster Duke's mood even more. The grin on the god's face was wide and hungry.
Duke, my boy, you really did it this time, didn't you? Killing extra-dimensional beings by the hundreds of thousands in your own personal war with the Syndicate. You have propelled this little planet of ours from the fringes of the cosmos to the center of a growing conflict. You spent most of your kingdom's forces in this fight. It will take time to rebuild them, but you must do so. To aid you in this, I am sending my own heroes and followers to join your forces. They will be loyal to you even as they worship me. Beyond that, your forces will grow stronger faster. My final boon is to grant all your kingdom's forces 25% faster skill progression for any war or combat skill.
What do you mean about the Syndicate? They fled the system before making it to Teldon.
Oh, foolish boy. How do you think the hounds found our world through the dimensional seal? It was the syndicate that led them here and weakened the barrier between dimensions.
Duke stared ahead dumbfounded as the god stepped back to be replaced by the final god. She approached Duke quietly, her face hidden in her many layers of diaphanous sky-blue robes. She stepped close and placed a single finger on his head. Her voice filled his mind.
Duke, no one, not even your patron, can hear what I have to say. This is perhaps my last true divination, but it is important for you to hear it and never share it. My divination is this. Should you survive this contest, you will be strong enough to return to Earth. Things there are not what they seem. Beware of the false gods and demons that hold your home without sustenance.
She stepped back, motioning Duke to silence.
That was for you, and you alone. Do not share it with anyone.
I will hold it to myself. Thank you for your insight.
One final boon before we take our leave,
Ihojo announced.
I will permit the creatures of your dungeons to roam Telden. They will no longer be drained of their mana. Do not abuse this gift, or it will be revoked. Farewell and good luck, Duke. Telden needs its champion to return even stronger for the fights that are to come.
With that declaration, the gods faded from sight, returning to wherever they stayed. Now that their presence had faded and the Overmind had reined his in, the leaders who had previously collapsed under the psychic weight slowly began to recover and rise to their feet. They looked around themselves in disbelief at what they had just experienced. The Overmind spoke to Duke before any could approach.
The time has come. It is good that you have gotten even stronger, but to delay any longer will leave you with too large a gap to span. Take the next hour to get your affairs in order, and then we leave.
The Overmind vanished, leaving Duke to deal with the leaders approaching him.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Oh, none of that bullshit. We all shed the blood of our charges as well as our own in this fight. I'm not in the mood for any formal shit. Are you? Really?
Well, no, but some people are stuck on it.
This speaker was a man wearing dented and tarnished plate armor. There was the hint of feathers in the crest of his helm that he had opened. Duke glanced around the group, seeing that most were in a similar state. He was about to activate his cleanse and restore combination on the group when he noticed one short and rotund individual who seemed to be completely unsoiled and practically glowed with how clean his opulent outfit was. Duke looked pointedly at the man. Everyone else here is a tattered mess, but you stand there looking like you are ready to hold court. Why is that? All eyes turned to the man who shrugged with a shy smile.
It's not my fault that no one else thought to incorporate cleaning and repairing magic into their clothes. Really, it should be standard for any leader. Do you have any idea how much it's going to take to fix all this armor? You all need to do better.
Duke couldn't help but laugh as he activated his abilities over the group. His grin at the short man was full of mirth. About that much. Why waste the enchantments when I can fix it all with a flex of my will?
Speak for yourself, but I will gladly accept this magical fix of yours. But the most important thing is where we go from here. A number of leaders left with their remaining troops, but there are enough here to discuss things.
What is there to discuss? Duke interrupted. If we all don't get our collective act together, we'll lose the planet. You were all laid out when the gods came to chat, but the gist of it is that this was only the first battle. War is coming to Telden, and we, as a society, are not ready for it. We all need to set aside any petty squabbles we may have and prepare. I will open Stormstride to trade with all of you through portals I will restore shortly. We must rebuild our forces, create arms unlike any our troops have ever used before, and be ready to face what is coming. Okay, Mr. Know-it-all, what is coming? The one who spoke was a tall, pale-skinned man who reeked of wealth and privilege. War amongst the stars. That is what is coming. Prepare yourselves as best you can. I'll leave the best instructions and tools I can with my people before I leave.
Before you leave? Where are you going?
To fight the next battle. Heed the warning of the gods. War is coming and you need to prepare. If you cannot do it yourself, find someone amongst your people who can do it and give them the authority to do so. We lost so many people in this fight already. If we are not better prepared, the next fight here will be the end of everything. Duke let his warning sink in for a moment before he teleported back to Cloudspire to get things rolling for his own kingdom. The next hour was spent in a whirlwind of brief conversations as he set countless things in motion, hoping it would be enough. In the end, he doubted it would be, but he had no more time to prepare. The Overmind found him speaking with Sam about what he needed from the dungeon.
You are pushing things again, Duke. My dungeons were never meant for what you are asking.
Well, then it's time to grow up and show the cosmos just how dangerous it is to attack a world anchored by a dungeon. The Overmind rotated his core back and forth as if shaking his head slowly.
You are not the first to think this way. The last one died a particularly brutal death.
Let's do better this time, then.
Perhaps. That is something to worry about later, though. Spend the last of your points and we will leave.
Duke spent his characteristic points, gritting his teeth as his body reacted to such monumental changes. He nodded to the Overmind to indicate he was finished. Sam stepped forward and gave Duke a quick hug.
Good luck. Make it back to me. I'm not sure I can manage everything you have asked without your help.
Do your best. With a flash of energy, Duke was gone, headed for the contest.